I know you've been waiting longer than Indana for this. Welcome to my unhinged recap of Iron Flame by our girl, Miss Rebecca Yaros. Sorry, Mrs. How could I forget? She, of course, famously has the helicopter pilot husband. Did it take me 4 to 5 business months to get this video done? Yes. Unfortunately, sometimes being chronically ill means that you are actually ill. But Onyx Storm is on the horizon, okay? So, you know, this is for the girls that don't want to have to read 700 pages of these two just having the same argument, okay? I suffered so you don't have to. You're welcome. I am going to do a bit of a shameless request before I get started, which is that if you enjoy this video, please do leave a meaningful, really long comment fully saying how much you love it. Maybe put a soliloquy in there, a haiku. Dare I say, liking, subscribing, notification bell on. All of these metrics help YouTube understand that people liked this video. And that really helps me. New recap, new board, okay? Don't be expecting anything as elaborate as Mike's Mike. I'm not that guy. I will never be that guy. I lack many wrinkles on my brain. Since doing the last video, I have learned a lot about why AI art is very bad. And I don't want to use that anymore. My housemate drew every single one of these characters, so thank you to him. I did pay him. I didn't just lock him in a room and force him to draw dragon riders all day. He did all of these very, very well. Other than Violet, who, this poor man, he did like all of these drawings in one go, and she was the last one he did. And to be honest with you, much like me at the end of my last Fourth Wing recap, he gave up. We do have a few new characters on the board, as well as some that are covered up with some fun little question marks. That is fun. You will notice that some of the pictures from the first video remain, mainly because I didn't feel like making the man do them all fresh. Brennan, Violet's dad, Fenris, Down with the Government, Vive la Revolution, the French man. He's not canonically French, but he started a revolution that's about as French as you can be. Colonel Atos. We've also got some people that don't have portraits, including Lieutenant Colonel Nolan, who is the Mender healer from the first book, who has been healing Violet pretty much her whole life because she is, of course, famously very fragile. Yeah, that one, in case you forgot. Zayden's mum also doesn't have a picture because she doesn't actually come up, but this will be relevant, so remember that. As with the last video, the pins denote different things. So where you see certain color pins on certain portraits, that is because they represent something about that person. Black denotes people who have full-time serving positions in the military, professor or teaching roles within Basgiath, or who hold senior positions of power or authority within the school. For example, people who are squadron leader or wing leader. Red pins denote those who have rebellion relic tattoos or who are part of the ongoing rebellion, which becomes more of a plot point in this book, but we hinted at it at the end of the last one. For example, Violet has 1 red pin, Zayden has 2 because he is famously the leader of the rebellion. Garrick also has a red pin and a black pin because, again, he's a soldier now, but he is still part of the rebellion. Yellow denotes students of Basgiath, mainly people who are in the Fourth Wing, because pretty much everyone on this board is. Green denotes the dragons. Shout out dragons. It also denotes royalty, and that's just because I ran out of pin colors. Blue denotes people who are scribes or scribe inclined, in the case of Violet, who is, of course, our resident know-it-all and Nepo baby. And white denotes family members of our girl Violet, which are obviously General Lilith Sorengale, Brennan, Mira, and her famous dead father, but we'll get more into that in a bit. I have already started to put some connections on the board in terms of this string. Just realized I haven't connected Zayden to his parents, which might be about as connected as you can get to an individual. The only AI art that remains on this board are the dragons, and that's because drawing dragons is really hard. I did try, and you will see one of those attempts later on in the video, and then you'll very quickly realize why for now I have unfortunately kept the pictures of the dragons because, you know, they're already printed out. Forgive me this one time. And also the AI picture of our boy Liam is also still up here because he is deceased. I didn't feel like making my housemate draw a portrait of a deceased man, okay? We're not writing an obituary here. And also you can't see his face because I've done a big X on it, so it doesn't count. Quick housekeeping before we start. If you don't care about this, feel free to skip it. But I know some of us we're buckled in for the full duration of this cinematic experience. So if that's you, welcome. Welcome, no detours here, and I appreciate that, I do. I read all of your comments on the Fourth Wing video, as I do with every video, because I am famously literate. And I realised that there are a few things that I need to clarify and correct from that recap. First things first, when I gave similar book recommendations to Fourth Wing, I misspoke and said that they were all romantasy recommendations as opposed to romantasy and fantasy. There is pretty much a 50-50 split. Please do not read Dune or The Poppy War expecting a little bit of spice. All you're going to find there is emotional damage. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Something else I want to clarify. I did mention that our girl, Miss Sorengale, oh, kids! My cats are taking the role of big government, this one, and they are going for me. Here. Another thing to clarify is that our girl Violet famously has EDS, which is a disability or chronic condition. Some of the lovely girlies that have EDS in the comment section of my last video let me know that in some people, the symptoms of EDS can be improved with regular exercise such as weight training. Obviously, it depends on the individual, but they did suggest that actually that means that if Violet does do weight training like she does halfway through book 1, that actually could benefit the symptoms of her condition overall, as opposed to making it worse like I thought it might. That being said, almost every single one of those same girlies agreed that dragon riding and pretty much everything else that this woman engages with within Basquiat is probably not compatible with EDS and surviving. So, I mean, as someone with a disability, with a chronic condition, I also would not be surviving, despite how good the outfit looks. So that's you and me both, Violet. Don't you worry about it. Another point that the girlies made is that it is actually really nice to have some EDS representation within particularly fantasy literature because, you know, disability representation within fantasy is very slim at the best of times. So for a condition like EDS, it was actually really nice. However, the constant mentioning of how small and fragile she is, it gets a little bit like borderline patronizing at some points. And someone made a good point, which was that for someone who is never explicitly mentioned as having a disability within the world in which she lives, it's brought up an awful lot. So still very funny. Another thing I need to clarify is that I called our girl Rhiannon a sapphic, called her a lesbian. I did, yeah. Turns out, might not be true. She is not canonically a lesbian. It's just mentioned that she likes women, because apparently it is alluded to in the subtext that she may have slept with Sawyer or Riddick. I did get accused of being biphobic because of this little assumption of mine, which means I can no longer look in the viewfinder of my camera in case I get scared. The reason why I assumed Rhiannon was a lesbian was not because I am internally biphobic. I just saw that she had a girlfriend and that she liked women, and I didn't pick up on any of the subtext where she mentions liking men. In my head, let's go lesbians. But on the page, let's go bisexuals. Also, final point, some of you did not believe that I actually bleached the ends of my hair for the last recap. I did. I forgot to put footage in, so I'll just put that in there now. Enjoy this. I did really ruin my hair for you. I had to cut it all off. But thankfully, it has basically all grown back because this video took me 9 years to make. I did try and spray it silver again for this video, but unfortunately, I don't think you can see, the spray bottle broke. So it is really not, it just looks like a really flat broom. It's rock solid. The prelude to this recap is almost finished if you were buckled in for the full ride. But we do have to make one more little detour before we get into it, and that is to everyone's favourite corner. It did help fund this video, so please watch it. It's very good for the BookTok girlies, promise. Everyone say a huge thank you to Milanote for sponsoring this part of today's video. And before you skip thinking, boo, ad read, look at this mood board. Made that on Milanote, babe. If you are a BookTok girly or a creative person, Milanote is about to become your best friend. Milanote is a tool for organizing your creative projects. It's an online canvas designed to help you plan, brainstorm, and collaborate on your ideas, no matter how you like to structure and organize them. I've been using Milanote to help plan the unhinged recaps of the Empyrean series, and it's perfect. Everything can be visualized in a way that just clicks in my brain, and it's so pretty. I've organized this video into several boards, such as my character connections board, which helps me to identify who needs a spot on the IRL character board behind me. I also have a board that helps me to outline and summarize the basic structure of the book, as well as this one for identifying key themes. Look, I'm really not trying to miss anything out on this recap. I don't want the smoke from the Fourth Wing girls, okay? I can compile notes, images, videos, tasks, and more, all in one place. Look at this character profile, and this one. And I'm just going to show you this mood board again because I know you loved it. But if you're like me and you get easily overwhelmed, Milanote makes starting a new project easy because there are 100 built-in templates available for every type of creative project. I used the storyboard template when I was doing my book summary. You can invite a member of your team to feedback or collaborate on your boards in real time. I shared this board with researcher Lily to get her help and feedback on it. Milanote is available for free with no time limit, so sign up for a free Milanote account by clicking the link in the description down below. There you go. That's the ad read, babe. I told you you'd love it. You could literally make your own unhinged recap board during the course of this video. It's like a little cute arts and crafts session. Do I need to show you the mood board again? Just click on it. Okay, now that's done. Let's do it. The Empyrean series, book 2. Iron Flame. This book has 1.4 million ratings and a 4.35 on Goodreads. That's not bad, Miss Becky. That is not bad. The tagline for this book, from none other than our resident shadow daddy and professional secret keeper, Xaden Ryerson. The first year is where some of us lose our lives. The second year is where the rest of us lose our humanity. So, spoiler alert, someone will be losing their humanity by the end of this book. Quick recap of where we finished book 1. Violet, Xaden, a bunch of the rebel kids, they are playing war games. They get stationed at an outpost. They get there, it's abandoned. Bunch of griffin flyers turn up. Violet discovers that Xaden Ryerson and the boys, gender neutral version because shout out Imogen, have been smuggling weapons out of Bastia to give to the Griffin Flyers, the enemies of Navarre. They live in Poromil, outside the wards. And why is that important, you ask? Well, because outside the wards, there is an unknown hidden threat that we didn't really know in most of book 1, and that threat is that of the Venin. Now, the Venin, big, scary guys who are dark magic users. They pull magic from the earth, from living things, which is bad. Big no-no in terms of magic. You don't do that. Against the laws. And it makes them all pasty, crusty, musty looking with red eyes. Bad news. Anyway, before we have time to process that this man's a little traitor to Nepa baby Violet, they get attacked by these Venin. Very bad. Fight ensues. They are losing. They're getting their asses handed to them, which is very funny because you'd think that a murder school would teach you how to murder. Very little murdering of the Venin going on here. Unfortunately, lots of murdering of students because our boy Liam, along with Liam's dragon, and another cadet and their dragon, they die. Very sad. Very sad. R.I.P. Liam. Fans will never forget you. Actually, you're mentioned it basically every single time this book is brought up. Let him rest, guys. Let him rest. Basically, Violet turns the tides of the fight. She realizes that her lightning can, in fact, kill these Venin. And the Wyvern, very cool, good for you. Why did we expect any different? She is, of course, the chosen one. But in the process of kind of turning the tide of the battle, Violet does, of course, get stabbed. Naturally, by a poison dagger, nonetheless. So she does get poisoned, and she's about to join Liam in the afterlife, but Xaden goes, no, 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 I'm going to save my number one girly pop. Xaden decides that he can trust Violet enough to take her to the base of operations for the rebellion, which is his hometown, which everyone thought burned to the ground, but it turns out stone doesn't burn. Violet wakes up and finds out that not only has Xaden been hiding a secret rebellion from her, and they are starting to rise up against basically big government, she also finds out that she was poisoned. And she's like, well, how am I still alive? Good question, Violet, because the end of the book shows us, what? That Brennan is still alive. Yes! Not her brother reveal. Incredible work. You thought he was dead? Nuh-uh. If there's one thing that Rebecca Yarros does in this book, it's bring back every single character that you thought was dead except the one character that you wanted. So yeah, that's where we left off book 1. Violet is in the base of operations for a rebellion that she didn't know was happening. A little bit pissed with our boy Xaden. Fair enough, babe. Me too. Brennan is alive. Obviously, she's like, that's crazy. And also, you're a bad person because you knew my brother was alive this whole time. You didn't even tell me. That is probably up there with worst things a boyfriend could do. Like, lie about your dead brother. So chapter 1 kind of picks up where we left off with Violet recovering from her, ordeal. She decides that she's going to have a bite to eat with her now resurrected brother, Brennan. Brennan officially goes by Lieutenant Colonel Iceray. Iceray? Not sure how we're saying this, but he's a big deal in the rebellion. Violet and Brennan are eating honey biscuits. Just like a regular biscuit, I imagine. And they're smiling at each other, as you would. And you find out your brother that you've believed is dead for half your life is in fact not dead. She's got a lot going on. Her friends are dead. She's been stabbed. The boyfriend's leading a rebellion. We've all been there. During this chapter, Violet is mentally checking in with her dragons, which I pointed to the wrong dragon. That's not her dragon, actually. So little reintroduction to the dragons. We've got Tarninach, which means lightning in Gaelic. And then we've got Endarna Urim, which means like second coming. Good for her, I guess. It's nice that someone's getting that. I have tried really hard to get the Gaelic words right, but I probably am still mispronouncing them. I feel like it is important to note that I am Scottish. Don't let the accent fool you. I grew up on the other side of the wall, all right? I'm a traitor to my ancestors. However, never learnt Gaelic. And I am saying Gaelic, not Gaelic, because they're just different languages. Gaelic, Scottish, Gaelic, Irish. And there is a lot of beef between the Scots and Rebecca Yarros. I personally don't have any issue with authors pulling from cultures and languages and mythologies that they aren't necessarily born into, a part of, or speak, right? My belief, however, is that if you are going to incorporate bits from other cultures, other languages into your stories, you should at least know how to pronounce those words, or at least do it in a tasteful, respectful manner. The general consensus is that a lot of American authors are not really doing that. Miss Becky included. She doesn't actually know how to pronounce the Gaelic words that she has included in Fourth Wing and Iron Flame, which made a lot of people very mad. I do feel like that is probably the bare minimum. However, if I pronounce things wrong, I'd like to point out that I at least have made more of an effort to try than the author of these books. And also, I am Scottish. Just remember that when you're flaming me, forget it wrong. Please, be gentle. Violet is checking in with the dragons. She noticed that Endana's bond is no longer golden. Remember that, because it will be important later. Oh, and Violet is now 21 years old. She slept through her birthday. Happy birthday, Violet. I don't know why I thought she was like 18 during this whole series, but she isn't. She's 21 now. Old enough to know better. It does make Dane's infantilization of Violet even more annoying, though, on reflection. He's just babying a grown woman. Granted, her prefrontal lobe has not developed, but neither has his. I can't be the only one that thought for some reason this woman was like 18, 19, based off of her internal monologue. It was giving 18, which makes me think that maybe she was 18 originally and then they aged her up. But with that in mind, I want you to remember for the rest of the book that this is a 21-year-old woman, okay? And the way that she interacts with particularly this man, get off the floor. Get off the floor, I beg you. 21, babe. 21. After she's had a little meet and greet with Brennan, she walks through Ryerson House, which is famously named after #1 Shadow Daddy Xaden Ryerson, but I think it's actually named after his family rather than him specifically, but he does share the name, so that's handy. But she's walking through Ryerson House, which is the stone fortress that they are currently in, and she's walking to an assembly meeting. Whoa. The sweeping, polished double staircases with their detailed banisters rise 4 more floors above me. They seem to form a pattern, but I'm too close to see the whole of it. There's no perspective, which pretty much feels like a metaphor for my entire life right now. Half palace, half home, but entirely a fortress. From what I've read, Ryerson House has never been breached by any army, even during the 3 sieges that I know of. Stone doesn't burn. Now, I know that big government has historically not been the smartest lot. But this revelation poses a very obvious question. Why are we not using stone for every building in this 600-year dragon warring land? Because the way Violet says this suggests that not every building is in fact made of stone. I have so many questions. Do architects exist in this world? And did they all die in the rebellion? Anyway, Violet interrupts the assembly meeting that she's supposed to just be listening to, because, did you forget? She does know everything. But we are quite grateful for it, because not a single one of us has any clue what's going on anyway. They are just yapping. So there's another general that I've just realised that after all of my hard work, I have not actually put on here. I will add a little sign for him shortly, but you will remember that in the last recap, I mentioned a general called General Melgrin. Now, he is equal in kind of power to General Lilith. General Melgrin has the only other black dragon, but General Melgrin's signet is that he has the ability to see the outcome of battles, which, not gonna lie, very convenient signet to have for a general in an army, in a warring land. Very, very good. But for some unknown reason, we find out that General Melgrin's signet does not work if more than 3 rebellion relic tattooed kids are together. So you get 3 really cool kids with tattoos together, and suddenly he's blind. Which does make him sound a bit like an overreacting parent when they find out their child has tattoos. Oh my god! I can't. Oh my god! There's more than 3! Rebellion relics, I think I mentioned in the last one, they're not actually tattoos. They are more like magical brands that signify whose parents were part of the rebellion against big government. But General Melgrin's signet not being able to work if 3 or more rebellion kids are together is why there is a law against rebellion kids from grouping. You remember famously in book 1, Violet is up a tree. Big tree climber, big ecological enthusiast, yes. Basically eavesdrops on a secret meeting that Xaden is hosting to help the younger first-year rebellion kids to survive in Bascare. Now, we're not going to get into how convenient General Melgrin's signet not working when the rebel kids get together is. By the way, there's no other instance in this book where someone's signet just stops working because just 3 friends get around for a natter. Anyway, this chapter we get our first Xaden reunion. All the girls are very happy. Clap, clap, clap. Now, I want to remind you that this girl's just been through trauma, okay? She has been traumatized. Found out her brother's alive. Found out her bestie and bodyguard dead. Found out Venin are real. She's been stabbed. But none of that matters the minute she sees this man, okay? Because in case you forgot how down bad this woman is for this man, let me just read you this. He looks good. Even with the bruises marring the tawny brown skin under his eyes from the lack of sleep, the high slopes of his cheeks, the dark eyes that usually soften whenever they meet mine, the scar that bisects his brow and ends beneath his eye, the swirling, shimmering relic that ends at his jaw, and the caved lines of the mouth I know as well as my own, all add up to make him physically f***ing perfect to me. And that's just his face. His body, somehow even better. And the way he uses it when he has me in his arms. Listen, I'm taking the mick, but truthfully, I want someone to be as obsessed with me as this woman is this man. Violet at this point quotes herself as being pathetically in love with him. You know what, girl? Could not have put it better myself. But unfortunately, she can now only see him as a big fat liar. Yes, liar, pants on fire, Xaden Ryerson. Back at the War Council meeting, by gathering all of the rebel kids together in this base of operations, they've managed to keep their plans completely hidden from General Melgrin. At the meeting, Brennan and a bunch of other geezers who aren't on this board, they are discussing war strategy. Now, the topic of cadets comes up because you'll remember that Violet, Xaden, Bodhi, Imogen, Garrick, the rest of that lot, they were all supposed to be participating in war games, and then they just vanished. Yeah, they just disappeared. It's been several days. Nobody's heard from them. So they're supposed to go back at some point. I mean, 2 man down because Liam and Soleil unfortunately passed. R.I.P. Liam, you were pretty much the only side character that had any substance. I'm sad to see you go. Anyway, as they discuss the topic, some of the people at the meeting notice that Violet's listening, and they say, this girl, big, massive Nepo baby to General Lilith Solengale. We cannot trust her. Now, this calling out of Violet for being a Nepo baby, meaning that she can't be trusted, I usually would be on board with. You know what? I am nothing if not here to call out the Nepo babies. However, it does seem a little bit stupid because Brennan is right. Got a bit too excited about Nepo babies. Sorry. Brennan is right there. Don't let his talent let you forget that he is still a Nepo baby. Xaden vouches for Violet and everyone's like, oh, right then, cool. The decision was simple. She's worth a dozen of me. And Violet's breath catches at the intensity in his eyes. Which, like, sure, Violet thinks that her boy Xaden looks like the most powerful writer ever. And then Turn hits us with the, for now. Sir. God, I have really missed this man, though. I mean, dragon. He's male dragon. I've missed this male dragon. God, my neighbours are hearing this. It's been dry for months now. I have really missed our boy Tarninach. Good thing he's got a big back because he is carrying this series. Anyway, Violet starts freaking out because they were very close to losing a war that she genuinely didn't even know was happening. She knows everything till it's convenient for the plot. Main takeaway from this meeting is that the cadets, including Violet, Xaden, Garrick, the gang, they are all going back to Basgiath, which does mean a couple of things. First and foremost, there will be secrets kept. Yeah, you can't tell anyone about the secret rebellion because otherwise it's not a secret. But the second thing it means is that we now, as a character, I've internalized just I am Violet, we now have to stay as far as physically possible, heavy on the physical, away from former best friend Dane Atos. Because remember, his signet is that if he touches your face, he can read your memories. Very bad. One touch from this man, an entire rebellion will crumble. Which somehow is still not the ickiest thing about him. I really dislike this man, and it's not just because he's got too much blonde in his hair, I swear. After the meeting, Violet chats with Brennan alone, and much like Christmas dinner with all of your extended family, it is awkward. Yeah, it is. Brennan confirms during this conversation that Sister Mira does not know that he is alive. Bit fucked up, but at least he's consistent. What am I supposed to say to that? It's all right, but not really. Of course, because she is intelligent, the thing that Violet is most concerned about is how Brennan is alive. Because famously, he was shot in the heart with a crossbow. Yeah, I'd have questions too, to be fair. And on top of that, she wants to know why he stayed at Ryerson House as opposed to just coming home. And Brennan's response to that is one at a time. Such a man response. He holds up his hands like he's under attack, and I glimpse a rune-shaped scar on his palm before he grips the edge of the table. Now, what would Brennan Sorengale be doing with a rune-shaped scar on his hand? Now, we do get a bit more information on runes in this book than we did in Fourth Wing, but essentially all you need to know is that runes are just stored power for a specific purpose to be used at a later date. For example, you could carve a rune into a door which allows it to be warded, or you can carve it to have fire resistance or unlock things. Now, something that I think is quite important to note here is that when he says one at a time, he holds his hands up like he's under attack. I would like you to remember that because I think it's related to something that I'm gonna propose to you later on. So hold that in your mind's eye. But he eventually does tell us the answers, and what do we get? We get a new character reveal, everyone! Let me introduce you to Nowlin, which is the little question mark up here, okay? Very important. So, Nowlin was Brennan's friend. And I say friend because I believe that these two were friends in the way that historians think that two same-sex people living in the same house for the entirety of their lives in the period before being gay was legal made them roommates. Yeah. And the main justification for this is pretty much Brennan's like jaw tensing and hesitation when he talks about Nowlin and Violet being like, I wonder if gay. Nowlin, he was his jaw flexes. Turn's previous writer, I suggest slowly, wondering if he was more than that to Brennan. He was the siphon who died trying to save you, according to Professor Cowrie. And then she sends down the mental bond with Turn. I'm sorry your writer died saving my brother. And Turn replies with, we will no longer speak of the one who came before. Nowlin's signet was that he was a siphon. Now, a siphon can take powers from other riders and other dragons, so they can literally siphon out some of their magic, their signet, their power, and use it for whatever they like. It is explicitly said that Nowlin saved Brennan from dying by using his signet to siphon more power than he should have. The generals, General Lilith, Colonel Atos, General Melgren, they all believe that Nowlin failed, meaning Brennan died, but that Nowlin's attempt to channel too much power caused him to burn out, and he also died. However, Nowlin clearly succeeded because Brennan lives. So what happened to Nowlin? And this is where I want to read you something from this book, all right? It's shocking, I know, given this is a recap. I'm going to read you something. Nowlin didn't fail, but it cost him everything. I woke up on a cliffside not far from here. Marb had been wounded, but he was alive too. And other dragons... There are other dragons here, and they saved us. Hid us in the network of caves within the valley. Then later, the civilians who survived the city being scorched. So, Brennan's dragon is also alive. It's worth noting here that Brennan has an orange dragon. Let me just give you a list of other characters thus far in the series who we know have orange dragons. Amber Mavish, who was one of the wing leaders in Fourth Wing, who almost got Violet killed when she let a bunch of unbonded riders in to murder her in the middle of the night. Jack Barlow and Professor Carr. Professor Carr is the professor in charge of teaching the cadets at Basgayath wielding, but he is also the professor who snapped the neck of that intrinsic kid in Fourth Wing. Interesting. Now, a lot of people think that Nowlin is dead. However, I'd like to point out that on this page, Terninarch and Brennan both do not say that Nowlin died. Terninarch simply says that he does not want to talk of the one who came before Violet, and Brennan says that what Nowlin did cost him everything. Now, everything is italicized here. Basically, Brennan is in Rebel Town, which I'm going to be calling it from now on, because he believes in helping people, or whatever. Basically, he's like, I'm not down with what Navarre is doing, lying about the venin. I don't want innocents to die, so I'm here on the side of justice. But Brennan does warn Violet that he reckons the venin are going to come for Navarre soon, since they are probably hungry for the energy of the hatching grounds at Basgayath. What are the hatching grounds, you say? Let me tell you. The hatching grounds are where all the dragons hatch. Yeah. Crazy. Seems to be the only hatching grounds for the dragons anywhere, and it is inside the wards. Now, we know that the venin absorb power, and according to the tales of old, there is not much more powerful than a hatching ground for the dragons, because it is an area of natural abundance. The reason that the dragons all congregated there was because the land itself was powerful, with magic, I suppose. The venin are probably going to go after it, because they've drained most of the other places outside the border at this point. Melgren, as in General Melgren, is convinced that the wards around Navarre are infallible. And because of that, he plays kind of like the role of the CIA when it comes to aliens. He just thinks, well, the people are never going to see them, so why would I tell them? So he's keeping it a secret from the people of Navarre. They have a bit of a discussion about how the scribes, aka Violet's dad, and Yesenia, I don't know how you say her name, sorry, I was too focused on learning Gaelic. They talk about how the scribes have basically been told to wipe out any proof of the existence of the venin, which means that they've basically been gaslight, gatekeep, girl bossing knowledge. They have been preventing knowledge, they've been burning books, it's giving Project 2025. Politics in a book talk video? Gasps all round, gasps all round. But you see how well it fit? Why? Because all books are political, my beloved. They are indeed, yeah, especially books about withholding knowledge, rebellions, corrupt governments. I hate to tell you this, babe, but that is politics. That's pretty much all that politics is at this point. Violet notes that Brennan doesn't refer to this little rebellion, by the way, as a rebellion. He refers to it as a revolution, because this man believes that they can win. And that's because he's got that winner's mentality. Yes, he does. We love that from recently resurrected girl boss Brennan. She also points out that the entire mountainous region of the southern coastline of Navarre is exposed. There are no wards out there because they assumed that griffins, as in griffin riders, couldn't fly that high because they had, I don't know, altitude sickness, which, believe it or not, is actually a plot point. You'd think that mythical beasts who fly would have potentially gotten over altitude sickness, but there we are. I didn't write the books. But because Navarre believed that the Griffin Flyers were their biggest threat, that whole area is just wardless. They're raw dogging life. Okay, and they're about to find out that that has consequences. Brennan then tells Violet that the city that they're in, Arisha, is being rebuilt because, shockingly, not all of the buildings were made out of stone. I'm as confused as you are, but he says that it has a ward stone. And you're like, what is a ward stone? Girlboss, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest with you. Read this book like 3 times now, still not fully sure. But neither is Brennan, because the science of ward stones has been lost to time. Like, nobody really knows how to activate a ward stone, how to turn it on, which had me questioning whether or not they just had Xaden go and stand close to the ward stone, because according to Violet, all he has to do is just stand there and do nothing, and something turns on. Anyway, Wardstone is essentially a useless little statue. Violet thinks that maybe the secret to turning on the Wardstone is not in Xaden Ryerson's underwear, but actually potentially in the archives. Now, the archives are like in the basement level of the library that the scribes kind of protect. It's basically enemy territory at this point, babes. So she's gonna try and figure out how to get in with the archives. In a world full of dragon riders, griffin flyers, and dark wielders, it's the scribes who hold all the power. Violet's other piece of concern that she has with Brennan is that she's not really sure that the rebels are equipped to fight Navarre. She basically cites their track record, which is 0-1. They lost the only rebellion they've ever had. Violet is like, babe, you've basically just got a bunch of daggers at this point. That's it, because the little fancy daggers with the runes on are the only thing that they know kills venin. Violet asks how many people there are in Arisha, but Brennan says that it's probably best that he doesn't give her too many specifics until she figures out how to cannot keep hands to himself Dane Atos away from her. Honestly, this man is a pest. He is a pest, and someone needs to come and get him and just take him away, please. Violet agrees, and she basically says that she should leave Arisha before she overhears something that might at a later date be stolen from her brain, because Brennan somehow knows that she's not very good at shielding, and he roasts her for it. And then she claps back and is like, well, why don't we talk about you, buddy boy? You've been dead for 6 years. You got any kids? Got a wife? Actually, she doesn't say wife. She says partner. Ally. They start talking about the wyvern, which are the like fake dragon things that the venin can summon and ride on. Violet asks how many of the wyvern there are and where are they making them? Do you mean hatching? Making. Don't you remember the fables Dad used to read us? Wyvern are created by venin. They channel power into wyvern. It's the first time that I've actually emotionally accepted one of Violet's little I'm smarter than you interludes. That was actually quite good. Quite enjoyed that one, Violet. Anyway, it turns out that Brennan did not in fact remember that from the children's fables of the one book apparently that their father read to them as children. Just a singular book. Violet basically then insults him and says that this is not filling her with confidence about their revolution if he didn't even know that. Which actually is fair. Brennan and Violet decide that they're going to go and see the dragons. She finds out that Xaden has basically been spending all of his time protecting Andarna with Turn and Scale, which very cute. We love a protective king. When Brennan and Violet go to see the dragons, Scale, Xaden's dragon, she gets really aggressive with Brennan. And Violet puts herself between the two and says, hey, that's my brother. And Brennan goes, she's aware. She just doesn't like me. Never has. It's pretty well established at this point that Sigale, Xaden's dragon, doesn't like anyone else. So I feel like putting this in here, it feels a little too obvious to be necessary. Do you know what I mean? And so I'm going to say that it's evidence towards a theory that I will reveal to you later. But when Violet gets there, she is gagged. Shocked, dare I say. Because Andarna is no longer a tiny little baby girl. Nay, nay. In the few days that Violet has been asleep, Andarna has doubled in size and her scales are no longer gold. Because only hatchlings have gold scales. Andarna's scales are now black. Yeah, this is why I kept the AI dragons up. What is this? It looks like a really upsetting lizard. Anyway, this is supposed to be heavy metal goth dragon Andarna. She's now in her moody teenage years, and she has black scales like Turn. Now, before you get too excited thinking, girl boss, she's clearly Turn's kid. She's not. She's not. The black scales thing, we'll circle back to it later. Short and short of it, it is pretty metal that she's just got 2 black dragons. That's cool. That's objectively cool. Both Violet and Xaden think that if they don't return, the big government will just start executing everyone with a rebellion relic, which, not ideal. But then Brennan says that if Violet goes back, she's dead either way, which I'm confused about because I thought he was on board with that a minute ago. But yeah, he's like, I'm pretty certain you will die. So there's no rest for Violet, unfortunately. She will never know peace. Everyone wants her dead. Violet says that she doesn't think big government will kill her because General Lilith Sorrengail, although not winning any awards for Mother of the Year, she won't do a thing without evidence. And there is not enough evidence that Violet is a traitor, and therefore she does not believe her mother will execute her. How lovely. And I thought my family had complex relationships. What Violet rightly points out is that it was General Atos, aka Dane's daddy dearest, that sent her and the gang on their War Games mission. She reckons that General Lilith Sorrengail doesn't even know what went on. She reckons that if Xaden just keeps teaching her how to shield, she will be able to keep her shield up all the time and lock out the baddies, aka disdain. Xaden, as he always does, then says he has a plan and that they are gonna need to go back to school because he has to graduate in 48 hours. He can't be missing his diploma. He just survived 3 years of death school. Okay, let this man at least go up on stage with his little cap. Before we move on, I do want to give a quick lore dump into greater and lesser magic. Now, this is quite a common magic system that you see a lot in fantasy books, which is that there are greater forms of magic, which are more powerful, and then you also have lesser forms of magic, which are like common magic, which everyone can use. So in second year, they learn how to use some kind of like simple common magic, which is like basic moving things. One of the uses of common magic is that instead of using ink and quills, the second years are given these pens, which like hold ink, and then by using common magic, you can kind of funnel your magic to push the ink out the pen and control the ink flow. So you can basically use a biro thanks to your magic. Very nice. I like that. I like that. Greater magic, I'm pretty sure, is like the magic that the dragons have that they siphon that gives the riders their signets. It's a very powerful magic. Think most regular human beings don't really use it. Runes, like Tyrish runes, which Xaden is teaching Violet, and they are the runes that are on the daggers and on a lot of the symbols of Tyrish buildings. I'm pretty sure they are examples of greater magic. I'm not 100% certain, but there we are. Anyway, girl bosses, they all pack it up. Xaden and Brennan, they say goodbye. Then they have an 18-hour flight, which is a hell of a long haul journey. They don't even have comfy seats. No in-flight food service either. Xaden builds Violet a special saddle that locks her legs in. And I was like, why has no one else used a saddle? That seems far more comfortable. One, it's because dragons have a built-in saddle for their riders inside their bones, so there is a place where the rider can naturally sit anyway, and most people don't fall off their dragon the way Violet does, which, by the way, found out most dragons, if you fall off them, they'll let you die. Because a dragon is not following around a human, it simply does not care about you. But Tarn, if you remember, consistently picks Violet up when she falls off of him, which again is giving Chosen one. But yeah, they're on this 18-hour flight back to Death College. And the thing that I can't stop thinking about is how painful that would be. You are like straddling a dragon. Your groin area, if you've ever been horse riding for an extended period of time, that hurts. Your groin area is going to hurt so much. Like, I can just imagine they get off their dragons and they're just walking like this. They drop Ndana off at the Vale, which is dragon kind of home. I think the hatching grounds is in the Vale, so that she can go into the dreamless sleep. Now, the dreamless sleep is kind of like puberty. Essentially, she needs to go and hibernate to finish the growth process because she started growing way too fast after she used too much power to save Violet, and it kind of triggered her puberty. But she now needs to go and rest properly so that she's okay. Also worth noting that sneaking Ndana into the Vale for the dreamless sleep is incredibly risky and dangerous. Because of course it is, because nothing's ever easy. They don't want anyone to know that she is going through the dreamless sleep, because no dragon who is bonded with a human has gone through the dreamless sleep whilst being bonded to a human. because that's not allowed. Like, all the dragons that bond are adults. So they can't let any of the humans know, outside of Violet and Xaden, that Andarna has this dreamless sleep thing happening, because it's too much information about dragons for the humans to have. And it makes the dragons vulnerable, because then the humans would know that there are periods of time where the dragons are basically hibernating. I do like this bit in the book. I like that we get a bit of dragon lore about how they develop, because to be honest, for a series called the Empyrean series, which is the name of the Dragon Council in this book, there's not a lot of dragon lore going on. I've not really heard much from them in a while. Violet asks why dragons have ever trusted humans to bond with them if they feel the need to protect their young from humans. And Tarn explains that it's a delicate balance. The first 6 riders were desperate to save their people when they approached the dens over 600 years ago. Those dragons formed the first Empyrean and bonded humans only to protect their hatchling grounds from Venin, who were the bigger threat. Self-dig there. Humans, not as threatening as Venin. We don't exactly have opposable thumbs for weaving wards or runes. Neither species has ever been entirely truthful, both using the other for their own reasons and nothing more. At this point, Violet makes a dig, because of course you would want to insult the giant dragon you're currently flying on. She says, well, I would never lie to you, Tarn. I wouldn't even think about doing that, because I'm not a little snake like some people. Yeah, she's big on not being lied to. By the way, it is worth noting that Andarna does not fly this journey on her own. Tarn flies with Violet on his back and carrying Andarna underneath, which is really quite sweet. When they land, Violet and Xaden have their first proper talk. This, I think, is the first solo conversation that these two have in this book, and there is explosive chemistry, as Violet says. She's still upset with him over all the things that he kept from her, especially the fact that Big Boy Brennan was alive all along, which, I'll be honest, that does feel kind of valid. Which, by the way, is like a fun little callback to a TikTok that I made with using audio from the Fourth Wing. You're General Sorrengail's youngest. Your mother killed my father. And your father murdered my older brother. Looks like we're even. Au contraire, très petite Sorrengail, for your brother is not dead. So you're like one up on the like parents murdering people the love of your life cares about. Violet being upset with Xaden for not telling her things is a massive theme in this book. Now, I don't want to call her an obscenely large, ridiculous, super big, massive, ginormous Megatron, absolutely redonkulously rambunctious hypocrite. But I'm calling her a hypocrite. Violet wants to know if Team Revolution has any scribes on side. They don't. Naturally, because, say it with me, they're interested in books, and people who like books can famously not also enjoy revolution. Xaden is going to try and teach Violet to keep her shield up, but in the meantime, I'll make sure Atos keeps his hands to himself. But you might need to play along. No prizes for guessing what that plan might be, because I know you horny lot got it straight away. Anyway, freshly back at the quadrant, Xaden, as he so often does, has a plan. They immediately go to Liam's room, rest in peace, to grab all of his belongings, because of course in this world, if you remember, every single time someone dies, they burn their belongings in tribute to a god. They commend their souls to Malik, which it's not really given any justification why. I mean, not that you have to justify religion. You can do whatever you like, believe whatever you want. But usually when there are gods in this world, it can often feel like a really lazy substitute for actual world building. We say that they commend their souls to Malik, but there's no other examples of religious imagery or religious influence really anywhere else in the school or in any of these individuals' lives. Like, no one seems to be particularly religious, and yet they are all on board with burning all of their loved ones' belongings in tribute to a god. Sure. I'm not sure if this is actually some big control method by big government to try and make sure that people aren't sentimental about those that die so they can just keep churning out just cadets that are very quickly murdered, or whether they're trying to like limit the spread of information. Not really sure. Clearly they're not that down with the religious thing, because they go and rescue all Liam's belongings so that they aren't burnt, because they're like, we love that man. You can't burn his existence away. We live, love, lovely him. It's sad vibes, and Violet finds letters stuffed under Liam's mattress. Yeah. Not the only thing I'm sure she found stuffed under that man's mattress. We'll talk about that another day. These letters are addressed to Liam's sister, Sloane. New character reveal. Sloane. This is Sloane. Not really sure what else to tell you there. During this time, Violet and Xaden run into Rhiannon and Riddick, two of Violet's besties. Xaden is a little bit worried that those two are going to bust them for keeping Liam's belongings, but Violet reassures him that they can trust them. Violet then asks Rhiannon to keep Liam's letters safe. And being the bisexual queen that she is, Rhiannon agrees. Now, naturally, there are some questions that Rhiannon and Riddick have about Violet and Xaden. Like, you know, where have you been? Everyone thinks you're dead. Here marks the start of Violet's hypocrite era. She begins lying under the guise of protecting her friends. Right. Violet asks Xaden for advice on lying. Girl, can you pick a struggle? You cannot be mad at him for lying all the time, but simultaneously be like, oh, by the way, can you teach me how to lie? I personally think this next interaction is quite important because Xaden says that he never lied to Violet. He only told her selective truths. Violet says that she always prefers the truth. I don't run from the truth, no matter how hard it is or what it costs. Naturally, they start bickering about this. She wants all the truths. He can only offer her, like, some of the truths. And she's fuming, girls. She is absolutely fuming. And he finishes the argument by basically telling her, you didn't fall for an ordinary rider. You fell for the leader of a revolution. To some degree, I'm always going to have secrets. Which is basically a very long way of saying, he's just simply not like other girls. Violet says that she forgives him for his past, but she does not forgive him for his current, like, lying about the whole dead brother, not dead brother thing. Now, that conversation that we just had is going to be repeated in about 12 different ways across 600 pages. I am not joking. Now, the whole gang, the lot who were fighting the Venin, they show up at Basquiat as the entire school is in the courtyard for, like, graduation / roll call. And the part in which they walk in is when Captain Fitzgibbons, who, yeah, real name, is doing the death roll. Now, if you remember from the first book, the death roll is where they read out the names of every single cadet that died from the day previous. It's every morning they have to do this. Right? But as Captain Fitzgibbons announces the names of the dead, as they say Garrick and Xaden Ryerson, Xaden steps up, interrupts him, and says, well, this is awkward. Sorry, but you cannot convince me that this man would not have been a theatre kid if he were allowed to go anywhere other than Death College. He deserves a spot at Juilliard, the levels to which this man is performing. And who pipes up? None other than Colonel Atos. He's confused, he's baffled, he's bewildered. Because why? Well, he sent them all to die, and quite frankly, only 2 of them are dead, so it's not even like a good success. It's like a very, very partial success. It's not even the 2 he wanted. So then Captain Fitzgibbons is very confused. He goes, you're not dead. Very good observation skills there, Captain. To which Xaden goes, apparently not. Xaden then goes on to loudly accuse Colonel Atos of sending that whole crew into combat, which is illegal. Yeah, it is. Yikes. Now, at this point, General Lilith Sorringale has a reaction that makes Violet think, oh my god, my mother didn't send me into active combat to be murdered by a bunch of creatures that I previously thought were mythical until about 4 days ago. Mother of the Year, yeah. And do you want to know what that reaction was? This woman, and brace yourself for this, she gives a small smile. Yes, she does. Mother of the Year. Xaden then tells the entire school that his little group was sent to Athabine and that they were attacked by griffin flyers. That was a little lie, if you didn't catch that, yeah? Classic Xaden behaviour. He then says that Soleil and Liam, rest in peace, were killed along with their dragons. Violet then backs up Xaden's story, giving details at her mother's request. But Xaden, through their mind talk, says, tell selective truths, tell no lies. Xaden then turns over the missive that they got from Colonel Atos as proof of what he is saying. At this point, our man, I don't like this man. He is not our man. I retract that statement. A man. The man. Colonel Atos is sweating. He's getting very nervous. He's panicking because he's about to lose his job. General Sorrengail then questions Atos Sr. about why he would empty an invaluable strategic outpost for war games. Babe, this is beyond the wards. Are you quite all right, sir? Colonel Atos is blubbering at this point. He goes, you told me that the games were at my discretion this year. That's how Colonel Atos sounds in my head, by the way. Yeah, pathetic. And General Lilith Sorrengail hits back with arguably one of my favourite lines in this book. And clearly your discretion lacks common sense. Kick him again, Lilith! Kick him again! The Atos bloodline is just getting battered by this plot, and I'm living for it. Colonel Atos doesn't have an answer, because there isn't one. He is an idiot. And General Lilith is like, babes, my office now. He's like a dog being pulled on a very tight leash, and he's being dragged across the courtyard. But as he passes our little rebel gang, he hisses, like the little snake his son is, that he knows that they weren't attacked by griffin flyers. And this line from Colonel Atos puts us in a very weird territory, because it tells us as the reader that everyone knows things that they shouldn't know, but we don't know who knows what without anyone saying that they know, at which point they've exposed that they know and they shouldn't know, so no one says a damn thing. So what do we know? The answer is not a lot. I've got no idea what's going on. What we can kind of assume from this point is that the senior management of the school and the military in general at least seems to know about the existence of Venom. But then, of course, because they're back in the school, it means this man's back in play. Alleged former BFF of Violet Sorrengail, who doesn't actually seem to know her at all, who Rebecca Yarros has kind of turned into the biggest wet wipe in this series, who famously said to Violet when she chose to go to Athabeam with Xaden, "It was nice knowing you, Violet." Yeah, well, he tries to touch Violet non-consensually at this point to steal her memories. Of course he does. Yeah, classic Dane move. He does the least likable thing in any given scenario. Because remember that he is supposed to serve as a reminder of what a baddie Xaden is. Violet, at this point, she is well and truly sick of this man, a bit like everyone else who was reading the book at this point, and she says, "Touch me and I swear to the gods, I'll cut your hands off and let the quadrant sort you out in the next round of challenges, Dane Atos." And if that wasn't enough, Xaden gets on this dog pile and he's like, "You should take her at her word. In fact, if you don't, I'll take personal offense. She made her choice. And it wasn't you. It will never be you. I know it. She knows it. The whole quadrant knows it." Honestly, if that were me, and I were Dane, God forbid, I'd be taking a very short walk off the parapet. You just wouldn't recover in front of the whole school. Shambles. Pretty sure everyone in the quadrant heard her. That should be enough for you to keep your hands to yourself. He leans in to whisper, "Every time you think of reaching for her face, I want you to remember one word." And what word is that? Athabeam. No response? Interesting. Now I can just imagine everyone in the quadrant at this point is sat there like, "Shh, my show is on." Anyway, his ego's on the floor, as you'd imagine, but that is not the only purpose of this spectacle. What Xaden has done here is that when he says, "Anytime you even think of reaching for her face," he has essentially hinted to the entire school what Dane's signet is. Because if you remember, we are told at the very beginning of Fourth Wing that Dane's signet is classified. However, because Dane is a blabbermouth, he does tell Violet what his signet is in Fourth Wing, which is why we know it. However, he slightly lies. He tells Violet that he can only read people's memories if he touches their temples, which isn't true. It's if he touches her face at any point, which throughout Fourth Wing, he does all the time. I think it's like 24, 27 times. And every time he does it, he's just non-consensually yanking this woman's memories. Now, Nadine, who does exist, I didn't mention her in the Fourth Wing recap, but she does in fact exist. She just turns around and is like, that was hot. Yeah, I am feeling things. So as third years, Xaden and Garrick have their graduation at this point, and Xaden is officially commissioned as a lieutenant in the army of Navarre. But that means he can no longer be wing leader to our dearest fourth wing. Everyone cries, we're all very sad, because this means sexy man no longer in death school. But it does mean that the fourth wing is getting a new wing leader. Yay, we all say, until we remember that this book has a penchant for giving Nepo babies positions of power. Hold your applause. Afterwards, all of the cadets gather in the hall, which is aptly named the Gathering Hall, where famously people do gather, and they celebrate graduation. Apparently, Ryder's party as hard as they fight. Violet is drinking vodka lemonade, which I personally believe is a very on-brand drink for Violet. If you were going to ask me what this woman would order at a bar, I would probably say vodka lemonade. Do you love a vodka lemonade? This is not vodka lemonade. Hate. She is me. Violet and the gang talk about how, as second years, they'll be able to go on outings to the local village of Chantara, which is the village that supplies Basquiat with, like, all of their food and I don't know what else a death college needs. Coffins. Although we are given the precursor that these visits are supposed to technically be for worship only. Now this confused me because it seems to imply that religion is such an integral part of the school's structure that you would only be allowed outside of the school to pray, because that's so important of a priority for these kids. And yet, none of them seem to be religious, other than saying gods whenever anything good or bad happens. None of these people have ever done anything even slightly religious, other than burn dead people's belongings and commend them to Malik. They don't even have a prayer hall in this school building. They don't have religious classes, as far as I'm aware. So I'm just a bit confused. Maybe in Onyx Storm, Rebecca is going to make the gods a more integral part of the story, because I'm being told that religion matters a lot to these people, but I'm not being shown that. And being told not shown is kind of an issue that recurs frequently in Yaris's writing, in my opinion, and it's something that really aggravates me. Of course, there is the possibility that religion is integral to the realm outside of Basquiat, but we're not really seeing it because the story doesn't really leave Basquiat often, and when it does, we're going to, like, an abandoned outpost and Orisha, which is a revolutionary city rebuilding itself, so they've got bigger things to worry about than worship. Anyway, back to the story. It's giving that part in Harry Potter where the gang are allowed to go into Hogsmeade and have some butterbeer. But yeah, new part of the map unlocked. We're allowed to go outside of Basquiat for reasons other than being attacked by Venin and starting revolutions. Very nice. Normal people things to be doing. The second years also don't have chore duty anymore. Very nice. And they can now send and receive letters. We are also told in this little discussion that as second years, fraternizing between the quadrants is now legal. For those of you that don't remember, we're currently in the Riders quadrant, and what this rule permisses is mingling and fraternizing with, like, the scribes and the infantry. You're now allowed to just go have sex with a soldier. That's basically it. Which, I mean, that's kind of like all of Rebecca's other books. So very on brand for Rebecca Yarros. Quinn, who was a second year in the fourth wing, who is now a third year, warns the second years, so Violet, Rhiannon, and Co, not to get too close to the first years because most of them don't make it. Which is a reminder, of course, that we are in Death College. I'll be honest, this gathering is not feeling party hard. It's feeling very depressing. I'm not sure your vodka and lemonade is gonna fix the vibes on this one. We find out that Xaden is officially being deployed the next morning. So no time for, well, all of the things that we kind of hoped that he would have time for. Because we're all reading this book for one reason at this point. Am I wrong? Violet starts thinking about how much she's going to miss him, and honestly, same. Her friends all joke at this point that they know that she is sleeping with him. Which, I'll be honest, nothing gets past them, does it? Violet is drunk. She's had one too many vodka lemonades. And Xaden is staring at her across the room. And after all, she is just a girl, so naturally She wants to freak it. And Xaden says, whatever is going through that beautiful mind, I'm here for it. Violet then calls him Lieutenant Ryerson. She's letting him know. You know, she's waving the flag. The horny flag. Violet then says to the gang, I'll be back in a minute. To which Riddick says, I hope not, or you'll ruin all the fantasies I had about that one. A bisexual king? That's 2 bisexuals we've got in this book thus far. Record numbers. It is worth mentioning that in this book, we get more explicit references to Rhiannon being a bisexual. For example, after the graduation party, Sawyer is seen sneaking out of her room. He is. Riddick is also seen later in this book sneaking out of her room. Love that for you, Rhiannon. She is not cheating on her girlfriend, by the way. They have a situationship, which is kind of expressed, but anyway, bisexual queen. But then, in a turn that shocked everyone, she declines to sleep with him because she can't trust him and she wants full disclosure. Yada, 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 girl. This man is leaving in the morn. He is being stationed on the front lines of a military outpost. Far, far away. And you don't want to get freaky with him? You just spent the last 5 pages undressing this very man with your eyes. What do you mean? I don't know about Xaden, but at this point, even I was feeling blue-balled. Anyway, they have a whole conversation with Violet's like, yeah, we can't sleep together because I don't sleep with men I don't trust, which is fair enough, and I don't trust you, which is quite funny when you consider that he exposed an entire revolution orchestrated by hundreds of people for years just to save her life. Violet's standards are high, and you know what, good for you, girl. But Xaden's fine with it. He says, you don't need full disclosure. You only have to have the guts to start asking the questions you actually want answers to. Don't worry about the bed. We'll get back there. The anticipation's good for us. This man can make anything sexy. And Violet, well, she can read. He just smiles. Really smiles, and it almost makes me rethink my decision. I tell you we're not together because you won't give me the one thing I need, honesty, and you counter with it's good for us? I scoff and walk down the stairs past the 2 marble pillars in the rotunda. The arrogance. Confidence is not arrogance. I don't lose the fights I pick, and we're both allowed to have boundaries. You're not the only one who gets to set the rules in this relationship, which absolutely gags Violet. She's kind of like, oh, you want this? You want all of this, silver hair and all? Well, you better tell me all of your deepest, darkest secrets. And Xaden's like, nah, baby girl, we'll not be doing that. You just need to be realistic, really. He's just like, listen, if you want to be in love with the leader of a revolution, you're probably gonna have some secrets. Like, you just need to grow up. Violet then gets incredibly offended at the insinuation that she might be the problem, which is so baffling to me because, like I said, we are consistently told that Violet is incredibly intelligent. And I'm not quite sure how someone this intelligent has so little self-awareness. Because quite honestly, if you want full disclosure in a relationship, which is fine if you do, don't choose to try and be in a relationship with the leader of a revolution. And in Violet's defense, yeah, not telling the girl you're sleeping with that her dead brother is not actually dead and is in fact part of your secret revolution is a bit wild. And not to make excuses for a literal man lying to his girlfriend, but like, it makes sense why he did that. She just pushes for full disclosure all the time. Like a suspicious amount of time. This book is 240,000 words long, and I reckon 150,000 of those words is just a variation of this same conversation. I actually DNF'd this book the first time I read it, because if you remember, the only reason I started doing unhinged recaps of books is because I was making a video where I read every book that the TikTok algorithm recommended to me for a month. Iron Flame was one of the books that was recommended to me during that month. However, I genuinely could not stomach it because it is just this same I want you but don't want you, do you want me, I want you, but we can't so we shan't. So long. So long. The lack of communication. This is a 21-year-old woman. This man is 23. They communicate like 16-year-olds, and I am tired. I am so tired. Now, I want to bring you back to something which I think is an important theme outside of their incessant bickering. It is mentioned fairly consistently throughout this book how important truth and knowledge is to Violet, because she was famously literate before becoming the world's most fragile dragon rider. This is most explicitly mentioned in this conversation when Xaden says that she just needs to ask the right questions, which again is something he mentions in Fourth Wing. Very similarly, when Violet asks targeted questions at Brennan, Brennan gives her all of the answers. Within the lore of the book, there is confirmation that signets manifest as what that person needs most. And this is really important because what happened there? Sorry. This is really important because what is it that you think our girl Violet really needs? Well, according to her, the first thing she really needed was Xaden Ryerson. But after that, personally, if knowledge was that important to me and truth was that important to me, I personally would not engage in a relationship with a sexy spy. But that is just me. I do also have a note in my script here from Lily, who is my friend and researcher who helps me write these videos. She's put a note in here for me to tell you that despite the secrets, she'd, quote, absolutely be giving it up for Xaden, be so for real. Anyway, this little relationship spat is interrupted, thank God, by none other than Colonel Atos. Boo. Colonel Atos introduces them to the new vice commandment, Major Varish. And that is Varish with a V. What do we know about the letters X and V? Bad guys. Yeah. Usually sexy, but bad guys still. So yeah, Varish is a bad guy. I've just realized Varish is not on here. How many more characters are in this book? I have no more space. Varish becomes kind of like the main antagonist to the story at this point. Big bad man with a scary V name. Varish's role is to tighten up the ship. Whatever that means, Basquiat seems like a pretty well-run machine at this point. Violet refers to him as a dick. So, good start. So Varish says that he has orders from General Melgren that Violet will only be given 2 days of leave every 14 days to fly with Tern directly to wherever Sigale's active duty location is. And this is because dragons are famously incredibly horny, hornier than even our main characters, and they cannot possibly go a long time without seeing each other and without doing the do. And Violet responds to this in a perfectly rational and reasonable manner. What? My stomach pitches, and it takes every ounce of control I have not to reach out and steady myself. Go. Violet! Get up! Like, it's literally once a fortnight. You have school, babe. Every ounce of control I have. Give me a break. Anyway, we find out that Xaden has the same leave policy, which means that if they put their days together, they can see each other once every week. That's right, she's being this dramatic because she can only see her shadow daddy boyfriend once a week. That is literally the most normal thing when you're dating someone, seeing them once a week. At this point, Violet starts driving me crazy, okay? In Fourth Wing, she had some personality, I think. Now, all this woman cares about, despite the ever-increasing likelihood of her death, her imminent death, as a result of either being found out to be part of the revolution, or just by General Varish, because V means bad guy, or by Disdain and his daddy. The odds are constantly against her. She's nearly always dying. And all she can do is think about this man. 21 years old. We do find out that Tern and Sigale have never actually been apart for longer than 3 days at a time. So for the dragons, this will actually be quite hard. So we all say, oh, because we actually like the dragons. And see, if Violet's reaction had been out of like compassion and empathy for the dragons and the fact that they're mates and basically senior citizens who have never been without each other and now are having to go 7 days without seeing each other, and that's really painful and sad, I would have been like, that's a valid reaction. You're a really nice dragon rider. Looking out for the little old people, like, good for you. But yeah, she is actually just only thinking about herself, though. Doesn't even think about Tern, so that's That's great. We also find out that because where Xaden is stationed is so far away, Violet and him won't be able to use their mind telepathy, but they will be able to sense each other's emotions. Yeah, I can't imagine how that is going to contribute to the poor communication that goes on in this series. Xaden tries to argue with Atos and Varish, saying that dragons make their own rules and humans can't impose kind of how much they are and aren't allowed to see each other, which is very fair and valid and true, and shows that Xaden is thinking about something other than his own dick. Guess we'll see. Colonel Atos nods, then turns his gaze to mine. You know, I was worried about our earlier conversation until I remembered something. And what is that? Xaden asks, clearly losing patience. Secrets make for poor leverage. They die with the people who keep them. So I do believe that that is an official death threat from a senior member of big government. Yeah, first official death threat. And that sort of sets the tone of less kind of subtle prejudice and anger by big government against the main characters and shifts it into more of direct death threats. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're going this book. Also, Wing Leader update. Remember I told you we'd be getting a new one because our boys are graduating. Guess who? I'm going to give you a minute to type your guesses in the comments. Who do you think is the next fourth Wing Leader? And of course the answer is Dane Atos. Yes it is. Yes it is. Hands up if you are shocked by that. I cannot believe they would do nepotism. But bonus, Rhiannon is our new squad leader. And did you know she's bisexual? So that's a win for the gays as well. You will now notice that both Rhiannon and Dane have black pins to represent their new senior positions. And just in case you didn't get that, I also positioned them higher. So we've got the squad, we've got Rhiannon above the squad as squad leader, and then we've got Dane above Rhiannon because he's wing leader, unfortunately. There's no getting around it. It is what it is. Xaden and Violet say their goodbyes at this point, and I kind of love it because it basically just goes, miss you. Don't die. Xaden also tells Violet not to involve herself in whatever Bodhi and the gang are up to, as in Bodhi, Imogen, and other rebellion kids. He's like, you just ignore that. Do not go near them. Don't involve yourself. Do not engage. She gets all defensive about this, naturally, because Violet's pride is her hamasha, and she's like, maybe I will. Maybe I will involve myself in it. What are you going to do about it? You're not even here. You're literally going to be at an outpost hours and hours away. And Xaden just interrupts her and is like, babe, you don't have a rebellion relic, which means that anything you do, Melgren can see. Basically meaning that if Violet involves herself in anything these two are doing, she will actually just bring down an entire revolution. Again, just for reminders, she is supposed to be the most intelligent character in this series, but that just didn't occur to her. That is reassuring, yeah. Xaden's final kind of warning piece of advice to Violet is that she should not trust anyone on this board unless they were with them at like Athabine or Ressen. That would basically just mean she has to trust Bodhi and Imogen and the very few people who were with them during the initial attack by the Venom. And then Xaden leaves. Shortly after that, Violet's squad, or Rhiannon's squad, I guess it technically is, they start a new course at Basquiat called the Rider Survival Course, RSC for short. And that is run by a professor called Professor Grady, who, sorry, he's not on the board. But he does this address to kind of all of the second years in his class where he says that their entire second year is comprised of only 89 riders, which is the smallest class that they have had as a second year cohort at Basquiat since the first 6. But Eleanor, what is the first 6? I'm so glad you asked, bestie. The first 6 refer to the first 6 dragon riders, who were the founders of Basquiat about 600 years before the events of Fourth Wing. And as we found out through Tern earlier on in the books, the only reason they were able to bond with dragons is because dragons needed wards and runes to protect their lands, and they don't have thumbs. Now, You would think that in like 600 years, just from a purely evolutionary standpoint, dragons might have developed a little finger dexterity, but apparently not. Now, each one of these riders bonded with a dragon from a different den of dragons, so a different type of dragon. 6 riders, 6 dens. Important numbers, remember those for later. Now, Violet has a little chat with Tern about the fact that their class is so small, and Tern confirms that it's because less dragons are willing to bond with riders because they know that the venin are up and about. And so they're just gradually, they're gradually just like, yeah, no, I don't think this is going to work. Which confuses me because you'd think that the initial reason for dragons bonding with riders still exists, which is they still don't have thumbs, they still need wards. And if there are more venin, you would think they'd still, if anything, you'd think they'd want to bond with humans more. But apparently that's not true. So I feel like I'm missing something there. And this may be to do with the fact that the wards are actually failing across the border of Navarre, and no one seems to know why the wards are failing. So the dragons might be like, yeah, maybe wards aren't going to protect us from venin this time, in which case we don't need humans and we don't need their little thumbs. And I actually just don't like humans and I don't want them on my back, which is really fair and valid. But anyway, back to the RSC. Professor Grady says that the point of the course is to teach the cadets how to survive if they become separated from their dragon behind enemy lines. And he also mentions that they will be tested on this twice. The first time will be in a few weeks, and the second time will be around mid-year. He also warns that as part of the course, they will be tested to see if they can withstand interrogation techniques at various points throughout the year, which is a really nice way of saying we're going to abduct and torture you. Again, this school is Ofsted's worst nightmare. It's kind of giving SAS Who Dares Wins. Has anyone seen that TV show? And you have to remember at this point that Violet famously does actually have information that is worth torturing out of her. So again, will she ever know peace? It's like this course was especially engineered just to put pressure on our main character. Convenient. And it's extra convenient when you remember at no point in either of the 2 books this far have we heard about dragon riders being abducted by the enemy, which is in this case perceived to be griffin flyers. Anytime we have heard in like battle debriefs of battles, which, you know, naturally does make sense for something called battle brief, but during none of those have we heard instances where a rider went missing or was abducted. Every single time the griffin flyers murder the riders. They have no interest in abducting them seemingly. So that does kind of lead the question of like, why are you abducting and torturing your students? Your enemies don't really seem that interested in that. Is the enemy that's abducting and torturing dragon riders in the room with us? Because they're certainly not in the pages of this book. I'm running out of accents at this point for Professor Grady, so I might just do a random, generic, terrible, different accent. Well, be able to withstand the hell we're going to put you through. The accent feels offensive, and I don't know who to, because I don't know what accent that was supposed to be, but I apologize. Take it from someone who has survived it. As long as you don't break during the interrogation portion, you'll do just fine. And if we break, don't. This school really is just doing too much, isn't it? It's just like, where are the maths class? Anyway, feeling a little bit spooked, Violet goes to the archives and asks her friend, Jezania, if there's any books about the founding of Basquiat or why the first 6 chose this location to found the school on. We do get a bit more involvement from Jezania in this book, which her friendship with Violet becomes a bit more fleshed out, which is nice. Firstly, because we were supposed to believe that these 2, again, were besties back in the day, and I wasn't fully convinced by their interactions in Fourth Wing. Granted, I was more convinced than Dane of Violet's interactions, but that's not hard, because they have the chemistry of, like, a fish and a piece of grass. They're just not meant to interact, really. It's also nice that her character gets a bit more fleshed out because obviously Liam, who conveniently was her love interest, by the way, Liam died, rest in peace. And as I mentioned in my last recap, he was one of the only side characters that I felt like had convincing, like, backstory, motivations. He had dreams. I kind of understood him as a character outside of Violet and her perception of him. The side characters in this book are many, but their motivations and driving forces are far. I understand why the Relic kids joined Basquiat, because they have this driving force where they're forced to, and most of them resent that, so that gives them a bit of depth as characters. But the people on Violet's side, like if you were to ask me why Riddick, Nadine or Sawyer, or even Rhiannon really, joined the Riders Quadrant? I could not tell you. Like, why would any of these people willingly choose to join the school where almost all of the students die? It's like 75% death rate. Why would you when there are other jobs that you could be having? It doesn't make any sense. To be fair, I do think they get a bit more fleshed out in this book, which is nice. I think Rebecca kind of heard some feedback from book one, which was that there were lots of side characters with like paper thin personalities. They were only relevant as far as just other people for Violet to interact with and talk about Xaden too, who weren't Xaden. That was it. They were like, they exist as people who aren't Xaden, not as their own people. Jezania kind of serves as Violet's like inside woman for the scribes, which essentially means that she's putting her friend in great danger without really explaining the risks to her. And Violet's justification for why she is doing all this background research on the first six and wards and essentially putting her friend in danger, despite being told explicitly not to get involved because she could ruin the whole revolution, is fuck not getting involved. She continues, sure as hell not going to sit around and do nothing while my brother and Xaden risk their lives. Not when I'm certain the answer to protecting both Arisha and Pomerish civilians is right here in Bastia. The revolution might not have a scribe in its ranks, but it has me. And if there's even a shot that we can win this war without the weapons the revolution hasn't made or found, then I'm taking it, or at least investigating the possibility. So Violet then goes on to tell her bestie Jezania a straight up lie about why she wants to borrow that book. That's right, Violet's lying to her friends now to protect them in the name of the revolution. Except this time it's actually worse, because by asking Jezania to find and hunt down these books, she is actively putting her in danger, because Jezania has no idea that the reason Violet wants those books is because it's related to something to do with the revolution. And we know that big government is not a fan of certain information getting out, and they are no strangers to murdering students. So Violet is actively putting this woman in danger without her consent, which I would argue is worse than what Xaden did, because Xaden only involved people who knew the risks. Xaden only involved rebellion kids who wanted to be part of the revolution. He did not involve any layman who had nothing to do with it, as far as I'm aware. I've said it once, I will say it again. Hypocrite. But after that, we actually get to a really fun part of this book, which is conscription day. Remember that old chestnut with the parapet that none of us could accurately picture, because it turns out we don't know what parapet is till that one fan art came out of Violet walking the parapet? Yeah, that one. Well, now, CEO of Hypocrite Industries, Violet Sorringale, is assigned to help with roll call, which, if you remember, is the exact same job that Xaden had during her conscription. So it's a nice full circle moment. It's worth noting that she's on roll call duty, by the way, with Dane Atos, because of course she is. She cannot escape him, he's everywhere. So she is basically reading the names out of cadets as they prepare to cross the parapet. But she is a bit distracted. Why, you ask? Well, you should, of course, know the answer by this point. It's because she's thinking about Xaden. Yeah. Or Zaddy, as I will be calling him henceforth. Essentially, we find out that Xaden is supposed to visit today, and he sent her a note which says, I meant what I said on the parapet. Even when I'm not with you, there's only you. This book is essentially just a big test on how stubborn or determined you are as a reader. And I can tell you now, this woman, she has an iron will, because I would have folded at that. I would have folded at many things, in many directions. I would have folded many, like a gymnast. Anyway, much like Xaden last year, Violet recognizes someone as they prepare to cross the parapet. That's right, new character reveal, yes ma'am. Everyone say hello to Cam. Now you may be saying, but Ellbat, I may not be as literate as Bastiat's #1 scholar Violet Sorringale, but I can read well enough to tell you that that name card does not say Cam, and you would be correct. His name card doesn't say Cam because he actually puts down a fake name. And why has he gone and bloody done that, you ask? Well, he's done that because this man is royalty. Yes, he is, girls. Yes, he is. We've got a prince in our midst. So this man puts his name down as Arik Greycastle, which is why his name tag says Arik, but his official name is Cam, because he is the third son of King Towery. I know you want his description, so here we go. He's taller than Dane, but shorter than Xaden. with a muscular build and strong chin. And though his sandy brown hair is shorter than the last time I saw him, I'd recognize him anywhere. Cam? His green eyes flare with surprise. Eric. Greycastle. Did you just make that up? Because it's awful. So similar to Violet's silver hair, we are told that Cam, Arik, I'm going to call him Arik, has these very distinctive green eyes which represent the royal family, which makes me think that either their eyes are like that weird TikTok filter that gives you the blue-eyed stare where they're like, or the far funnier alternative is that not a single person outside of the royal family has green eyes. Which I just find far more entertaining, so I'm going to roll with that. But that does also pose the question of if you have green eyes and you're trying to go incognito and you don't want anyone to realise that you're perhaps the third prince of this entire realm, maybe you should have worn contact lenses. They don't have contact lenses in Navarre? R.I.P. Arik, you would have loved contact lenses. Does your father know? Dane asks. Dane, of course, is bringing up Dad's because he cares a lot about his compared to the rest of the cast, whose fathers are all conveniently dead. Anyway, Arik responds to Dane by saying, it's none of his business. That's right, I have given Prince Arik a British accent. Yes, I have. Right, because that's going to make a difference when he realizes what you're doing. He'll kill us all. Are you going to tell him? Dane shakes his head. Good, then do me a favor and ignore me, he says to Dane, but not to me. Anyone else sensing a potential vibe here? Important to remember here. This man, not blonde. No. The book specifically describes him as having sandy brown hair. Yes, the only acceptable type of blonde. Brown. Not that that matters much, because in the world of fantasy, the sin of being blonde can be overcome by being royal. In fact, that is the only way to beat the I'm blonde so won't be the love interest trope. It is just to be a prince. It nullifies it. This man then turns around and walks across the parapet. Yeah, he does. He just absolutely gags Dane, which automatically means he is my favourite new character. Welcome to the I Hate Dane fan club, Arik Greycastle. I should put in here that Violet and Dane both know who Arik is, not just because of the green eyes. They know because their parents are senior in big government, and big government has close relationships to the royals, King Tauri in particular. So they have kind of grown up seeing this man at events. There is also an extra little reason why Violet is very familiar with this boy, but we will find that out later. Rhiannon then asks Violet who that kid was, and this is the one time Violet doesn't lie to her, and she basically says that officially he is Arik Greycastle, but unofficially he may or may not be a secret prince. A little lore drop on the royals in general. It was the king's idea to execute all of the rebels. I previously thought it was Big General Lilith Sorengale's, but it actually wasn't. It was the king's idea. And his idea was not only to execute the rebels, but to make their children watch their executions. Yeah, that's a good way to build loyalty amongst your future citizens. The king was also the one that suggested that the children be marked with a rebellion relic. And whilst I said that the rebellion relics were put on the kids using magic, I didn't really explain like what magic or whose magic. The rebellion relics were put onto the children by General Melgrin's dragon, which might have something to do with the fact that General Melgrin's signet doesn't work if 3 of them are together. I'm pretty certain his dragon is beefing with him. I've not got any official proof of this, but it seems pretty suspicious that this geezer's dragon put all those rebellion relics on those kids and then was just like, oh, and by the way, this is your weakness. Do you see what I mean? It feels deliberate. It feels like Kodak was like, right, I actually think you're a little wet wipe for permanently body scarring these children. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sprinkle in the one thing that overrides your signet. More lore about the royal family here. The second son of King Tauri, so Arik's brother, did join the Riders Quadrant and he died. How did he die, you ask? Well, Xaden murdered him. Yeah, Xaden killed him during the threshing. Yeah. Classic Zaddy. Lots of dead brothers in this book series, but knowing Miss Becky, he might be back. Oh, and on the theme of dead brothers, it's time for me to introduce you to our second new character this chapter, Sloane Mary. Mary? This is Sloane, and as you can see by this red little string here, this is Liam's, rest in peace, his little sister. And despite the directive that the second years are given not to help the first years who are crossing the parapet, Violet starts giving Sloane some unasked for advice because she has a guilty conscience because Liam, rest in peace, did famously die trying to save her. Okay, guilty conscience. Sloane at first is pretty receptive to this advice, but the minute she realizes who Violet is, aka the girl who her brother Liam, rest in peace, was charged with bodyguarding, Sloane goes absolutely nuts, and she accuses Violet of being the reason that Liam is dead. Which, like, fair, because she is, but I do have a question. How did she know that Liam, rest in peace, was Violet's bodyguard? Because if you remember, first years are not allowed to send letters, so the only thing that I can imagine is that Xaden had sent a letter to Sloane saying, hey, I've tasked your older brother with bodyguarding my girlfriend, my crush. I don't see that happening, personally, so not sure how she's aware of that. Anyway, Sloane tells Violet to go straight to hell. Will this woman ever know peace? Violet pretends not to care, whilst internally crying. She's actually being very Xaden about the whole thing. Feel free to hate me, but do me a favor and put your arms out so you don't see Liam before I do. Do it for him, not me. Okay, so our two new characters successfully cross the parapet. Congratulations. Rhiannon then does like the funniest thing possible and starts calling these two Violet strays. Right, that's why this string has been so long this whole time. I've just been waiting for those characters to be introduced so that I can tie them in. Here we go. Yes, go on, kids. There we are. Everybody's in it. It is also worth noting at this point that Arik has 2 green pins, which I know I said earlier was to represent the dragons, because the dragons also have green pins. That is not me trying to give credence to the idea that this man is a dragon shifter. No, he is actually a royal, and I'm trying to show that he's a royal, like he's powerful, but I ran out of different coloured pins. So, he not a dragon shifter, he just have green pins to remind you that he is a prince. Both Sloane and Arik are then assigned to 2nd Squad, Flame Section, 4th Wing, which means they are officially in the 4th Wing franchise. Yes, they are. Welcome to the gang. You may be thinking, oh, how convenient for the plot that the 2 new characters got put into Violet's squad. I mean, Rhiannon the bisexual squad. But Sloane actually wasn't. So in a rare W for Dane uses his new wing leader privileges to move Sloane from a different wing into 4th Wing, into Rhiannon's squad, because he knows that Violet wants to protect Sloane because she was close to Liam, and it's supposed to be like a peace offering to Violet. But as we know, this woman has never known peace. So Sloane starts actively beefing. She is like, if you move me into this squad, I am gonna throw the biggest bitch fit of all time. But unfortunately, she does not understand that she is just a grunt, a little first year rat, and she gets completely obliterated by her superiors. And Imogen, yes, I think this is like the first time I'm actually mentioning her by name, but Imogen calls Sloane a spoiled aristocrat. Which is a bit mean because her brother did just die, but like, humbling. At this point, the dragons come over to inspect the squads, and we get a new dragon character. This new dragon is a one-eyed orange daggertail. And if I have learnt anything from consuming media in my 26 years of life, it is that those with visible disabilities and or facial deformities in stories tend to be the villains of said stories. Yes, they do. I can't imagine that having any real-world implications for disabled people. None at all. Can't imagine that being problematic in any way for the representation of people with disabilities. Not at all. It's weird you should say that though. But yeah, in a complete break from convention, this dragon is of course a baddie, and not in the same way that Xaden Ryerson is. This dragon belongs to Major Varish and is a scary, scary dragon called Solus. Tarn, at this point, who is not there because he does not perform parlor tricks, as he calls it, is surprised that Solus is there, which is not a good sign, because he then tells Violet, don't take your eyes off him. So the first years start freaking out, as one would, when you see dragons and one of them is particularly frightful. And some of them start running, which by this point in the series, we should all know dragons do not enjoy. So Varish's dragon Solace has a really normal reaction where he toasts and roasts them. Yeah. He torches half of the third squad of the fourth wing, which is the squad right next to Violet's, meaning that Violet and all of her pals get burned. Yeah, they're just standing there trying to play it cool as the kids beside them marshmallowed. Which, like, surely this cannot be allowed of a teacher. This is a school environment, sir. You can't just murder an entire squad. At this point, for some unknown reason, another girl tries to run, and Violet is a bit like, really? You're going to try and outrun a dragon? Right. But don't worry, because before any more roasting and toasting of children occurs, who shows up? Terninoch! That's right! Thank God. Thank gods. Because whilst Violet has literally no power in this scenario, Terninoch is like alpha dog. Alpha dragon. He's an alpha male dragon. The wing leader's dragons all rear back, including Kath, who is Dane's dragon. But Solus holds his ground. You do not have the right to burn what is mine. His words consume all my mental pathways as Tern lets loose an earth-shattering roar in Solus's direction. Yeah, so Terninoch comes in, he lays down the law, all the other dragons, including Solus, back off a bit. It's all a bit dramatic. And then we find out that Terninoch is actually the reason that Solus only has one eye. Yeah, he took the other one. He just was like, I'll have that. It's given dragon drama. I'm buckled in. This is my show. But General Varish is not very happy with this because his dragon was giving him a real diva moment. And then Terninoch just came in and made him sit, really. And it's quite embarrassing. He's humbled. So Varish is glaring at Violet. It's not Violet's fault that the girls are fighting, okay? She didn't instigate it. Your dragon did. Don't pick a fight that you can't win, you silly sausage. I will say something that I actually did really enjoy in this book is the way that the dragons communicate with each other and kind of the interpersonal relationships between dragons. There's like this dragon hierarchy, and the bonded dragon riders all by default have this kind of like understanding that dragon beef stays with the dragons and the riders just stay out of it. Like, you don't want to get involved. I would genuinely just read a book with the dragons in. Like, you could remove Violet, you get rid of them all. I'm not really that invested in the humans in this world. But the dragons? I never thought I'd say it, but I might be. No, I'm a dragon fan. I'm a big fan of the dragons. But it does make me wonder if Tarn's warning here to Solus has kind of like a deeper meaning. We've seen dragons burn other dragons' riders before, and it's not really seemed that big of a deal. But when someone has tried to do it to Violet, everyone's like, oh, no, you didn't just burn the silver one. Which makes me think, what's so special about Tarn? Is he just a unit? Maybe. It's a possibility. Anyway, Tarn stays on top. The next morning, Violet has started running, not from anyone for a change, and she bumps into Imogen, and Imogen's like, why are you running? Valid question. Violet says it's because she can't actually run long distances, because she is famously very fragile. Yes. And she basically mentions that the Chief Venin managed to suck everything out of the ground and kill everyone and everything that grew there. But it doesn't happen instantly. He touches the ground and then the death wave kind of rapidly grows out. And Violet realizes that if she can't run fast, she is going to die. Yeah, which I'll be honest, doesn't really feel like rocket science. They have been telling you throughout the entire time you've been attending this school, you will die if you are not physically fit. The whole thing's supposed to be about conditioning you to be physically fit. The fact that she had to be confronted with the previously mythical villain of Venin to work out that she should probably improve her cardiovascular performance is insane to me. Week one, I would have been out jogging, okay? I would have logged so many runs on that Strava app. Anyway, yeah, Violet is like, I need to get good at running so I don't get got like Soleil did. I mean, it's very delayed, but it is a rare logical thought from Violet Sorrengail. Imogen then decides to join Violet on a run. Nice. At this point, Rhiannon, Sawyer, Dane, and Bodhi come out of like a meeting. Rhiannon sees Violet and Imogen out on a run and is just absolutely baffled. She's just like, why are you running partners? You famously had beef. But of course, they're now more like frenemies. Perhaps they should start a podcast. But then Violet is famously in her lying to all of her friends era. So she makes up an excuse about why she's now going on runs with Imogen. Then we have a battle briefing where Professor De Vera and Colonel Markham, who is the head scribe, introduce the course of battle briefing for the benefit of the first years. De Vera then goes on to talk about a griffin attack that happened on the southern border of Navarre, as well as an attack that happened at the Athabine outpost. Violet is surprised because they find out that these attacks happened a few days after Violet's battle at Ressen, and it sounds like their target was to try and get weapons, probably the black daggers that we know are used to kill Venin. The professors suspect that the Griffin Flyers got word that Athabine was going to be cleared out for the war games, but they got there days late, which suggests that there is a delay in the supply of information that the Griffin Flyers are getting. After class, Rhiannon confronts Violet and essentially says, I know that you're hiding something. And that's because Violet is a terrible liar. She has no tact, no subtlety, and genuinely, I fully understand why Zadie Ryerson did not want her getting involved with any of the rebellion stuff, because she just does not know how to lie, which might be a plot point. But good for Rhiannon, she's piecing things together. Something else she has also pieced together is that she thinks something is going on in the infirmary. The reason she thinks that is because she saw Lieutenant Colonel Nolan and he looked terrible, coming out of a room by the infirmary that is now guarded. If you don't remember, Lieutenant Colonel Nolan works in the healers quadrant and he is the only mender in Basquiat, which, by the way, feel like there should be a couple more. I thought signets were supposed to be the manifestation of what a person needs at their core. Which person here does not need to mend things? Okay, you're in a death school where people keep like getting bones broken and dying. Why are there not more menders? Violet should have been a mender. I'm sorry. Why is she wielding lightning? Anyway, Nolan is a mender like Brennan, which means he can restore things to the original condition that they were in. Nolan has been mending Violet since she was a child. He was also the person who mended Violet's arm when girl boss turned running partner Imogen snapped it in half during Fourth Wing. But yeah, essentially, Nolan looks terrible. He's exhausted. He's going in and out of guarded rooms in the infirmary. So essentially, Rhiannon has managed to work out not only that Violet is hiding something, but that there's this other entirely separate secret being kept in Basquiat that Violet has no clue about. She's genuinely so bad at this detective thing. Like, she's found out nothing. All of the information that she gets is through other people so far. Rhiannon doesn't even know there's a revolution going on, and somehow she's more clued in about the secrets of Basquiat than Violet, I'm sleeping with the leader of the revolution, Sorringale. Anyway, from this information, Violet begins to suspect that the big government are torturing and interrogating someone, breaking their bones, and then getting Nolan to fix them. And part of the reason she thinks this is because Major Varish is apparently very well known for his very particular interrogation tactics. It's all very ethical. Anyway, we're in the gym now. That's right, location change. And the first years are about to have their first fights. Sloane wants to fight Violet, naturally. We get it, you hate her. And everyone, and I do mean literally everyone, tells Sloane that she's being a muppet. Like, even the Professor Emeterio, he sighs like this first year has already exhausted him. And then he goes, I know who trained her, and I'm not unleashing her on a first year. Again, not sure what accent that is. Sorry, but I'm just making things up at this point because I've ran out of the one voice that I can do. Anyway, that line goes crazy hard. At this point, a first year walks into the gym and asks for Violet Sorringale. Popular today, aren't you? Nadine whispers with a smile, pivoting playfully towards the first year. Hi, I'm Violet Sorringale. She points to her purple hair. See? Like my hair. Do you have a message for... He snaps her neck. A murder! We've just witnessed a murder! And that is why faking an identity is never a good idea. This PSA is brought to you by the FBI. This is our second neck-snapping incident in 2 years. This famously will not help improve their Ofsted score. They are still going to get a needs improvement from the school board. R.I.P. Nadine, you will be missed. Not by me, though, because I forgot she existed in this series until this very moment. Sorry, goodbye, Nadine. You will notice I have just added a General Varish little name tag to the board. Things are getting a bit tight up here, I will be honest. But yeah, General Varish is now up there. The next chapter opens up with a missive, which, by the way, did I explain this in the last recap? I don't remember. So if not, gonna explain it now. Essentially, the Empyrean series is not narrated by Violet as it's happening. The whole series is actually transcribed by, would you believe it, a scribe. And that scribe is Yesenia. It doesn't just say that it was translated by Yesenia, it says that it is transcribed. And I don't know if this is just because there are scribes in this book and transcribed is like a, ooh, see what you did there moment. But there is actually a subtle difference between transcribed and translated. And the reason I bring this up is because when I did my Fourth Wing recap, I made a joke that Yesenia was just fanficking for like half of Fourth Wing, and a common counter that I got to this joke in the comments, and also I see a lot on TikTok, is that Yesenia is actually just reading Violet's diary. And so she's translating Violet's diary, and Violet has given all of the juicy details in the diary. And that would make sense, right? If it weren't for the fact that it doesn't say translated, it says transcribed. When you translate something, you are just converting one language into another and trying to be as faithful as possible. When you transcribe something, you are putting thoughts, speech, or data into written or printed form. This means that Yesenia is not just working from Violet's diary, for example. She's working from multiple accounts, including verbal accounts, as well as maybe her own thoughts, because that's what transcribed means. And that was a little side tangent, but I swear there is a point. The whole series is not happening as we are reading it. It is a historic account of events, written by a third person who has collected and compiled multiple sources to create this piece that we are now reading. This is important because it means that when you're reading the book, there's actually a lot more information given to you than just Violet's POV. For example, at the start of every single chapter of Fourth Wing and Iron Flame, there are often examples of other communications dated from this time that we are reading the chapter in from people other than Violet, that Violet in the story has no idea about. And they all look like this. So in the chapter immediately following Nadine's death, we get an official notice from Commandant Panchek to General Sorrengail. It is not unheard of that a candidate enters the Riders' Quadrant having been paid to assassinate a cadet. I'm sorry Mira was targeted, but I'm proud to say that she dispatched the threat quickly. You have enemies, General. These little bonus bits of information from other sources at the start of each chapter does give us more information as a reader to the wider world of the story, which I do think is quite helpful at times because, for example, this tells us that more than just Violet has been targeted by these kind of assassins. So the person who killed Nadine and was trying to kill Violet, there was someone who also went after Mira, but because Mira is a girl boss, they obviously did not succeed. I'm not being funny, but our girl Violet survived that assassination attempt by pure luck. Mira, I believe that she fully dispatched the threat, no stress. Violet, well, she's just getting her friends murdered left and right, really. Jokes aside, I will say that Nadine did have quite a few funny one-liners throughout the entire book, so it is quite sad that she's now dead, because, you know, the one-liners, whilst I don't know anything about her, they were funny. You know, I don't need to know anything about you to appreciate your humour, so rest in peace, Nadine. Anyway, seeing Nadine with her neck facing the wrong direction, Violet enters her John Wick era and demands no one interferes. And then she throws 2 daggers at the first year that killed Nadine, which he catches in his forearm. Just taking it like a champ. And this is funny to me for 2 reasons, because first off, the school has this overall emphasis on people getting kidnapped and interrogated, and yet at every given opportunity, when someone emerges in the story who would be an excellent person to interrogate in order to get the information that would push along the plot, they just get murdered instead. Second reason it's funny is because she's supposed to be a detective for the revolution. A detective, by the way, that no one asked her to be, and yet she is still terrible at it. Number 1 rule of being a detective, investigate. She has no natural inkling to investigate anything. If truth is so important to this woman, and it is like a core aspect of her character, you would think that when someone randomly tries to assassinate you, you would want the information as to why. You would think maybe I will ask this man at least one singular question. But no, she just wants to kill him, which, yeah, that makes sense. World's number 1 detective, Violet Sorrengail. Anyway, Violet and this first year fight. She's kind of slaying, but also kind of getting her ass handed to her. First year, by the way, strangles her, which is very funny because remember when the professor was like, I know who trained her and I don't want to unleash her on a first year. First year that tries to fight her, almost kills her. Yeah. It's not filling me with confidence. Anyway, this assassin first year strangles her and then he whispers in her ear, secrets die with the people who keep them. Where have we heard that before? His eyes are light brown but rimmed in red as though he's on some kind of drug. Sure, that's not important. So yeah, she then stabs him in the kidney repeatedly. Yeah. Yeah, she does. And what is the takeaway that we get from all this? Well, Violet now believes that Dane's daddy dearest just tried to have her assassinated. Which is interesting because whilst I completely understand why she's come to that conclusion, I also don't understand how she just disregards the red eyes after having just fought some famously red-eyed demon-looking guys. She just completely ignores the red eyes. If it were me, and I was almost assassinated just a few weeks after almost losing my life to a bunch of red-eyed venin, I might be thinking twice about the red-eyed first year that just tried to kill me. But this is Violet. The truth is very important to me, Sorrengail. So she doesn't. She's just happy with the idea that he was just on drugs. So anyway, they continue with their training session as usual. I guess Nadine was not that integral to the plot. And Arik and Sloane fight. Now, I do have to say, I think it's very nice of Rebecca Yarros to make sure that every chapter that Arik and Sloane are in, they're in together. So I just don't lose track of them. That's great. Thank you so much. Now, what we learned from Arik and Sloane fighting is that unlike her brother Liam, rest in peace, Sloane is a terrible fighter. She's really bad. Like incredibly funny bad, kind of like how Violet was back in the beginning, except Sloane famously is not as literate as Violet and doesn't know how to poison people. So she is just getting her shit rocked. This kind of sets up the dynamic for Violet and Sloane. It's giving big sister, little sister realness. Turns out Sloane did not grow up with fighters like Liam did. After that, Violet makes her way to bed that evening, and guess who's there? He's back! Welcome back, Zaddy Ryerson. And thank God, because people die when that man's not around. And when that man is around. People just die. Anyway, Xaden is absolutely fuming that someone tried to kill his girl. Fair enough. I did swoon a little bit at these scenes. He's very, very protective. But he brings her soup. And then they're chatting, and it's nice. It's actually quite nice. About to be ruined, though, of course, because we can't have peace in this book. I'm not fighting you about your question game tonight. Wanting you to ask what you want to know isn't a game. You and me, not a game. We find out that Xaden has now warded Violet's room so that only people she pulls through can get in. They have like this fun exchange where she's like, oh, so you didn't ward it for only me and you? And he says, no, it's your room, Violet. And he basically says that as long as someone is touching you, they can walk through the wards because the only way to get into Violet's room now is if you touch her. She takes out her braid and starts brushing her hair, and Xaden goes feral. Love your hair. If you ever want to bring me to my knees or win an argument, just let it down and I'll get the point. Which is actually a line of dialogue from Fourth Wing, but Violet remembers this as she's brushing her hair. Not gonna lie, by this point already, we're only 10 chapters in and I'm just like, babe, can you just make up or break up already? I've had enough. I've had enough of this. It's all very reminiscing about the previous times they've hooked up, but they do not, in fact, hook up in this chapter. They're holding out strong, unlike me, who is losing the will to live. At this point, Xaden says he has things to do, and then Violet starts begging to help him. Again, girl, get up. How many times can this man tell you that you helping genuinely endangers everyone else? I mean, a member of your squad did just get murked because of you, so you'd think you'd take a beat. Calm down a little bit, you know what I mean? Another thing that is going on pretty consistently at this point is one, Andana keeps waking up from her dreamless sleep, which she's not supposed to do, but essentially she keeps waking up because Violet keeps getting in near-death situations that are like stressing her out enough that she wakes up and talks down the bond to check Violet's okay. And Violet's like, go to bed. And Andana's like, she's so cute. She's so cute. She doesn't stay that way for long. She is about to enter her moody teenage era. Another thing that's happening a lot is there's a lot of dialogue with Tarn and Violet and Xaden for her to keep her shields up, with like the mental shields. Mainly at this point, we believe that that is because Violet is trying to learn how to safeguard herself. from Dane in case Dane tries to nab her memories. Anyway, Xaden leaves and he says as he's leaving, pay close attention to what happens when you leave in 7 days with Turn. And then he hands her some papers, and these papers are his way of letting her know him. Essentially, he's just writing her letters all about himself. That's basically what's going on. Next day, Violet and Imogen are out on a run. We love a jogging fitness couple. Imogen jokes about them not being friends, but more like co-conspirators with a vested interest in keeping each other alive. Love you, Imogen. You will always be famous. Anyway, they're out for a jog when Jesenia appears, which is crazy because I think this is the first time we've seen her outside of a basement. Her vitamin D deficiency must be insane. But anyway, our number one scribe is outside and she gives Violet a book. This book is about the early riders, aka the Six. And Yesenia asks Violet for some help translating stuff. Because remember, Violet is first and foremost the smartest person in the world. Even more so than Yesenia, who is a scribe who only studies these things, and Violet does not study at all. We have literally never seen her study. How is she still better than Yesenia, who all she does is sit in a basement and read and learn and do languages? Like, don't get me wrong, I understand that she's supposed to be smart and she is the chosen one, but at a certain point, Yesenia should lap her, right? Because there's only so far that natural talent can take you. At a certain point, dedication and hard work will trump that. Just, I should know I was a formerly gifted and talented child. Violet is like, yeah, sure thing, I am after all a genius. And one thing about Violet is that we know she loves a secret mission, so she naturally accepts this secret translation gig. Yesenia then tells Violet that she'll make an exception and let Violet into the archives, which is a scribe-only area of the kind of library basement that all the scribes dwell in. And she's willing to let it happen on Sunday because on Sunday it's empty. No one is in the archives, so it's safe. And as they're talking about the archives building, they walk past it. And as they walk past it, a second year is getting dragged out of this building. And Yesenia just casually says that that is probably her fault because she logged that second year had requested a certain book. And the book that they requested was a book that is not good. Big government don't want you reading that book. So it was suspicious. So the second year got just dragged out on their ass, and Yesenia is kind of to blame for that. But Yesenia does note that she is legally required to log every single book request that comes into the library. Uh-oh, that's not good for our main girl, Violet, who absolutely should have known that prior and therefore should have specifically said, hey, Yesenia, I'm about to ask you for a book. Please don't write it down. Again, genius. Anyway, this scene kind of just serves to show us that book banning is going on, hiding of information is explicit, and big government are starting to crack down more on information and knowledge and the share of knowledge. Again, as I said earlier, I am genuinely baffled how some people think BookTok books are not political. Babe, they are banning books. What did we think that was if not political? I'm very, very curious. Moving on, Rhiannon asks Violet how things are with Xaden, because in case you forgot, they are having relationship problems. Don't know if you caught that. Violet, by the way, has been actively avoiding Rhiannon because Rhiannon was not one of the people at Athabine or Resin. She doesn't know about the Venin. And so Violet, I think in an attempt not to lie to her, has just been avoiding her. And also in the back of her mind, she's got that whole don't trust anyone who wasn't with us at Athabine. So she's got a lot going on. They talk, but Violet finds it really hard not to tell her what's going on because Rhiannon is essentially her best friend. And she can't really explain why her and Xaden are having relationship problems without giving her the context of the fact that her dead brother is actually not dead and is in fact leading a revolution, and that Xaden is also leading that revolution, and that the Venin are real, and that Liam was killed by a Venin, and that she has to do some magic investigation into how to work a ward stone, and that the wards are the only thing protecting them from certain death. Kind of need that context. We also get a brief mention of Tara here, who is the woman that Rhiannon is seeing. Yes, we are in fact rocking with the LGBT. At the flight field, Riddick tells Violet that Professor Cowrie is incredibly excited over rumours of a sighting of another new black dragon. And Violet starts worrying at this point that someone has actually seen Endana, who is still incredibly tired because of the dreamless sleep. Tarn says that a couple of the dragons probably did see Endana and told their riders, but you know, I can't really blame Violet here. I don't think she's at fault. What do you know about hiding a dragon? I imagine it's quite difficult to ask. Then Major Varish approaches Violet on the flight field and he compliments her new necklace. Brutal. And what is this new necklace, you ask? Well, it is the strangulation marks around her throat that the first year gave her when trying to assassinate her, which is an absolutely insane thing for a professor of a college to say to a student. But Violet, in one of the few moments in this book that genuinely gagged me, says, "Thanks, it was expensive. It cost someone their life." Honestly, this is one of the rare lines that made this book worth reading. Anyway, Varish then asks Violet where Indana is and demands to see her on the flight field next week, which we know obviously isn't possible because our girl is still very sleepy. And the humans are not supposed to know about the big sleep that helps dragons grow into adolescence. Violet reminds Varish that he can demand all he wants, but dragons do not answer to humans, so Indana probably just isn't going to come. And then Varish mentions that Violet's father, dead scribe father, was writing a book on feather tails. And you're thinking at this point, is that a coincidence? Violet seems to think so. Yeah, she does. #1 detective in the world, this woman. But Taran then says to Violet that he has no idea what her father knew or was researching. Something that does bother me here, though, is how little we know about Violet's daddy dearest. This man is dead, and almost everything we have learnt about him, we've learnt from other characters or through really vague flashbacks to books. Like, we get that he was smart, he was a scribe, but we obviously know that this man knew more than he was letting on because he gave Violet the only book that still remains talking about the existence of venin. He is also dead, so I mean, I am no detective, but I'm starting to suspect that those two pieces of information are related. But Indana was very specific about bonding with Violet. She said she waited 600 years to bond with someone who had the heart of a rider and the mind of a scribe. I'm sorry, but I refuse to believe it's a coincidence that this woman's dad was doing research on feather-tail dragons and the only feather-tail in existence bonded with his daughter, who knows about venin, who is told very specifically that that this dragon has waited 600 years for her. It all just seems a little bit too coincidental, but apparently #1 detective in the world, Violet, does not think so. So I guess we're going to dismiss this and not acknowledge the fact that there's probably more to the story of Violet's dad than we're being told. There is another theory about Violet's dad, but I'll get into that a bit more later when we talk about Xaden's mum. Back on the flight field, Dane performs a difficult maneuver with his dragon, where he does like a quick dismount. It's just giving pick-me vibes. Sorry, I hate him. Violet watches this and is in full hater mentality. She essentially goes, yeah, it's a hard maneuver to do, but fighting the venin requires you to get on the dragon quickly, not perform aerial stunts like you're in the Red Arrows. You tell him, Violet. Side note, Dane's dragon Kath is actually a male, which I don't like because in my head, Kath is a female dragon who is very baby girl vibes. Turns out she's kind of not. And that's upsetting. Afterwards, Violet and Bodhi, aka cousin of Zadie Ryerson, have a little chat before she heads off to Samara, which is the outpost that Xaden is stationed at, to go and see her man, obviously. Bodhi mentions that he has had not one, but 2 assassination attempts against him. The second one being today, and it seems like someone is systematically trying to assassinate people who were in the group that went to Athabine for the war games and fought the venin. Now at this point, Bodhi accidentally mentions that Xaden had a previous involvement with a woman named Catriona. And I say accidentally because I personally believe that Bodhi is a little menace and lives for the drama. But yes, welcome in, new character alert. This is Catriona. We will be getting more information on her later, but she is actually a character that we've already met, so we get to revisit her in a minute. Who the hell is Catriona? Yeah, bloody strap in for the cat plotline. It's going exactly where you think it is. Violet is about to depart to go see her mans when Major Varish stops her. Because of course he does, because this woman cannot know a single moment of peace. He stops her and asks to inspect her pack, but he finds nothing and Violet is allowed to depart. Whew. But this is a little callback to when Xaden said to keep note of how big government act when she departs to go and see him. And we can assume that this is because Xaden suspects that big government is onto them and he wants to kind of prove it. So in Major Varish searching Violet before she leaves to go see him, we kind of know that big government is aware something is going on now. The walls are closing in. If you've forgotten why big government hates Xaden, it's because he is smuggling weapons out of Basquiath and giving them to the Griffin Flyers. Pretty cardinal sin there. But now it looks like they are also suspecting Violet of smuggling weapons to him to give to those Griffin Flyers, which means that she is now officially a person of interest in this revolution in the eyes of big government. Varish tells her that she is allowed to leave, But since your Feathertail decided not to join you for formation again, I will be pondering your punishment for dereliction of duty while you were gone. Ugh. He's just doing way too much, and it's just giving me the ick, to be honest with you. Violet then realizes that Bodhi knew that this would happen, which is why he walked her to Tarn to go and visit Xaden. That's right. He's protecting our girl. He also says that Imogen and another cadet who was with them when they fought the Venin also had assassination attempts today. But Violet departs. She's safe. She's not under arrest for treason just yet. She's not been assassinated, and neither is Bodhi, which is great because he's one of my favourite characters. So everything's looking good. And then it turns out that Tarn actually had the weapons on him the entire time, and it was Tarn that was smuggling the weapons out of Basquiat. Right. But they all assume that Varish is not stupid enough to try and do a stop and search on a literal dragon, so they figured it would be fine. And it was. So we win these. And we find out that the smuggling of weapons has been going on for a really long time. Find out in a bonus chapter that we get. It is worth noting at this point that Rebecca Yaros has been systematically releasing the odd chapter from Xaden's point of view. Naturally, the girls go feral over this. It's me. I am the girls. Or at least I was, until I read one of these chapters, and this man is so much cooler when I can't hear him think. Now, I thought Violet was bad at swearing, but this man swears like a 12-year-old on a Call of Duty lobby without parental supervision for the first time. It is shambolic. I've got the ick, I fear. I have the ick, I'm sorry. One of these bonus chapters that Yaros has released is during the initial squad trip that Violet's crew go on to visit Mira after winning one of the squad games in Fourth Wing. You know, where Xaden turns up when he really shouldn't have and had a bunch of beef with Dane. What is important is that we learn from Xaden's POV that Imogen, during this whole squad trip, when she was supposed to be in the infirmary with a headache, I think it was, which is why she wasn't present during a lot of this trip, but that she was actually out smuggling weapons to the Griffin Flyers. That's right, this revolution has been going on right under our noses the whole time. If you remember from the first recap, Imogen's signet is that she can alter people's memories, which means that she was the perfect candidate to say she had a headache, go to the infirmary, leave, go give weapons to the Griffin Flyers, and then come back, alter all the people in the medic bays' memories so that they all believed that she'd been there the whole time, when in fact, she was out being an enemy of the state. But what we get from this bonus chapter is that weapons smuggling has been going on for a while at this college, but Violet is only just finding out about it now. The realm's #1 detective. During this chapter from Xaden's POV, we also get our first insight to Xaden's conversations with Sigil, and I have to say, their dynamic is as fun as Violet and Tarn's. Sigil is so sassy. She is that girl, dare I say. And now I'm seeing how she just straight up mocks Xaden for being obsessed with Violet. I'm understanding why she's mates with Tarn. It just makes sense. They're just two sassy divas together. We also get Xaden's POV on Dane. Really cringe swear words aside, it is quite validating to see just how much of a whiny little weasel Xaden sees Dane as. Because same, babe. Same. But this whole bonus chapters thing has in fact taught me that I would not like to live in a man's head, and that they are much prettier and much cooler when I cannot hear what they're thinking. Thank you. Anyway, back to Violet. So as Violet and Tarn approach Samara, which is of course the outpost where Xaden's posted, Tarn warns her that Samara is known for how brutal it is. Uh-oh, can't imagine that having any consequences for the story. Violet makes her way to Xaden's barracks, but he's not there. Oh dear. Oh dear. Please note at this point it is 8 a.m. I don't know if she thought he would be lying in bed at 8 a.m. in a military barracks, but I imagine they usually have to get up a bit earlier than that. #1 detective. Anyway, Violet feels a thrum in my veins, and Tarn tells her that it's the wards because they are stronger in Samara, and now that her signet has manifested, she will feel them more intently. Anyway, she goes to find Xaden by following the tugging in her mind, where they're like psychically connected, I guess. And she ends up walking in on a bunch of riders looking down into a fighting pit. And you get no points for figuring out what happens next. Yes, Xaden is in the fighting pit. Shirtless. Fighting. At 8 a.m. And of course, because she's Violet bloody Sorengale, our girl cannot take her eyes off him, because did I mention he's shirtless? She then has this very short-lived internal battle where she is like, I should not look. But I stare. I can't help it. His body is a work of art. honed to lethal perfection. I know every inch of it, and yet I'm still gawking, transfixed like it's the first time I've seen him half-dressed. This should absolutely not be turning me on. But the way he moves, the lethal grace in each and every calculated strike, yep, turned on. I'm just jealous. I want someone to be obsessed with me the way Violet Sorrengail is obsessed with this man. That's that hair. My hair is molting and I keep feeling the touch of like random hairs. It's freaking me out. Anyway, you might be asking at this point, why is Xaden Ryerson fighting with another rider? Well, because there is only one pass for a day of leave this weekend, and our boy, he wants it. So he is essentially just raw fisticuffing a man so that he can spend some time with his favourite silverhaired fox. Violet then has a short conversation with one of Xaden's colleagues and fellow riders. Violet spends the entirety of this conversation essentially just gassing this man up. Do you want to cuddle, honey? Is that what you want? Hi, baby. My cat is very curious about what's going on right now. Do you like Xaden Ryerson? Is that what it is? This dialogue exchange is quite entertaining because internally, Violet is so down bad for this man. It is feral. She is on her knees. Do you want to go down? Okay, there you go. Well, thank you. Now I'm just covered in cat hair. That's great. Thank you, sir. But outwardly, Violet then gets incredibly cocky and arrogant about Xaden's fighting ability. Because in case you forgot it, like Satoru Gojo, Xaden is the strongest. And then we get some descriptions of Violet, how she thinks Xaden is like playing with him. And then she's like, you know what, actually, I need this man now. So she essentially leans over the fighting pit and just yells the equivalent of finish him, to which Xaden is like, Xaden's gaze jerks upwards, colliding with mine. Surprise registers on his features for all of a heartbeat before his opponent swings, his fist slamming into Xaden's jaw. Stop playing around and end it, I say through our bond, using it for the first time since Resin. Always so violent. He thumbs a drop of blood off the split in his lower lip, his gaze flashing to mine, and I swear I see a hint of a smile before he turns on Jarrett. Naturally, Xaden wins because of course he does. It is sexy though. He is fighting this man. Violet's loving it. After Xaden wins the past, him and Violet go off to have some alone time, naturally. And she wants him so bad. If you thought that this would be the turning point in this book for these two, where they finally sort out their miscommunications, where their natural chemistry and sexual attraction overcome all issues and obstacles, including severe trust issues, you would be incorrect. Yes, you would, because we're only a third of the way through the book. And if they sorted out their miscommunication issues now, what would we fill the other 2/3 of the book with? A substantial plot, you might argue, but no. What are you thinking? Because I can read a lot into the way you're looking at me, but I'm going to need the words. I'm about 3 seconds away from carrying you up to my bedroom to continue this conversation. Not your room. You, me, bed. Not a good idea at the moment. As I remember, which I do, often, we don't always need a bed. Hypothetically, if I wanted you to kiss me, but only kiss me, he kisses her. Yeah, he does. It's heated, it's spicy. Xaden wants to sleep with her, but he refuses to sleep with her until she says that she loves him, and it's not just because she wants to smash. So until she can say that, he is not going to sleep with her. Violet is a bit miffed with that. It's giving a man who won't take no for an answer. Bit weird, Violet. Respect the man's choices. But kissing is not sleeping with each other, so kissing they do a lot from now on. We stay in kissing territory for a while here. After some intimate time, Violet asks Xaden more about the smuggling operation, specifically what they are smuggling out of Basquiat. Now you gotta pay attention here because we get some lore. Xaden talks about an alloy that is specifically used to strengthen the wards at the borders of Navarre, but it can also be forged into weapons that can kill the venom. The alloy has to be imbued with power by riders who have the ability to do so. So we're assuming like a signet or something, but that power can actually be used up. So eventually the alloys have to be re-imbued in order to have power again. And this just happens over and over with alloys having power and then it running out and then needing to be imbued again. Xaden also says that Arisha which is the city that he is rebuilding, is working on a forge so that they can smelt the alloy to make more daggers. But in order to do that, they need a luminary, which intensifies dragon fire so that it's hot enough to smelt. The thing to note about all of this is that Xaden is giving her answers and is talking about the specific things she's asking about when it comes to the revolution, which is exactly what she's been saying she wants. So why do I have to read about the same miscommunication for like the next 300 pages, Violet Sorrengail? You literally just have to ask the questions. Just ask the questions. I don't understand what her beef is. If she just asks the questions that she wants to know, he's quite clearly showing that he'll give her the answers. Okay, we're going back to Basquiat now, ladies. We're in our flight goggles, which, by the way, I think is very funny because everyone seems to forget that the Dragon Riders are described as having flight jackets, but also flight goggles, which means that they're all wearing these giant swimming goggles, essentially. And I have to say, the post-flying dialogue, no matter the situation, is always a lot funnier when you imagine those big conking goggle marks. Just those big red lines around the eyes. Very entertaining. Anyway, on the journey back to Basquiat, Violet Sorrengail, daughter of famous scribe, most intelligent rider in the quadrant, okay? Only now gets the idea to ask Tern if he knows anything about raising wards. You know, the thing that she's looking into and has been looking into the entire book, you know, trying to wonder why the wards are failing, trying to figure that out. She only just now thought to ask her hundreds of year-old dragon, #1 detective. Anyway, he says no, so not that it mattered much. Despite what you may assume, I am not 600 years old. Figured I'd ask, just in case you were holding back secret dragon knowledge. I am always holding back secret dragon knowledge, but wards are not among them. Right. Violet and Tern are ordered into training at the flight grounds, where Major Varish fulfills his promise to punish her because she didn't rock up with Andarna. So this gets a little bit sadistic. Major Varish. Oh, wait, I've just realised I've written General Varish. He's not a general. He's a major. I've made a major faux pas. Anyway, I'll have to redo that. Major Varish's punishment for Violet is that he forces her to strike lightning until she essentially burns out, which takes about 40 lightning strikes. Gods, my body feels like it's cooking itself alive. Anyway, this whole burning alive thing, yeah, it wakes Andarna up. Andarna, get back to sleep, you crazy girl. Professor Carr then tells Varish that Violet is at risk of burning out, which will kill her. And Varish says, she can take it just fine. Major Varish, more like Wicked Witch of the West, am I right? All it takes is her slipping in her grounding or exhausting her physically, and she will burn out. Punishing her for insubordination is one thing, but killing her is quite another. That's Professor Carr standing up for our girl Violet. Major Varish then says that Violet only has to do 3 more lightning strikes if she gets Andarna out there. And I'm not being funny, but at this point, I've already done 40, right? He's saying that even if I bring her out, I still have to do 3 more. Like, I'm in for a penny, in for a pound at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna bring her. I'm not bringing her. You're still gonna make me do 3 more. I've already done 40. It's just not worth it at that point. It's just not worth it. Varish then goes, I don't want to subject her to tests or anything barbaric. I just want her to understand that she is not above the structure of command. At this point, steam is quite literally coming off of Violet, and she basically passes out. As you'd expect. Silver One is done, Tern roars. They can't hear you. Their dragons can. Carr then tells Varish, if she dies, you'll summon the wrath of not only General Sorrengail, but General Melgren. Her signet is the weapon generals dream of in this war. And if that's not enough to encourage a degree of caution, Vice Commandant, then remember, her death will cost you 2 of the most powerful dragons on the continent and Lieutenant Ryerson's irreplaceable ability to wield shadows. Basically, everyone at this point is in agreement that Varish needs to chill out. Because if Violet dies, Tern dies. If Tern dies, Sigil dies. And if Sigil dies, Xaden dies. So chill out. Take 5 minutes. Do some breathing exercises, babe. Calm down. I'm not going to lie, these videos take so long to make that in between takes, I am just slowly working my way through an entire cheesecake. It's got no relevance to the plot of Iron Flame, but I just thought I'd let you know. That is what I'm doing. The course of the last few days, I've just been really hammering on with that. If you've not already, please like the video. It'll help fund my cheesecake habit or a gym membership, one or the other. At this point, General Varish is like, yeah, you make an excellent point. However, I am nothing if not a petty little bitch, and therefore you will be doing one more lightning strike, Violet Sorrengail. Which she does, because she's Violet. My very bones catch fire, and a scream rips from my throat. Varish is like, yeah, all right, good job. But, like, this is your only warning. If I tell you to do something in the future, aka bring your dragon, and you don't bring your dragon, next time you're doing 50 lightning strikes, you'll be striking the roof of your coffin, because you'll be dead. Professor Carr is a little bit sympathetic to Violet here, but, like, these are grown men. And her teachers. What the hell happened to professionalism in this country? At this point, Taryn carries her off, like, literally scoops her up in a claw, and then dumps her in a lake, which I genuinely thought was hilarious, giving drowned rat. Just dunk her in. And he does this not as an attempt of murder, but actually as an attempt at mercy, because Violet is essentially on fire. She's literally burning out. So he dunks her in the icy lake to cool her down rapidly. Taryn calls for our favourite running partner and frenemy, Imogen, who comes along with Bodhi and another character called Ia to come and help Violet, but all she really wants is Zaddy Ryerson. There's nothing like a near-death experience to get you to sort your priorities out. Maybe now they'll stop arguing over the same thing. No, fear not. Anyway, afterwards, Violet is unwell. It takes her some time to recuperate, and the others kind of help her with that. Taryn reassures her that he's going to deal with it via the dragons, and he's going to make sure that nothing like this happens again. Listen, I know he's a dragon, but I like the protective side of the dragon. Listen, if the donkey from Shrek can do it, so can I. At the gym during a training session, Violet and Imogen are talking, and they essentially decide that they should not tell Violet's other friends about the burnout in order to keep them safe. I'm not really sure how not telling them that Varish punished Violet because she didn't produce Andarna is keeping them safe. Like, because that has nothing to do with the revolution. She could just say that Andarna didn't feel like coming down. I don't really know. I don't get it, but there we are. They also talk about how bad at fighting Sloane is, and they've decided that they are going to help her. They're going to kind of adopt her as a surrogate sister. They're taking it upon themselves to train this little pathetic weasel. They also talk about how Taryn won't let Violet practice running landings. And I'm pretty sure that this is because he thinks Violet's gonna break her knees. You and me both, Taryn. And the final thing they talk about is a little callback to when they were out with Jezania and they saw that guy getting hauled away for making a book request that he shouldn't have made. The guy they saw, Neville Jasic, turns up beaten to a pulp, and they suspect that Professor Markham had him killed. Professor Markham was the professor that they saw walking whilst those other guys dragged the other guy out, so he was kind of present in there. But Imogen says, you'd better be really careful around your little robed friend if scribes are running out there ordering the deaths of riders. And then suddenly, someone throws a bag over Violet's head. Don't you just hate it when that happens? 10 out of 10 survival skills, ladies. I'm so glad all that extensive training meant that neither of you saw the assailants coming to throw bags over your heads. I actually really liked the next few chapters of the book because I think they do a really good job of fleshing out the world in a show and not a tell way, which is quite rare, to be honest, in this series thus far. I do think it's understandable because Yaros has historically written contemporary fiction, and so the world building is not really the same. You don't really need to world build Colorado, so it's understandable. I'm also have a lot of issues with Iron Flame in general. I do think that credit to Rebecca Yarros, there is a significant improvement in her ability to show us world building and to flesh out the world in a more meaningful way than in book one, at least in my opinion. Anyway, so what happens over the next few chapters? I'm gonna tell you. Spoiler, didn't know if you know that, but pretty much all I've been doing thus far. Well, Violet regains consciousness and sees that she's with who? Professor Grady. Rhiannon, Sawyer, and Riddick are all there as well, but obviously not Nadine because she is dearly departed. Rest in peace, Nadine. As well as a group of infantry cadets, some healers, and a scribe are also all there. And that's when our #1 detective realizes that she has been abducted as part of the RSC, that survival course that we were kind of told about at the beginning of the book. Now, personally, the bag over the head would have been enough for me to assume that I'd been abducted, but apparently Violet needs a couple more context clues. Professor Grady then offers them a drink, which severs their connection with their dragon. No, the crowd screamed. Not my men, Tarn! Don't panic. It's only temporary. He will be back. Unfortunately, however, because the riders cannot access their dragons, it means they also cannot use their signets. Because remember, their signets are given by the magic from their dragons. So no dragon, no signet. The group is then split up into smaller squads and told that they need to go find a location marked on a map and secure it. Which, I'm not gonna lie, for a Death College course, that seems surprisingly simple. It's giving D of E for all my British girlies. You know what that is? Duke of Edinburgh is basically you just do a bunch of walks in the woods and then you get like a special award for like being able to read a map. Anyway, good job, Violet. That's something to put on your UCAS application. So, the original group gets split into 2 teams that form one coherent unit. The point is for the group to be able to build connections to the military and the healers so that they're more of a working unit together as opposed to individual quadrants. It's kind of like a networking event. They're basically just making connections on their LinkedIn. Side note, at this point, Xaden and Sigale are supposed to be arriving for their leave tomorrow. Violet starts spiraling a little bit here because she realizes that if she does not wrap this up sharpish, she's gonna have to wait another week before she sees her man not man. A whole other week. How will she survive? Girl, you are in a death college! You have just been abducted and stuck in the middle of the woods with a bunch of strangers and told to find a location on a map. You have bigger priorities, Violet. Get up. I'm sorry. I think this is like, I've read this book like 4 times. Like, you don't realize until you reread this book just how often she is consumed with thoughts of this man when she should quite literally be thinking about anything else. One thing about me, I love love, you know? I love it. However, this is supposed to be a strong FMC. Whilst it is completely valid and fair to have strong female characters that are in love, because love does not make us weak, it makes us strong in many cases, and I think it's wonderful to have strong female characters that find love and enjoy feminine, girly things and all of that goodness. My issue with Violet Sorrengail is that where she should be preoccupied with, like, I don't know, surviving, she's preoccupied with thoughts of this man. And don't get me wrong, he's a very good man. Until you hear his internal monologue and then you're a bit icked out. But other than that, very sexy man. But like, you have just been abducted and stuck in the middle of the woods with a bunch of strangers and no dragon. Come on, girl boss. Come on. I've got no beef with FMCs falling in love and being happy in love and liking their mans, okay? I have beef with the fact that she thinks about him an impractically large amount of time for someone that is constantly almost dying. Like, it's getting silly, babes. It's getting silly. We are then told that whilst we have this unit all working together as a team, there is also another unit out in the woods. And whilst our unit's dragons are out hunting the other unit's dragons are now hunting our girl bosses. Oh dear. Oh dear. The group heads out on their mission to do land navigation. Everyone quickly soon starts arguing, which is peak DOV core. The main people beefing are the riders versus the infantry, because the infantry are like kind of up themselves a little bit, and the riders don't really like that because the riders are like, actually, you're all just too big a pussy to ride a dragon. But the riders are also kind of up themselves a little bit because they went into the quadrant where everyone dies, which I don't think makes you better than them. I think that makes you mentally ill. Finally, Brisa, who I believe is one of the infantry team, they realize that the teams were given 2 different maps, and that's why they're all beefing and really confused, which is so silly and unserious from the professors, I will be honest. Teachers at a death college just printed off 2 different maps. Suddenly, Bade appears. Bade is famously the orange dragon that was bonded to Jack Barlow before Violet famously dropped a mountain on his head and he died. Bade, the bloody hell are you doing here? Bade starts assessing the group, and all the riders tell the other members of their group, so the infantry, the scribe, and the healers, not to run. However, one of the infantry tries to run. The squad leader, Thomas, chases after her, tries to stop her, and he is, of course, then blasted with fire, and he dies. Bade then leaves. Not gonna lie, Bade. Very random behaviour. Afterwards, the whole gang make a camp. Rhiannon keeps on trying to talk to Violet about various things, including the Griffin attack on Athabine, but Violet struggles to have a conversation because she knows that she's keeping so much from Rhiannon and she just doesn't want to slip up. At this point, I am starting to wonder, like I'm sure many of you were, why Violet didn't think to make up an excuse about why she is struggling to talk about anything that happened, or why she is avoiding Rhiannon and all of her friends. Because at this point, Violet's refusal to really talk to any of them or give them any details about things is only making Rhiannon more suspicious. And so if you want someone to stop being suspicious of you, you should probably come up with a convincing reason as to why they shouldn't be suspicious. For example, said convincing reason could be that you have trauma. You watched your friend die. Why don't you just say, you know what, babe? I'm struggling with some trauma. I'm trauma bonded to my new running partner, Imogen, because she was there. She gets it. That explains why she's now besties with Imogen. And it explains why Violet is struggling to talk to people who weren't there about it. Traumatized. See, I just came up with that off the dome. And I'm not even supposed to be the smartest rider in my year. Dare I say, I don't even think I'd be in the top 100 smartest riders in the year. And I'm pretty sure there's only 60 odd students. So Rhiannon tells Violet again that she knows something is up because, of course, number one smartest woman did not think to make up an even slightly convincing excuse. And Rhiannon then hits us with some very good communication, something that Violet is apparently incapable of, and says that she will be there when Violet is ready to talk, but she asks that Violet not insult her by lying to her. Which is such tea, because it makes Violet such a massive hypocrite. This girl basically broke up with her boyfriend because he was keeping secrets. But now look at her, how the tables have turned. Anyway, they complete the mission, you know, couple of people down because he got blasted by a dragon, and the professors give them an elixir which restores their communication and their bond with their dragons and allows them to access their signet abilities again. At this point, now the bond is back in action, Terran informs Violet that the use of an elixir to cut off riders from their dragons and their signet abilities is a new development this year. And Rhiannon makes a comment that it's really odd for senior management of the military and of the school to actively search for and develop ways that weaken the riders. And she basically says there's a lot of really strange stuff happening this year with the assassination attempt on Violet and also with the guarded infirmary room. And guys, honestly, very valid points, because truthfully, what the hell is going on at this point? But this is, of course, the second mention of the infirmary room, which, by the way, both mentions were by Rhiannon. Violet doesn't seem that interested in that at all. She's not investigated that at all. If I were on a secret detective mission to find information about the rebellion, probably the first place I would investigate was the secret guarded infirmary room. Probably, yeah. But maybe that's just me. I'm not the number one detective in the realm, so, you know. Maybe that's my bad. Anyway, no one has any clue what's really going on, and by the time we get back, we don't get to see Xaden. Boo. The crowd is sad about that, let's be honest. So when they get back, Violet decides to go and visit Jesenia in the archives, and Violet asks Jesenia what she knows about what happened with Jasik, because he was killed shortly after they saw him being dragged away. Jesenia then tells Violet that Jasik, the kid who died, asked for an account of a border attack that never happened. But apparently he kept insisting that it had because his family died in the attack. Now that is awkward. Despite Yesenia saying that this attack never happened, Jasik kept returning to the archives to ask for it. So eventually Yesenia sent the request up the chain of command, not realizing that this would be the result. Poor girl got a man murked. Turns out, big government do not want you reading or asking questions or having living family members. R.I.P. Jasik. Violet then asks about the Wyvern book that she requested the year before, the child fairy tale book that her scribe daddy once gave her, and she asks Yesenia if she had recorded that request, because at this point, she's sweating, you know, because she did just get a man killed, so I'd be nervous too. Yesenia admits that she did not, which is probably why Violet did not get hauled away, but this is really odd, because it shows that Yesenia does kind of understand the repercussions of putting in slightly dodgy book requests. So I'm like a bit confused as to why she submitted the request for Jasik. But I guess, like, thanks for looking out for our girl, Jay. That's great. Yesenia then says that if Violet has a copy of the book that she requested, which she does, that doesn't exist in the archives, it means that the archives are incomplete, which is technically a treacherous thing to say. If you were any other writer, I would have considered that you have a faulty memory and got the title wrong, or even the subject matter, but you're you. Now that is my voice for Yesenia, but it is worth noting that she does not actually use her voice at all throughout this book because she is canonically deaf, So whenever we interact with Yesenia, when she speaks, she is speaking sign language. None of the scribes actually talk when they are in the archives because it's like a super extreme version of you must not talk in the library, I guess. But that is why Violet also knows sign language, because she was originally training to be a scribe. AKA, Violet is not like other girls. Yesenia also tells Violet that she has not recorded any of her requests for the year. And Yesenia finally asks Violet what it is she is looking for. And Violet admits that she's looking for information about the wards and how the first 6 built them. Yesenia has a think and says, listen, I can only let one book go missing from the archives at a time without arousing any suspicion, but I have a book in mind. And she tells our girl, #1 detective Violet, to come back on Saturday. Finally, we all scream. We're making some progress on the plot. This is Yesenia's kind of first big commitment to the rebellion, and we can see her throughout this book kind of becoming more anti the regime, which previously dictated her worldview quite strictly in book 1. So we love that character progression from her. I do think a big contributing factor to her radicalization was her kind of budding romance with Liam. Rest in peace. They had a lot of flirty times in book 1, okay? There was something there, and now he's dead. So, and it is kind of implied that his death was a point of kind of disillusionment for her, and it was maybe the reason why she took her first step towards the rebellion. Now, at the gym, Violet smiles over at a first squad cadet named Aya, who, if you remember, joined Bodhi and Imogen in helping her with her burnout. Since the burnout incident, which was a little bit of a while ago, they've become friendly. Turns out Aya has been friends with Xaden since he was 10. Aya is one of the rebels, and Aya's mother had been a rider and was also a member of the Tyrandor government. Anyway, Violet is back on her poisoning routine to try and help get Sloane some wins in her matches. Again, she does this incredibly unsubtly. Honestly, the biggest plot hole in this book is that Violet never gets caught for the very obvious poisoning of other cadets. It is a mystery. Riddick then tells Violet and Rhiannon that he saw Nolan, the mender at the infirmary, who seemed completely tied up for most of the day, unable to mend people. Someone get Nolan a day off. How is there only one mender in this whole death college? He also says that he saw an air wielder that looked just as exhausted as Nolan. They all start wondering, what is in that guarded room? After Sloane wins her match, Violet tells her about Poison Gate, and she demands that Sloane starts training with Imogen. Please note that despite her opponent being poisoned, Sloane barely won the match. Even Violet, tiny, famously fragile Violet, did better than that. That is how bad at fighting this woman is. Violet is like, you need to train with Imogen, and Sloane is like, I won, didn't I? You won because I took Dasha out for you. No, I won fair and square. God, do I wish that were true. Imogen then realizes that this whole Poison Gate is how Violet got through first year. Devious, Sarangale. Brilliant, but devious. I did that for your brother. He was one of my closest friends, and I promised him while he was dying that I'd look after you. So here I am, looking after you. I don't need— Wrong tactic. Imogen lectures. Thank you is appropriate. Here's the deal. You're going to train so you don't get yourself killed. Not with me. I don't need to be a part of your development era, but you will meet with Imogen every single day if that's what she wants, because I have something you want. I have 50 letters that Liam wrote for you. Seriously? Seriously. And at the end of every week, if you attend and participate in whatever Imogen thinks you need, I'll give one of them to you. If you want his letters, you'll train for them. Imogen then tells Violet that she understands why Xaden fell for her. Spoiler, it's because she's fucking clever. Sure. But finally, Sloane agrees to train. Now, I don't think I would call this whole ordeal fucking clever. I think I would call it emotional blackmail. But what do I know? Meanwhile, Violet has been reading the books that Yesenia has been providing her with one by one. She's supposed to see Xaden at the end of the week, but instead she gets searched by Major Varish and is told that Xaden is on a 24-hour duty, so they're not allowed to see each other that week. Do you see now how this book is severely lacking in Xaden Ryerson? Yeah, it's tragic. And if I noticed Zaddy Ryerson's absence, you can be sure as sugar that our girl Violet did. She is on her knees. You would think that this right here, the absence of this man, was the worst thing that had happened to her thus far in this book. Bear in mind, it has been a week. Girl, you can say it with me this time, because you know what's coming. Get up! The next morning, Violet tells running buddy and frenemy, Imogen, that big government is conspiring to keep her and Xaden apart as punishment for her not producing Indana. And Imogen hits us with that cool girl realness. You want to talk about my relationship with Zayden now? I'm only giving you however long it takes for us to reach the battle brief room. So if you need to talk, this is your chance, since I've noticed you're still icing your friends out, which is a mistake. Come through, Bestie! She hits with the sound logic. It turns out the #1 scholar and detective Violet Sorringale is less intelligent than our girl, Imogen. I am genuinely starting to believe that the only character in this entire book, other than Disdain Atos, that doesn't have a slither of common sense is alleged top-performing student Violet Sorringale. Oh no, that is completely understandable. Separating you two would be my first move if I was in a position of power. On your own, you're both capable of terrifying things with those signets. Together, you're a f***ing menace. I mean, it's weird that he's writing you letters. Why? I think it's sweet. Exactly. Does he strike you as a letters-writing kind of guy? He's not even a talking kind of guy. And then she hits Violet with this absolute banger. You didn't want normal. If you did, you would be in a relationship with Atos. Or hell, anyone else in this place. But you wanted Ryerson. If you didn't think the man was hiding more, then you're mad at the wrong person. Because you lied to yourself. And that literally sums it all up. Everyone say thank you so much, Imogen, for saying what we have been saying, screaming for the last few hundred pages. Like, I get Violet. And anyone else wanting honesty from their partner. But like, babe, he's Zayden, I gotta lead a revolution, Ryerson. Also, weren't they like officially dating for about a week before they broke up? It's like, just forgive him already, okay? I'm bored, you're bored, we're all bored. The miscommunication trope, when it is this tedious, is genuinely the most tiring, annoying thing. Like, this woman is supposed to be intelligent, and yet we've got side character Imogen, who doesn't even have a last name as far as I'm aware, telling her the facts, okay? And she's still not going along with it. Give me a break. Imogen then continues on her brutal assassination of Violet's alleged intelligence and says, babe, don't you think that you have bigger things to be worrying about than a man? Round of applause, please. Round of applause. I fell in love with Imogen. I've just fallen in love. Ally. And speaking of the gays, we get a rare sighting of Tara in this chapter. She's comforting lover Rhiannon, who may or may not be a lesbian. Ally. Essentially, we find out that Rhiannon's family are in a tight spot in the village that they're in. They received a letter that says, beware of strangers seeking shelter. In this time of unprecedented violations of our sovereign border, we count on you, our border villages, to be our eyes and ears. Our safety depends on your vigilance. Do not take strangers in. Your kindness could kill. Markham, Professor Markham, then takes this letter off of Rhiannon. It's all a bit suspicious. Now, at this point, I'm not 100% sure if we're supposed to have put together who the strangers are. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be people trying to flee the venin from villages outside the wards who are trying to get into the wards to get safety. And big government in this scenario basically are playing the role of Brexit. They are like, no, we do not believe in freedom of movement. We have in fact left the EU. You need a visa. And of course, none of these people from outside of the wards have a visa. So they will not be getting shelter. At Battle Brief, they discuss numerous attempted border crossings near strategic outposts, and Violet gets frustrated at the lies that she's hearing. In fact, she gets mad enough that her pen starts to smoke. Me when I'm mad and I set my pen on fire. She runs to the archives to calm down, wheeled in lightning on the way. Town was apparently too busy to chuck her in an icy lake this time. So this is how she's blowing off steam. Rhiannon then stops her and asks, what the bloody hell is going on? Because this crazy animal's setting fire to pens now. Violet then hits us with perhaps the most convincing line that someone who's just ran out of a class wielding lightning after setting fire to their pen could give. She says, I'm fine. Classic, yeah. Violet is perhaps the least subtle person ever. Once she's at the archives, Jezania starts absolutely flaming her because she's like, babe, we are gonna get caught if you just keep randomly showing up like this. Again, allegedly incredibly intelligent. They then have this exchange where Jezania then says, I asked what you were looking for, but I should have asked what would happen if we don't find it. People will die. Right. But we have no time to worry about that right now. Why? Because Zaddy Ryerson has returned. He walks into her room while she is surrounded by books of her research. Maybe I can't fully trust him, but I can't stand to be away from him. Do you see what I mean? But we're just going around in circles at this point. Xaden hits us with a, "Gods, I missed you. I think spending the day tangled up in that bed together would be enjoyable, but since you drew the line, here I am with boring, sexless books. Say those 3 little words and I'll have you naked in seconds. I want you. Those are not the words I need." Well, those are the words you're getting without full disclosure. He then goes to shower and there is no sex. What a surprise. God, I sound like a horny teenager. What do you mean there's no sex? How dare you? When he gets back, he asks her about the books that she's reading. He clocks The Journey of the First Six, a secondhand account. And then he clocks that she's hiding something from him. "Brennan told you we have a ward stone." Ugh, I'm going to fucking kill him. Why? Because he's more forthcoming with me than you? Relax. It's not like he gave me your journal. I don't keep one, but that would have been far preferable. Digging around for information on Navarre's most classified defense will get you killed. The book you're clutching like a newborn. It's not one of yours, is it? It's currently in my possession. Violet. Fine. I borrowed it from the archives. Are you really going to yell at me for trying to help? Who knows? Girls, he is pretty pissed. Yeah, he is. He's actually fuming. Now, in Xaden's defense, I do understand why he's mad. If she gets killed, Tan dies, Sigale dies, and then he dies, which in turn means that the whole revolution will fail and potentially everyone else involved with the revolution will be killed. So, like, high risk. But you know what they say about high risk? High reward. Violet is the only person on Team Revolution that has a link to the archives and can even slightly begin to investigate this without arising suspicion because of Yesenia agreeing not to log her requests. And I'm not gonna lie, she is helping. She's getting information that they didn't have before. Or at least she will at some point, hopefully. We're not quite there yet. I just feel like they could have communicated better on that one. That is the main problem with these two. They just are terrible communicators, which is mad when you consider that they can literally mentally communicate. Like, you have an extra way to communicate that no one else in this story has, and yet you are still the worst communicators in this book. That's just embarrassing. I'm pissed that you hid it from me, but I'm livid that you've put your life at risk for me. That's not something I can handle. So Xaden's decided that in order to lower the risk, he is now coming with her to the archives. I can't see how that would be problematic at all. Can't see how that might draw any unwanted attention to your activities in the archives. Yeah, let's bring Xaden Ryerson, son of the former rebellion leader, #1 most hated man by big government. Yeah, let's bring him to our top secret archives hangout. Losing my mind. At this point, Riddick and Rhiannon come to the door whilst Violet and Xaden are having like a mental argument conversation. So Riddick and Rhiannon can't hear them, but they're just watching those two like stare at each other aggressively, which honestly, when I think about that, makes me physically cringe. What the hell is going on? Sawyer asks from the hallway. That's Sawyer's voice now, just in case anyone wondered. That is Sawyer, because I've forgotten what he sounded like before. Riddick scratches the top of his head. I think they're fighting. I don't even know what accent that was. Hold on, let's try that again. I think they're fighting. Why does he sound like Hagrid? At this point, Xaden is mad at Violet that she didn't tell him that Varish pushed her to almost burn out. He could feel her emotions at the time, and he wanted to come back and kill Varish. Swoon. There's nothing like a man threatening to murder another to get you in the mood. Am I right, ladies? Anyway, Violet returns the books that she borrowed to Yesenia, and Yesenia gives back Violet the folklore book on Wyvern that her dad had given her, which doesn't appear in the archives, because Violet let Yesenia borrow it because she was like, see, I'm not crazy. Xaden then thanks Yesenia for helping the revolution, but he doesn't actually say revolution because he realizes that might freak her out. He just says, thanks for helping us. Then Violet and Xaden go back to fighting, this time about which one of them holds more secrets than the other. Honestly, I have lost track of what they're even hiding from each other at this point. I'm not sure I care. I don't. There's secrets, that's for sure. What they are, I don't know. I don't care. No good can come of the things I want to say right now, Violet. So instead of digging a deeper hole with my words that I'll regret later, I'm going to take some space and do something productive because this isn't. Honestly, I kind of like it when Xaden just shuts Violet down because, like, we all know at this point she is just being unreasonable. Like, he is actually trying to communicate quite well at this point. He's even writing her letters, and she's just being a big bloody hypocrite. I'm gonna be honest, at this point, like, I'm trying so hard to be a girl's girl for Violet. I'm trying so hard, but you are making it very difficult. A few days later at the flight maneuvers class, remember the one that Dane was all showy-offy on? Rhiannon and Violet talk about how weird Major Varish is for just being obsessed with Violet, and they talk about how there is something off about his dragon Solus. Major Varish gives a cartoon villain-esque happy smile when he realizes that Indana is once more not present at the flight maneuvers class. He really wants to punish Violet. Like, I'm starting to think it's weird. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely inappropriate. It 100% is. Today he announces that he's charging Violet with dereliction of duty for Indana's refusal to attend the flight maneuvers class. However, Terran argues with Solus, saying that dragons do not answer to humans, and their dragon argument results in Terran piercing Solus's throat. And the best part is, he's done that as a warning, because next time, he's taking the whole throat. He's gonna pull an Edward Cullen in Twilight when James tried to murk Bella and he just rips his throat out. But that's still not the best thing that Terran does in this scene. Terran makes Major Varish get on his knees and apologize to Violet. Oh, I love this dragon! Don't know how many times I can say it, but if it's good enough for the donkey in Shrek, why not me? Terran is genuinely the best character in this entire series, and you can argue with the wall if you disagree. I'm sorry. His aura, unmatched. Not even Zadie Ryerson, the shadow-wielding, mysterious leader of a revolution, can compete with this dragon. It is not within your power to summon a dragon. Varish concedes to Terran. Snaps for the dragon. And then all the other dragons in the field start bowing to Terran. As much as I dislike how much this makes Violet seem like I'm not like other girls, I kind of liked it. Afterwards, Rhiannon and Violet talk. That was the wrong way around. Afterwards, Rhiannon and Violet, I know my characters, talk about the brutality of Basquiat and debate whether or not it's really necessary. And get this, Violet tells Rhiannon that she reckons it probably is, given what's going on outside the wards. Imagine how much my jaw dropped when it was Violet that said this to Rhiannon. Mrs. Very Fragile and Dainty Sorringale, who almost died in every single stage of her education thus far, now advocating for the brutality of Basquiat. I'm baffled. I'm absolutely baffled. And yes, you could say, well, you know, her and top performing student Xaden Ryerson barely stood a chance against the Venin, and they were horrified, and it was so scary, and they've been trained. Maybe they need it to be brutal at Basquiat so that the kids won't freeze up when they're faced with the Venin, and, you know, they'll be able to fight. Fine, fair enough. But, like, you could halve the amount of deaths that happen at Basquiat, and then you'd have a lot more students who are still reasonably prepared to fight the Venin. The Venin can create as many Wyvern as they want. You are outmatched, outnumbered, outgunned. Do you know what I would not be doing? Advocating to kill more kids. Yeah, I'd be scaring them, but arming them, maybe. You need numbers, babe, to fight this war. What you don't have right now are the numbers. Anyway, Violet doesn't tell Rhiannon the details of what exactly is out there, but she talks about watching her friends die and how she thinks it's important for everyone to become stronger and better if they want to survive. At this point, she does nearly tell Rhiannon the truth, but as he often does, Major Varish inserts himself into the conversation. He says that they need to search Violet's pack again. This, by the way, is the peak of the Violet keeping secrets from Rhiannon tension. Spoiler, they find nothing in her pack. We then get a little bit of a jump to Violet now being in Samara to visit Xaden. She sees him across the courtyard and he walks towards her and says mentally, I'm going to have to force your hand and I'm sorry. You have 2 seconds to decide if you want time to talk in private tonight. Yes, of course I want to talk to you in private. Tell me to kiss you, even if it's just for show. What? Now, Violet. They kiss. It is hot. Yeah, it is. And then they are interrupted. Oh, for fuck's sake. Who does that voice belong to, you ask? None other than my favourite Sorringale, Mira. She's back. Mira has now been stationed at Samara with Xaden, which is fun. We love that. That means more Mira time. Mira and Violet chat, and Violet has to resist the urge to tell Mira that Brennan, their famously dead, not dead brother, is actually not dead. Violet then asks why Mira was shipped out to Samara instead of the previous outpost that she last visited during Fourth Wing. And Mira says that it's because this outpost, Samara, has one of the biggest power supplies for the wards. So they need her signet ability to extend the wards here just in case. Remember that Mira's ability allows her to extend the reach and power of wards. So she's basically a walk-in amplifier for wards. At this point, you're probably thinking, isn't it so bloody handy that Violet is desperately researching wards and her sister's signet happens to be the ability to extend the wards? Isn't that so unbelievably handy? Violet asks Mira what she knows, and she kind of explains that the wardstone is like an umbrella with spooks, and the alloys boost the power at the end of the spooks to extend the reach of the wards. And Mira kind of works almost like one of these alloys where she can further extend the reach of the wards. At this point, Violet keeps asking questions until Mira warns her to stop. Then she talks about questioning the information that the students are given during the battle briefs. When finally, Violet suggests that the real perpetrator behind the attacks done to the border towns could actually be wyvern and not griffin flyers. But Mira, she completely dismisses this and just tells Violet that she needs more sleep. Rare flop from Mira, I'm afraid. But now we know that Mira doesn't know that wyvern are real. It is also worth noting at this point that this is the second time a sibling of Violet Sorrengail's has warned her to stop asking questions. Ironically, one on either side of the revolution. But this could be nothing. It could be something, but it also could be nothing. When Violet talks to Xaden again, she asks him about the book on weaving, like not weaving, that he left her after graduation. Weird little present to leave someone, but sure. And he then kind of hints that it's something that she might want to learn, though she is a bit curious as to why she would want to learn weaving fabric knots. But she doesn't ask him directly any more questions about this. She's just like, sure, my man wants me to learn how to weave fabric knots. Guess I'm learning how to weave fabric knots. Valid, but like, what are we even talking about at this point? She also asks him about the alloy that they're looking for. Are you keeping up with all this talk of alloys and wards, by the way? Because again, I have read this book 3 or 4 times now. I'm still confused. So she asks him about the alloy that they're looking for and what it's made of. And Xaden replies that it's an amalgamation of palladium, a few other ores, and dragon eggshells. And he says that dragon eggshells are made of metal and carry magic even after hatching. I'll be honest, I'm a bit bored at this point. If I was that interested in metal, I'd be a blacksmith. You know what I mean? I just want something to happen. That night, Xaden and Violet are in bed, and she admits that she almost told Sister Mira about dead, not dead brother Brennan, which I feel like is fair. I'm one of 3 siblings, and if one of those siblings died and then one of us remaining siblings found out that that sibling was in fact not dead and didn't tell the other, there would be problems. That'd be like one of the most valid causes for sibling beef that I've ever heard of. Following that realization, Violet admits, and I'm gonna need you to buckle in for this one. Violet admits that leader of the revolution, Xaden, should not tell her everything. Did we all hear that? She admits that Xaden should not tell her everything because she's got a big bloody mouth. What is the problem then? Have you not just solved your whole issue? What are you even arguing about anymore, babe? You've just admitted that he was right to not really tell you things. Now, if you're like me and you thought that this revelation would potentially spark the end of their little argument and conflict, because naturally she's just kind of admitted that she thinks he was right not to tell her everything, you would be wrong. Anyway, to summarize, Xaden says, I just need you to know the important things. I won't withhold information that could change how you make decisions, and I ask the same of you. Now, I wonder why Xaden is so interested in not withholding information that could alter her decisions, and dare I say, her intentions. Could mean nothing. Could mean something. Could mean nothing. She then asks him questions about the weapons, and he answers, to which she is shocked, absolutely befuzzled, baffled, absolutely bodied. She cannot believe it, which I don't really understand, because he's been quite forthcoming in the fact that if she just asks the right questions, he'll answer them. In fact, he's been incredibly forthcoming in the fact that he will answer any question that she actually brings the courage to ask, which again could mean nothing. Could mean nothing. But the bit about this book that really annoys me is that Violet, having heard that, still proceeds to basically not ask this man any questions for pretty much the entirety of this book. You just think, for someone so obsessed with getting answers and the truth, she would, I don't know, ask a single question. Like, I'm not being funny, by this point in the book, she has not asked this man an outright question in so long. And I'm so actively befuddled by that decision. Again, this is why I do not believe that this woman is intelligent. Yeah, maybe she is bilingual, trilingual. I don't know, she speaks many languages, but that doesn't mean she isn't stupid in every single one of them. I know who you are, Violet, even when you keep things from me. I know you. Which again, say it with me, could mean nothing. Could mean nothing. Could mean something, but could mean nothing. The next day, we are back at Basquiat, and Violet's arm is in a sling, because in case you forgot, she is dainty, fragile, and small, and if you check your watch, it will tell you it is time for her to get another injury. She's been pretty good this book, thus far. She was overdue one, to be fair, because we're 21 chapters in, and she's only almost died twice, so it's about time we had a sling. Anyway, her arm's in a sling because she keeps fumbling her dismount maneuvers during flight training. She didn't break it, she only sprained it, so maybe that weightlifting is coming in handy. She puts her name on Lieutenant Colonel Nolan's list, who is, of course, the mender, to have it mended, but she's told that it's unlikely that Nolan will have time to mend it or heal it before it heals itself naturally. And this is because Nolan's waiting list is over a month long. And that's a bit bloody suspicious. Even squad leader Rhiannon thinks so. And I don't know why I said that so surprised, because thus far, Rhiannon's the only one really doing any detective work in this school. I should have been more surprised that Violet thought that was suspicious. In class that day, Violet starts practicing her fabric knot weaving, courtesy of the book that Xaden gave her at his graduation and was like, practice these, babe. And she was like, don't really get it, but if Zaddy says so, I guess I'll be practicing fabric weaving knots. To be fair, if this man told you to start weaving fabric knots, like, be real. You know, what are you gonna do? Anyway, we find out that the reason he's asked her to practice weaving fabric knots is because it comes in handy when carving runes. Gotta get that finger dexterity up. I bet Tarn is fuming. My guy still doesn't have thumbs. It's been 600 years. Anyway, she's doing her knots, and because she's so smart, she doesn't have to pay attention. Yeah. In case you forgot, top of her year in the Brainiac College. But they soon find out that Professor De Vera is filling in for Professor Lavini because most of the Basquiat leadership, so all of the senior military people, have ran off because there's been a serious attack in the East. So far, De Vera says that there's only been one reported death, a recent graduate named Mason Sanborn. Those of you who have not read this book but have only been watching these recaps, you won't know that name because I haven't told it to you. But people who read the book will remember that Mason was actually one of the people who was with Violet and co when they were attacked by Venin. That's right. Starting to look like another assassination attempt. Well, not an attempt, because successful attempt, I guess you could say. Rest in peace, Mason. Violet then begins to suspect that the attack was an excuse to assassinate Mason in the carnage. Whether or not the attack itself was made up just to assassinate Mason, or whether the attack was real and they capitalized on the chaos to target Mason and kill him and say, oh no, it was the attack. And then our number one most intelligent woman mumbles aloud, unless they assassinated him during the attack. I mumble under my breath. We weren't even friends. I didn't even know him that well. But out of the 10 of us that flew into Resin, now only 6 are still alive. Now you can tell that it is Violet's first time being a spy, because who mumbles that out loud? Babe, what you're talking about is literally treason, and you're just casually saying it out loud. You can literally just not do that. Like, come on. And again, I'm supposed to believe that this woman is intelligent. I've never been a spy. You know what I wouldn't do? Everything this woman does in this book, pretty much. What? She's like the least subtle spy. I'm fully starting to understand why Xaden did not want her involved. And it's not because he wanted to protect her. It's because he knows she's a terrible spy. Naturally, Rhiannon hears this and leans into Violet and is like, yeah, sorry, babe, what was that? What, that thing that you just You just said, what was that? And legendary revolutionary, queen of espionage, Violet Sorrengail hits us with a very convincing, it's nothing. Yeah. Get this girl an Oscar. Phenomenal performance, Violet. Very good, very good. The conversation that follows between the students and the Professor Devara is actually one of my favorite conversations in the entire book, because it's kind of like a little lore dump, but it's done in a way that makes sense because it's in a teaching environment. And I kind of like it because it highlights a lot of why I think this book has interesting components, which is the whole idea of this oppressive military that's hiding information and the very human and real impact that this has on generations of people when you are colonized, for example, forced to speak a new tongue. Many of these people are forced to abandon their native languages, cultural practices, and histories in favor of this new shiny culture and language and history that they're saying is better because it will bring peace. Now, that obviously wasn't true. Would have been fun to have explored more, but this is one of my favorite chapters because of this. And so credits to Yaros again for putting that in there. I do think it's a good thing to put in there. So the professor asks about the differences between Navarre and Poromil. Naturally, no one knows because, I don't know, the education system in the Death College is not good. So Brainiac Violet is forced out of retirement yet again. Will this girl ever know peace? Probably not. She says that the provinces of Poromil got to keep an individual cultural identity compared to Navarre, where each of the original 6 provinces were unified into one kingdom. Now, the 6 original provinces were Caladir, Deaconshire, Elsam, Lucaris, Moraine, and Tyrandor. But in order to unify all of these provinces, accepted a common language and merged all of their cultural practices together. The language they chose was the language used in Caladir, Deaconshire, and Elsam, meaning that the other 3 provinces had to give up their languages. Professor Devara then asks what else was given up, and no one in the class wants to answer. And she has to reassure them that she isn't asking them to commit treason. She's just asking them to understand the real cost of unification. At this point, a Tyrish girl with a rebellion relic pops up and says we had to give up our songs, festivals, and libraries. The only things they were allowed to keep were the runes, topical reference, because the runes were in too much of the Tyrish architecture to remove. And these are, by the way, the same runes that are on Violet's dagger, which was gifted to her by Xaden. Professor Devara agrees and says that she can't imagine the depth of knowledge that was lost. And then some little weasel starts arguing that all of the books were translated into the common language, so they can still be read whenever the Tyrish people want. And they're just being a bit dramatic. But then Violet absolutely bodies this man, as she should. She regained my respect for all that pining over this man during her very real life and death situations. No, actually, you can't. I dropped the fabric in my lap. For starters, no one can just walk into the archives and read whatever they want. You have to put in a request that any scribe can deny. Secondly, only a portion of the original scribes spoke Tyrish, meaning it would have taken hundreds of years to translate every text. And even then, there are no historical tomes older than 400 years in our archive that I know of. They're all 6th, 7th, and 8th editions. Logic dictates that she's right. I gesture up to the girl a few rows ahead. Things are lost in translation. This is something I love that this book actually includes, and it's quickly become one of my favorite tropes within literature because it's so true. Translations are necessary, but they are very rarely direct translations. So much is lost in the space between words when they are translated, even if on paper someone thinks they have found a word that is a direct definition match for another. Because language in many cultures is not just a definition, it goes beyond that. Because sometimes a word captures a feeling or an emotion which cannot accurately be translated into another language. Just to take an example, the word Vorfreude in German means the joy of anticipation. It's that feeling you get when you know something good is coming and you're just kind of waiting for it to happen. There is no word in English that captures that same feeling, which means that a translation has to try and match as best as it can to what that is trying to encapsulate. And whilst I might sit here and say, oh, it means the joy of anticipation, it will never quite accurately capture what Vorfreude means for a German speaker, because you're describing an emotional state rather than a definition. And what Devara and Violet are talking about here is that something is always lost, even when you think you have a pretty decent translation of a word. It's unavoidable, and that's why a lot of translators spend so long trying to find the best fits for what the original text is trying to encapsulate. But to translate something is to inherently compromise its original meaning. You can try and do as faithful a translation as you can, but that does not mean that things are still not lost, and that is kind of the beauty of a good translation. And it's something that I've become increasingly interested in over the years, is the difference between good translation and bad translation, because I don't think I realized how much of an art there was to it and how greatly mistranslations of texts alter their inherent worth and value and meaning. But I also love this trope's inclusion because it explains how withholding information and rewriting stories can be used to keep so many people in the dark, especially as the generations move on and that becomes all they know. Much like when Atos says that secrets die with those who keep them, so does language and information. And if those things are not passed on, for example, they are banned from being spoken, then they die with the people who originally spoke them. If you want real-world examples of this, by the way, the English banned the speaking of Cornish language way back when, and this practice was massively successful. Cornish was almost eradicated as a language and was considered by many to be dead. However, the reason why this failed is because there were a few families who maintained speaking Cornish. They are single-handedly responsible for keeping Cornish as a language alive. They passed it down, they kept telling Cornish tales, and that's why we still have Cornish as a language that we can understand, although it is much smaller than it perhaps would have been had the English not decided to try and eradicate it from the planet. A very similar thing happened in the US, where the US government tried to ban Native Americans from being able to speak tribal languages. They wanted to essentially cut off the older generations from the younger generations by forcing the younger generations into boarding schools, which were essentially really disturbed, horrifying, abusive places where many Native American children died. What they were trying to do was prevent younger generations from being able to engage with older generations and share a common tongue, which means that a lot of information, cultural practices, and knowledge were going to be lost when that generation died. And it was a way to essentially try and eradicate Native American culture and all of the different tribal practices that different tribes had. There are elements of that kind of thinking in this book, and I do think that it is very interesting when you can see plot devices in books like fantasy books or romantasy books that can be extrapolated into real-world examples. And this is why it really bothers me when people get up on a soapbox on the internet and say that books, especially romantasy books, are not political. They are. This trope in particular has real-world examples of this happening all throughout history. I've just named 2, and you can see how quite neatly they fit into this structure of, hey, we're gonna eradicate languages and culture and information and use bad translation. Anyway, that's one of my favorite chapters for that reason, and I will fight anyone who wants to try and argue that these books are not political. Unfortunately, I have to mention at this point that Disdain Atos is also mentioned as a talented linguist alongside Violet. They both speak several quote-unquote dead languages, one of which they used to create a secret code when they were younger so that they could communicate and no one else could know what they were talking about, which I actually think is quite cute because who amongst us did not make secret code languages with their friends when they were kids? Genuinely, I cannot think of a single other point that fleshes out the idea that these two were friends prior to Fourth Wing. It is just this idea that they communicated in a dead language that no one else understood as a secret code. Which, I mean, fair enough, but I do think there should be more substance to your relationship if you're going to call each other best friends for your entire lives. Maybe that's just me. Maybe secret code was enough. During this conversation about culture, they talk about other consequences of the unification of Navarre, including the fact that the people within the borders gave up the opportunity to go out of them, and also the people outside of the borders gave up the opportunity to come in. It is briefly mentioned that Navarre gave the people of Poromil 1 year to pack up everything and essentially come inside the borders before they shut them, aka come inside the wards. But the reality of this is that only those who were incredibly rich or already lived very close to a border were able to do this, because the journey from the outer banks of Poromil to where the borders of Navarre were going to be is treacherous, and most people were not able to make that journey before the borders shut. I love classist themes. Thank you, Rebecca Yaros. My Bachelor's of Science in Politics and Economics is eating very well. Yes, it is. I do have a degree. That's right, I have a degree. and this is how I spend my time. Rhiannon at this point also mentions that her people lost a lot of folklore because of the unification, and all of those stories are now nowhere to be found. Interesting. Very interesting. Professor Devara then essentially asks the entire class if they believe that the cost was worth it to be within the safety of the wards at the borders of Navarre. And everyone agreed, except Violet Sorengale, CEO of the Not Like Other Girls movement. Because unlike other girls, this girl thinks big government is bad. Afterwards, we go to the gym where Violet continues to ignore Disdain Atos because famously, he can read her memories, and she's not trying to have her memories read right now. The squad have a quick chat about what they think the big attack might be at the border, and Riddick then asks if Violet can just ask her mum, General Lilith Sorengale, Mother of the Year, if you forgot. To which Violet replies with, the woman who knew I was missing for a week then told me to get back in formation when she realized I'd survived my first combat mission? Yeah, I'm sure she'll be forthcoming with all the information. I give him a sarcastic thumbs up. Dane then asks Violet if she's ready to talk, to which Violet just goes, no, and walks away. Violet then goes and stands next to Riddick, to which Dane, instead of being a normal person just taking the L, starts acting like a where's my hug kind of guy. He walks around the mat, walks around Riddick, and then goes, come on, Violet, you have to be ready to talk at some point. We've been friends since you were 5. And then Violet commits another murder and says, we are no longer friends. And I'll be ready to talk to you when the sight of you doesn't make me want to bury my knife in your chest all the way to the hilt. You can't keep running away from me. I left my middle finger around the corner of the mat. Don't know what was going on, but Violet was having absolutely none of it. It's not that I really believed that in Fourth Wing, Violet's friendships or relationships with any of these people outside of Xaden felt real or particularly believable or meaningful, but still, she had more chemistry with every other character than her alleged BFF. And that's just the truth. Violet and Riri then have a discussion about disdain because Riri is very confused as to why they are no longer friends. She thinks it's because Disdain and Xaden were having a dick measuring contest last year, and she is real for that. But Violet literally says, he was my best friend for 15 years. There was no one closer. I thought he was going to be my everything. Girl, I do not believe you. Just because you say it does not make it true. Anyway, Riri proves once more that she is first and foremost a girl's girl, and she has no idea what's going on, but says, I'll hate him on principle if that's what we're doing. But I know you, and you don't cut people out unless they hurt you. So as your friend, did he hurt you? She asks quietly. Or is this something else we aren't talking about? Eat her up, Riri! Violet doesn't want to tell Rhiannon about everything that happened with Dane because she thinks it'll put her at risk, as Dane's signet is classified and it'll blow the lid on everything. So instead, number one thinker of her generation, Violet, says, he stole something from me. Okay, someone call Batman because we've got a Riddler. And then Dane does the most Dane thing possible, and he demands that Violet spar with him, which as wing leader, he is now allowed to do. Sir, could you just get a clue? Just one time, get a clue. I have such intense, visceral ick from you. It is like a bad case of thrush, and he is causing incessant burning. He's just acting like a lecherous uncle at Thanksgiving. I am baffled, befuzzled. I am genuinely gagged because this woman, not 5 minutes ago, said that she was going to stab you in the chest. Don't get me wrong, I love it when a man's down bad, but not like this, Dane. Not like this. Violet knows that this is an opportunity for Dane to get her, to steal her memories. I'm not gonna lie, that is such icky behavior. He knows that he cannot touch her, so he has quite literally leveraged his position of power to manipulate a situation whereby he has to touch her. Loser behavior. Anyway, everyone kicks off, as you might expect, because Violet is, of course, still in a sling. Imogen runs off to get Bodhi because she thinks that Bodhi will be able to convince Dane to stop being a wet wipe, because of course, if Dane steals a memory from Violet's head, they're probably all gonna get executed. To be honest with you. Things aren't looking good. Anyway, they're all objecting. Dane doesn't care. He's like, no, lol, I'm gonna fight her anyway, actually. It's not my problem. Xaden's going to fucking kill him. Bodhi whispers. Yeah, well, he isn't here. It's fine, I lie. reaching for my first dagger. Just remember who trained me. At this point, Violet's got her shields locked in mentally, okay? She is prepared that even if he does go for her face, she thinks she can block him out with her shields. Violet remembers to keep her shields locked in and she steps onto the mat. She looks at Dane dead in the eyes and she goes, reach for my face and I'll kill you. Get him, girl. Remember that Dane's signet is retrocognition, which is the ability to read memories through touch. He can look for specific memories by searching for a keyword. It's a bit like a Google search for memories. It's just SEO maximization, leading to the great memory stealing scandal of Fourth Wing. They begin to tussle, and Dane says to Violet that he just wants to talk to her. He admits that he took her memory about Athabine, but he denies knowing that his father, Colonel Atos, was sending her into a deadly battle. Violet says that Dane destroyed their friendship when he violated her by stealing her memory, and that action by him got Soleil and Liam killed. Because famously, if Dane hadn't stolen the memory about Athabine from Violet, he never would have reported it to Colonel Atos. Colonel Atos would have never sent that squad to Athabine and then Resson for the War Games, which directly resulted into their fight with the Venin, which got Liam, rest in peace, and Soleil killed. So just to confirm, Dane, still a flop. Anyway, he eventually voluntarily taps out because he's clearly got his fill of his humiliation kink today, but not before he tells Violet that he was genuinely worried about her and her relationship with Xaden because her mother, General Lilith Sorringale, was the one who scarred Xaden. Now, if you remember, Xaden has like 100 lashes, scars on his back, one for each of the children of the revolution. He took responsibility for them and was physically marked for it. And because of this, Dane says that he was worried that Xaden was going to hurt Violet as a way of getting back at General Lilith Sorringale. It is worth noting that as readers, we suspect that Dane was only instructed to spy on Violet after the threshing. And this is because obviously the dragon that she bonded with, Tern, is bonded with Sigale, who is obviously bonded to Xaden, thus bonding Violet and Xaden. If you go back now and read the threshing chapter in Fourth Wing with the knowledge that you have, you will notice that from this point on, Dane does start acting a lot more suspiciously than usual. This is the pivotal point where he does start touching Violet's face a lot more because he is spying for big government. It also, in his defense, does kind of check out that he really did believe that he was somehow protecting her because he truly thought that Xaden was using Violet to get back at Lilith. So, I mean, like, fair enough, I do get it, but also we are really just so over that, Dane. You lost in the Alpha Dog Wars. Like, I just need you to calm down and just stop. It was so book one news, you know, grow up. After Dane and Violet's tussle, Rhiannon pulls Violet aside and is like, babe, right, you are gonna need to tell me what actually happened, because that was actually a little bit insane. That was stupid. And Violet finally admits that what Dane stole from her was a memory. This is another small secret reveal to Rhiannon. Some might say that she's, you know, giving her little secrets every now and then as trust grows. I can't think of any other character dynamic where that could be what was happening and that makes sense that it was happening. Can you, Violet? Something to note here is that Rhiannon is technically in a position of power. She's a squad leader. So, like, is she really not allowed to know what Dane's signet is? I feel like she should be able to, but there we are. Although we are told that it's uncommon for second years to get the squad leader job, but then last year Dane had it and he was a second year. Although I guess technically in the story he is powerful. The only thing in my eyes that he's really good at, though, is just pissing me off. So maybe I am a little biased. That being said, I do understand why Dane is powerful. Not only is he a Nepo baby, but he can literally read minds. Given that information, I am a bit confused how our favourite girl boss, Rhiannon, is as powerful as a literal mind reader. I mean, I know she is good at fighting. We are told that. And I think her signet is that she can teleport small items short distances. That seems like it could be useful. But aren't, like, most of the people in this school good fighters? Because that's, like, what they're trained to do. I mean, other than Sloane, she's bloody useless. But then Rhiannon brings up the fact that the other riders that Violet was with during the War Games have all been killed or targeted. I'm not gonna lie, she is connecting all of the dots here. She is a more compelling character in terms of problem solving than anyone else in this book, naming no specific names. Rhea is so good at figuring things out, okay? She is putting the dots together. She is using her brain. We finally got a capable side character. She's beautiful. She's smart. She's a capable fighter. She may or may not be a lesbian. Why is she not the protagonist of this book? Either way, I'm starting to think that maybe Rhiannon is not the token queer character. Maybe she's got substance. She's not like the other girls. The other girls being the rest of the squad, who are very one note. I mean, Riddick, it's a great note. You're very funny. But like, who are you, babe? Genuinely, I couldn't tell you a single thing about Sawyer. I don't know what this man is doing at any given point. I don't know who he is. He's there, but like, who are you? To be fair, I do think Rhiannon was just the token queer character in book 1. To Yaris's credit, I do think she listened to some of the criticisms she got in Fourth Wing and decided to kind of build upon and fix some of those issues in Iron Flame. Granted, she did then forget to delete an entire third of this book, where the two leads just have the same nonsensical argument over and over again. But I guess you can't win them all. And just when you think, right, Rhiannon has done a suitable amount of figuring things out, she hits us with another zinger. She asks how Liam, rest in peace, his dragon, Day, died. And Violet flat out refuses to answer. It's a little bit awkward. But you see, Violet, at least she's asking questions, babe. When you want to know things, generally a good start is to ask a question. Guys, I fear that you may have forgotten about our secret prince. Yes, welcome back, member of royalty. Not quite blonde member of royalty. Dirty brown-haired member of royalty. Violet is watching Arik fight. Arik gets his wrist broken, and she then takes him to the infirmary. What a very nice lady. On the way, Arik tells Violet that his father, King Tauri, thinks he's on his 20th birthday tour, which is very spring break coded. He thinks I'm drinking and fucking my way across the kingdom. That's right, Arik really is that girl. He said club, another club, bus. Like, good for him, honestly. For my 20th birthday, I was just live streaming on Twitch. Like, I think it might have been COVID time. I'm not 100% sure. It was very uneventful. He tells Violet that he slipped through his guards in order to sneak his way over to Basquiath to enroll in the Riders Quadrant. And he hints that he knows what is happening at the borders with the Wyvern and the Venom. And his reasoning for this, since he began to notice the presence of alloy daggers being carried by his guards. He then says that that is the reason why he joined the Riders Quadrant. That is why he's here. Now this is progress. This is news! This is plot, dare I say! We then get Violet's reunion with Xaden, and he lets her know a bit more about what he's been working on. There's so much progress being made here. The plot is beginning to move. He then tells Violet that they need a first-hand account of the first 6 that is untranslated. Which, like, feel like we knew that, babe. But don't think that's really groundbreaking news. Not that we have much time to ponder on that, though, because they are then interrupted by guess who? Major bloody Varish. This man needs to get a job. Anyway, Major Varish says that he's taking Violet for interrogation training. And Xaden is like, no, babe, she's in a sling. Like, you're not allowed to go and do that. She's already hurt. It's probably against the codex. I don't know. At this point, Major Varish hits him with the nuh-uh. and that's pretty much the end of it. So Violet has to go for interrogations training. At this point, I invoke the sacred words of Scooby-Doo. Ruh-roh. So we're in interrogation training. Violet is given the information that the key is in the desk drawer, and she has to protect that piece of information. The other cadets, Riddick, Sawyer, and Rhiannon, are given different pieces of information to each protect. It's given SAS Who Dares wins again. Miss Becky's military husband-in-law is out in full force once more. The gang is told that there is a patch that they can win if they manage to escape interrogation, but that no team has managed to do so in decades. So any guesses as to what we think our team is going to do here? Also, the patch that they're referencing is something that you get to stitch onto your flight jacket to basically say that you're better than other people. Then they're told to tell the group a secret of theirs, and our infantry is killing Paramish civilians at the border, which is actually pretty smart of her to say out of all the secret things she knows, because this is an obvious thing that she could have accidentally seen whilst at Samara. I don't quite remember why they each have to share a secret, by the way. I I don't remember that. I'm very confused, but that is something that happens. They are then all given food and water, which I feel like is the least you can do if you're locking a bunch of students up and interrogating them. Violet sniffs the water, and she realizes that the water is exactly like the kind they were given during land navigation training as part of the RSC. Remember that survival course where like a couple of the infantry people got torched? She then tells the group not to drink the water so that they can maintain their connection to their dragons and keep a hold of their signets. And yet you're telling me that none of them thought that the water, which apparently had an obvious enough odor that Violet thought to sniff it, none of them caught that that was the same water that severed their connection to their dragons, something which I imagine would be quite traumatic and that you would probably make note of so that it does not happen again. Rhiannon, who is famously smart enough, powerful enough to be a squad leader in her second year, she didn't clock that the water smelled funny. Like, you can't build out a side character to be a compelling, believably intelligent, reasonable side character and then make her stupid the minute that the plot needs to prove that Violet is still smarter than everyone else. They are then brought into a chamber, it's given Harry Potter, where Rhiannon, Sawyer and Riddick are all chained up whilst Violet is instructed to sit in a chair. Not a chair? What if it doesn't have lumbar support? Unfortunately, the chair is not the scary part because two people then come in and absolutely wail on her. They then start beating Rhiannon, Sawyer and Riddick and demanding their secrets. None of them give it up. Good for them. The people who are beating them then leave. A few hours later, they come back again and they do the same thing, except they swap out who is sat on the chair, receiving the majority of the wailing. And to be honest, at this point, I was a bit disappointed. Which sounds a little bit sadistic, but bear with me. I was a bit disappointed because I would have thought a death college would maybe have more creative ways to torture someone rather than just like repeatedly punching them in the face and being like, tell me your secrets. You know what I mean? I feel like you'd have something more juicy, which is my fault, I guess. I guess I thought it was a classy party. But then Dane Atos is brought into the room by Major Varish. And he gets all upset because he sees how badly Violet's been beaten on. And stickler for the rules Dane Atos tells Major Varish that riders are supposed to be in healthy condition before they undergo interrogation training. And he knows that Violet was in a sling, which is very funny because remember that this is the same man who a week ago used his position of authority to force Violet to spar with him whilst her arm was still in the sling. Major Varish then insists that Dane use his signet on Violet while she is tied up to the chair. But in a wild turn of events, Dane refuses. A rare Dane W. As Varish continues talking, it becomes clear that he is the one in charge of Dane's training, with his main goal being to get Dane to use and extend the abilities of his signet. And because of this, Violet starts to wonder what Major Varish's signet is. Why is he qualified to teach Dane? The conversation progresses and Dane flat out refuses to use his signet on Violet and walks out. So what does Major Varish do? The rational, reasonable, never a petty little whiny bitch Major Varish? Yeah, he punches Violet so hard across the face that she blacks out. I know that this sounds bad, but because Violet gets hurt so consistently throughout this book and is nearly always in near-death situations yet manages to survive, I'm so desensitized to her getting wounded at this point that when he punches her in the face and she blacks out, genuinely didn't even care. I'm sorry, but you know there's going to be no real consequences for her. She's not going to die. She's just not. The one thing that is worth noting here, though, is that this is the start of the Dane redemption arc. Like it or not, it is coming. Okay, this is the start. When Violet reawakens, Nolan is hovering over her in the infirmary. He fixes her up and then sends her straight back to the interrogation chamber. It's a good job, Nolan. Lieutenant Colonel Mr. Mender Nolan actually is an ally because when he drops Violet off at the interrogation chamber, he purposely leaves the window unlocked. The window is not large enough to get out of, but by not closing the window, the group is able to hear Nolan asks Major Varish for his help with something. And the two walk off together. Rhiannon tells the group that they need to escape, like right now, because they're pretty certain that Major Varish is actually going to kill Violet otherwise, which I think is a pretty fair assessment at this point. Like, this man is so unhinged. Who let him work in a school? Violet then tells the entire group that she knows something, which is why Varish wants her interrogated and possibly murdered, but she can't tell them what it is. Because if she does, they will also be targets. Which, fair enough, but also Violet, girl, you might be the worst keeper of secrets potentially ever. Like, Why would you tell them that? I don't get why you would tell them that. At this point, we don't even need Dane and his signet because Violet will eventually just tell everyone. Sawyer uses his signet to open the first door. I can't quite remember what his signet is. On screen now. Sorry if you can't see that. Once they get out of that door, they're out of the chamber and into the kind of like waiting room that they were in earlier. In that room is all of the belongings that were confiscated from them, including their weapons, daggers, and all of that stuff. They then make their way to the locked main door, and Sawyer's signet is not getting them through it. They are in trouble. But thankfully, Violet realizes that one of her daggers is hot and tingly. She then runs the dagger near the door and it unlocks. I can't believe we got magic door unlocking daggers before we got GTA 6, but here we are. Anyway, with the main door open, they all managed to escape interrogation. Congratulations. You did the thing that no one has been able to do for decades. The thing that none of us as readers thought that you were going to be able to do. Not one of us had a clue. That was a total surprise to every single one of us. But the real question from that is, what the bloody hell's going on with Violet's tingling dagger? Once outside, the team are greeted by Professor Grady and Rhea asks Violet about her dagger, to which she just says that she got it from Xaden. That's right, the dagger is the runed dagger that Xaden gave her. Rhiannon then asks Professor Grady for the patch that they all have earned by escaping, and they discuss the fact that 2 second years have now died as a result of this interrogation training. Like, let's be honest, can big government really afford to be losing any more people at this point? The Venin are on their bloody doorstep and they're just murdering people for interrogation, which, by the way, no one in this plot seems to have any interest in interrogating anyone. The Griffin Flyers want to kill people, Navarre's big government want to kill people, and Violet, I care about the truth Sorengale, doesn't seem interested in asking any questions, let alone enough to have a full-on interrogation. If you do too well at interrogation practice, you die. If you don't do well, you also die. So really, this is an exercise in mediocrity. It feels a bit like during the witch hunts, where the only way to pass a test to prove you weren't a witch was to just die. I literally do not understand this school and why they are so happy to kill off students. Like, the second years, they actually have dragons. They are useful in the war that will come, and you are just killing them for what? For whom? Okay, back to classes now. Not gonna lie, if this were me, I quite literally could not take any of my classes seriously when the teachers are this interested in murdering me, but maybe that's just me. In shocking news, Violet is still ignoring Dane. What could I even say? Thank you for doing the only decent thing and not violating my privacy. Speak on it, Violet. Tell your truth, Queen. Violet's friends decide that she needs to blow off some steam because spending all of her time traveling to Samara and only seeing Xaden is not good for her. Who would have thought? And I would agree, but as a reader at this point in the book, I was pretty much clinging to those Xaden chapters. So I cannot support this. Some other second years stop Rhiannon's squad and ask how they escaped, saying, "Rumor is it took them an entire day to reset the interrogation room after you guys." Crikey! Thank you very much to Xaden Ryerson for the tingly knives, we all say. At Battle Brief, Violet and all of her friends find leaflets spread across all of the chairs saying that the Poramish city of Zolia has fallen to dragonfire. The third largest city in the Breivik province has fallen to the blue fire dragons and their riders. Though the city and its drifts fought valiantly, the 2-day battle ended in Poramish defeat. All those who did not evacuate have perished. An estimated 10,000 lives have been lost, including General Fenella, the commander of Breivik's Griffin fleet. All trade routes to the city have been barricaded to prevent future loss of life. So 10,000 people have died, and this city that has been taken over is only 4 hours from the Navarre border. Everyone who sees this leaflet, which is pretty much all of the cadets in Battle Brief, is shaken up because they don't think that Navarre would murder civilians like this. Violet catches Imogen and Bodhi's eyes across the room. They are all looking at each other panicked because obviously Violet, Bodhi and Imogen know that blue fire dragons are not dragons at all. They are wyvern. It's not looking good, guys. It's not looking good. At this point, there are lots of looks happening. So Violet realizes that people are watching her. So she starts looking at nothing. Rhiannon starts looking at Violet. And Imogen and Bodhi start looking at each other. At this point, everyone in the room, all of the cadets, are trying to figure out if this is real, because obviously they don't know about Wyvern. So they think if this is real, it means that big government have just committed a massacre. And Violet notices that even the professors look a bit freaked out. Nice. That's what I like. Guerrilla warfare. They're getting the leaflets out, printing press. Something worth keeping in mind here is that it seems that none of the marked ones were aware of these leaflets or the attack in Zoya. So who left the leaflets in Battle Brief? Is there perhaps an insider within big government who is against big government? Things to ponder. But when Professor Markham arrives, he sees them all discussing and simply says that they should all pass the leaflets forward to be discussed another day. Meaning he's essentially just confiscated the leaflets and shut down the discussion. And he is super calm about this, which gets people thinking that it's probably a setup. He then says that this was a lesson in being able to spot propaganda and that all of them have seemingly failed. He's a bloody genius. If only now any of the cadets had critical thinking skills and could apply that piece of information to everything they've learnt about Navarre. Now this man, unfortunately for us, Professor Markham is not done. No, he is about to do one of the most insane things in this book. I'm going to give you a minute to discuss amongst yourselves as to what you think is about to happen. And if you've already read the book, I would like you to put in what you thought was going to happen at this point. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Let me know what you reckon is going to occur in these coming moments. Because I can honestly tell you, I did not see this coming, okay? This threw me for a loop. Now, at this point, Professor Markham welcomes someone to the room. And who does this man welcome back, you might ask? Winner of the Billboard Music Award for Top Rap Song 2022, Jack Harlow! I mean, Jack Barlow, who, if you remember, Violet famously dropped an entire mountainside on, and yet is still alive. I'm not being funny. Liam's dragon only got stabbed like a little bit. Babe, it brings me so much pain to do this. It really does. At this point, it genuinely seems like Miss Becky is happy to resurrect everyone except our boy Liam. Rest in peace. Whole mountain. Anyway, turns out that Jack was the patient that Lieutenant Colonel Nolan had spent all his time mending, because of course he was. This man can survive anything. Something that I do think is important to note here is that big government kill off students like it's nothing. It's light work. They do not care. And yet, they went out of their way to rescue this little weasel from underneath the rubble of a mountain. Like, why even bother? And that begs the question, what if they didn't bring him back? What would allow a person to survive having a mountain dropped on their head? Leave you to ponder that one. Anyway, he walks in the room and obviously the first person that he fishes out of the crowd is Violet. And obviously he's pissed because famously she did drop a mountain on him last time they met. Just in case you thought she was ever going to know peace in the near future. No, they brought back that unreasonably angry and aggressive malicious antagonist from book one who has no motivation to really be nasty other than the fact he's just nasty. And I saw a lot of people, to be fair, in my fourth wing analysis be like, well, he wants to kill her because it's just getting rid of competition that could take a dragon from him. Which, like, is pretty poor for motivation, but like, sure. But then he should have chilled out once he got a dragon. And he didn't. He kept trying to kill people. So that just proves that that wasn't his motivation. Apparently, we're supposed to just believe that this man is a nasty guy, which people are very rarely just evil for evil's sake. Does he have a tragic backstory that we're not yet getting? Will we ever get it? I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference at this point because he's tried to kill and killed so many people. So I don't know if I really care to have empathy for this man at this point. But for better or worse, he has returned. Yeah, so add him to the list of people who probably want to kill Violet. 10 then hits her with some excellent advice that is, be aware of him at all times. Then battle brief officially begins with Jack joining the crowd. Professor Devara says that Samara has been attacked. Their outpost was successfully defended by the 3 riders who were not on patrol. Their victory is nothing short of astounding. While no riders were killed in the assault, her gaze snaps to mine. One rider was severely injured. Not being funny, but Professor Devara is so unserious for directing that at Violet with no further information. That is brutal. Like, come on now. Come on. Violet immediately leaves the room and is ready to head to Samara. Taryn is already waiting to fly. I can't begin to fathom a world without Mira. And Zayden? My heart can't comprehend the possibility. At this point, she's feeling pretty quote-unquote primal because her emotions are mixing with Taryn's because he's really worried about Sigale. Bodhi runs after her and gives her his flight jacket so she doesn't freeze to death. because if you remember, flying is famously very cold. They get to Samara and we see Mira. She is chilling. Turns out she wasn't even there. She was out on patrol. Literally didn't have a clue. So that's one down. Violet hits her with the Liam Neeson line of, "Where is he?" To which Mira replies with, "He's in the sparring gym. From what I hear, your man's the only reason we still have an outpost. Told you. Told you. No one can hurt our man." Zayden's in the gym sparring with Garrick, who is also at Samara. Don't know if I mentioned that, but he's there. He's literally fine. Like, not a mark on him. But Violet still, quote unquote, needs to touch him, because of course she does. I step into Zayden's line of sight, my toes hitting the edge of the mat. Zayden glances towards me, and his eyes widen for all of a heartbeat before he nails Garrick in the face with his elbow, sending him tumbling to the ground. That is so rude. What did my boy Garrick ever do to you? I mean, it is hot, but that's not the point. Basically, Violet is very much channeling her primal instincts from Taryn at this point, so she's kind of angry, kind of scared, everything's frustrated and moody and hot. Her shields are in shambles, she cannot shut Taryn out. So Zayden pours cold water all over her. He's like, "That'll sort you out, love." Apparently that works, and she manages to shield him better. I literally don't even know what we're talking about anymore. He asks how she got early leave to come and check on him. She replies that she didn't. Great, Violet. It's not like there was a professor who was trying to kill you for far less serious transgressions at an earlier point in this book. So now Zayden is also all mad and worried for her. And then he hits us with, "Who the fuck's flight jacket are you wearing? Zayden, is now the time. Be so for real. Are you serious right now?" I unbutton jacket and tug at the sleeves, but the leather is a bitch when wet, and it takes a moment to yank free. "I ran out of battle brief the second Devera clued me in that you'd been wounded. Yes, I left without leave. Then I flew 8 hours at breakneck speed with an absolutely irrational Tarn who thought if you'd been hurt, then Sigale could have been too. And now you pull some possessive, jealous, whose jacket is that bullshit just because your cousin knew I was so panicked that I wouldn't stop for my own flight leathers? You can right off." I've added this in because my favourite Violet personally is the Violet that tells people to fuck off and then perfectly summarises a chapter. It's worth noting that Zayden does not calm down when he finds out that it's Bodhi's flight jacket, and that this is one of the single biggest pieces of information that we get to suggest the fan theory that Bodhi is secretly in love with Violet. Make of that what you will, I will not be weighing in. Zayden is swooning, Violet is fuming. Turns out Zayden was wounded. He nearly lost an arm, but luckily he was mended. Because of course, we cannot have one of our main characters losing a limb, even though that seems to make perfect sense with the level of danger that these riders are regularly in. I don't understand how everyone in this story is pretty much fully got all their limbs. I do feel like there should be more people missing limbs. You know what I mean? Like, there seems to be a suspiciously high number of limbs. But maybe that is just because you can mend them. Like, if your arm comes off, maybe they can just stick it back on and mend it. But we don't have time to ponder these questions, because Zayden and Violet start making out in the shower. He kisses me like I'm the answer to every question. Like, everything we've been and will be hinges on this moment. And maybe it does. Guys, it's happening. It's happening. It took us 25 chapters. But we finally get a Zaddy sex scene. Yes, we do. Also, I have just noticed that I did just start calling him Zaddy with no explanation for that. I think it's pretty obvious. If you can't work it out, you're too young to be reading this book and too young to be watching this video. Becky really made us work for this one. Yes, she did. Turns out, all Zayden needed was a little bit freaky time in the shower, because now he's more than happy to let Violet accompany him whilst he goes to do a weapons drop in Poromil. She is, of course, thrilled. Taryn agrees that she can go on the condition that she is not allowed to get off of his back. So he'll fly her there, but like she is stuck there like a kid strapped into a high chair. At this point, Violet, Zayden, Taryn and Sigil are having a four-way mental conversation like it's a WhatsApp group chat. And do you remember Catriona? Well, everyone say, welcoming Catriona to the main plot. Yes, here she is. You will notice she looks suspiciously similar to Violet. She is one of the Griffin Flyers, and by the looks of it, she knows our boy Zayden. And not just because of his weapon drops, if you know what I mean. The way she looks at Zayden isn't just doe-eyed. There's an unmistakable longing there, a hunger that has me blinking. She looks like I feel. Zayden gives the daggers to the Griffin Flyers, but he's pretty mad at a Griffin Flyer called Serena and demands to know why a bunch of Griffin Flyers attacked Samara. And Serena just goes, I can't control all the drifts. Now, drifts are the Griffin Flyer version of squads, so they're kind of like groups of Griffin Flyers that are together. Xaden points out that he nearly lost an arm, and he and Violet then tell the Griffin Flyers that the attacks on Navarre have to stop. It seems at this point that the Griffin Flyers are essentially trying to mess with the wards. You'll condemn us all to death if you take down the only ward standing between the Venin and the hatching grounds at Basquiat. It's our only forge for weaponry, and there's enough raw magic in that range to feed them for a century. They'd be unstoppable. Every head lifts in my direction. Nice to meet you without Ryson's face attached to yours, Sorringale. Gagged! So Catriona was one of the Griffin Flyers that Violet and Xaden ran into at Athabine at the start of the War Games. Do you remember, right when they were told the Venom were coming? So she was the one that originally saw Violet making out with Xaden when the whole scheme about Xaden working with the Griffin Flyers was first uncovered to Violet in Fourth Wing. Also, I don't think I made this very clear, but Ressen was the little town that was attacked when the squads went to Athabine for the War Games. So they were at Athabine, they met the Griffin Flyers, and then they flew onwards to Ressen, which was the town that got attacked by the Venom. Kat is staring at Violet with an unsettling mix of shock and malice. And then Kat says to Xaden, she's striking, I'll give her that. Guys, can you sense which trope we're getting into? Xaden tells the Griffin Flyers that he's been doing his part by smuggling the weapons out, and he's been working on trying to acquire the lumery needed for the forge. However, Kat insists that Xaden's had ample opportunities to acquire a lumery. He just hasn't, because he's not willing to pay the price for it, because he's quote-unquote smitten with Violet. What the hell would I have to do with a Parmish Viscount? Violet babes, I'm literally asking the same thing. We get a reminder then that the Venin are most likely going to be at the border in less than a year. And the Griffin Flyers are like, well babes, they're gonna come for you. How you stop them is your business. I meant what I said. Come for our wards and I'll watch you die. Things are getting a little bit catty. Serena then tells Violet that Tern is still the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen. They leave and Violet asks Xaden if Kat is his ex, and he admits that she is. Crikey. Welcome on in, jealousy trope. At this point, Violet is feeling the following emotions: jealousy, anxiety, insecurity. Ten at this point tells her to calm down and says, I will remind you that not a single dragon chose her. You were selected by two. Pull yourself together. Actually, such a girl's girl. Then Violet asks Xaden what it is that he's not willing to give the Parmish Viscount to Karis, who is Catriona's uncle, it turns out, in exchange for a luminary. And Xaden admits that what Takaris wants is to watch Violet wield lightning in exchange for allowing them to use the luminary. Not own it. They can't have it. They can use it. And this is an issue because Xaden wants to possess it. He doesn't just want permission to use it. And he believes that Takaris actually wants to capture Violet in order to use her signet for his own purposes. He's known for collecting precious things and keeping them against their will. I won't risk it. I won't risk you. I would rather lose this entire war than live without you. I fear that that one is going to become a problem later on. At this point, Violet begins to clue Xaden in on all the happenings at Basquiat. And I mean all of the happenings. We basically get a plot recap of everything that's happened in the book thus far. I'm just gonna speed run the list of things that she tells Xaden because it gets a bit silly. She mentions the elixir that Basquiat senior management have developed, which dulls a rider's connection to their dragon and stops them from using their signet. Violet mentions that she reckons she can create an antidote to it if she can get her hands on a sample, and if she can't, she thinks Brennan can, because Brennan is, of course, a poison master. The Battle of Zoya being leaked in Battle Brief, which it turns out did actually happen. Nolan bringing Jack back to life. Varish beating her up during the interrogation training. Dane refusing to use his signet on Violet at Varish's command during interrogation training. Violet and her squad escaping interrogation and getting a cute little patch. Dane challenging her to a fight in order to try and talk to her or read her emotions. We're still not really sure about that point. And she finally tells Xaden that Prince Cam, aka Arik Greycastle, has snuck into the Riders Quadrant. Because did I mention that until this point she has not told this man that a Prince of Navarre has snuck into the Riders Quadrant and is her friend? A Prince of Navarre who, by the way, is brothers with the other Prince of Navarre that he killed. I cannot for the life of me understand why Violet did not think that this would be good information to tell this man. This woman, Like, listen, I understand the function of this little summary, right? It's like a nice little plot recap for the reader, right? It's a bit like this, except significantly shorter. However, what this accidentally does is highlight just how stupid Violet is. Because the amount of information that Violet has been withholding from her boyfriend and leader of the revolution, Xaden Ryerson, is ridiculous. For example, why would you not tell your boyfriend that a literal prince of the kingdom you're trying to overtake is now one of your friends? I feel like, personally, that would be a really important piece of useful information to tell the leader of the revolution against Navarre. Like the elixir that dampens riders' abilities to connect to their dragons and use their signets. You didn't think that was important to tell Xaden? You know, the rider who very heavily relies on his dragon and signet to survive because everyone hates him because he has a rebellion relic. You didn't think that would be important to tell him so that he might tell the other kids with rebellion relics in Basquiat to be careful because that would dampen their powers enough to potentially kill them. Like, for someone who cares so much about keeping people safe, she really is doing a terrible job. After this, Violet departs from Samara, heading back to Basquiat, and she is feeling good about the fact that her and Xaden are finally starting to trust each other. Back at Basquiat, Violet is aware that she is going to be severely punished for her unauthorized leave, but luckily for Violet, girl boss Professor Emeterio comes along, and he says, girl, the people are mad. Yes, they are furious. And by the people, he specifically means Major Varish, who we all know should be on a watch list, because there is something wrong with that man. He tells Violet to blame her absence on the strong bond of her dragon. And he does this by saying he does not have favourite cadets, but if he did, this would be the advice that he would give them. Not one of these teachers has a single degree of professionalism. When Violet heads back to her room, all her friends are there. Very nice. Until that moment is ruined by an interception by who? You guessed it, Major Bloody Varish. Violet's in a panic as he starts checking her flight jacket because she knows that within that jacket is an alloy dagger. She's not supposed to have that, babe. And if he finds it, it's not only going to implicate her, but Xaden and the entire revolution. But before Varish can close the door, separating Violet from her friends, she eyes Rhiannon and then she eyes the pocket where the dagger is. And I don't know about you, but that's a hint if I ever saw one. If you remember, Rhiannon has a signet where she can essentially teleport small items from one place to another. But despite all of her training, she's only ever been able to do this if she has line of sight on the item. And the problem is, Varish shuts the door before Violet feels the weight of the dagger leave. So she starts panicking. Varish does the jacket inspection. Dagger's nowhere to be found. Despite not finding the dagger, Varish is still intent on hitting Violet with a very severe punishment for her unauthorized leave. But in another wild twist of events, Professor Cowrie arrives. He says that him and Professor Panchek agreed that they would not punish Violet for what was clearly the decision of her distraught dragon Terranarch, who just really needed to make sure that his number one girl was okay. He says that Violet really needs to work on her shielding, but given how strong the bond between Terran and Sigale is, she's a second year. You know, she's not really expected to be able to compete with that. It is mentioned several points throughout the series that Terran and Sigale are one of the strongest bonded mated pairs in history. So, you know, it's not really Violet's fault. At this point, it seems that every professor in the school is coming round to protect their number one favourite Nepo baby Violet. And I love that for her. This is the teacher's pet representation I've always wanted. Anyway, Major Varish backs down and the two professors leave. Congratulations, Violet. You've lived another day. When they leave, Violet checks her jacket and the dagger's just not there. So she is full on spiraling like, am I losing my mind? Rhiannon reassures her that she managed to pull the dagger through the wall, something she has never been able to do before. How interesting. How interesting. Rhiannon then quite rightly demands to know why this dagger is so special and why it might have gotten her basically executed by Major Varish. Now Violet, world's number one keeper of secrets, turns around to Rhiannon and says, it's for killing Venin. Girl. Ma'am. Silver one. God, I've said it once and I will say it again. Why did we spend so long worrying about Dane's signet, keeping the shields up. If blabbermouth Sorengale over here will just tell anyone everything anyway. This man was so right not to want to tell her everything, because the revolution would have been over 4 pages into Fourth Wing. She absolutely useless. In Violet's own words, she then goes on to tell them everything. Violet then explains to Rhiannon, Sawyer and Riddick everything that happened, including how Liam, rest in peace, and Soleil died. She tells them all about the venom in the wyvern, all about how the people got their life force sucked out of them and turned to dust. However, she does hold off on telling them the truth that Brennan is still alive and about what is happening in Orisha, which is that they're rebuilding and using it as a hub for the revolution. So in this chapter, she is telling selective truths, which is a callback to what Xaden told her to do earlier on in the book. Interesting. The girly pops are a little bit confused, and Violet tells them that all of the dragons are aware that this is true. And Rhiannon is like, hold the line, babe. I'm gonna fact check. She calls up a dragon down the pond, and the dragon is like, yeah, that is true. Actually, I did hide the whole entire truth about the venom from you. Yeah, sorry about that. And Rhiannon's like, oh, which, to be honest, she's a better woman than me, because I would have had severe trust issues with my dragon if I found out that my dragon was keeping this from me. I'd be miffed. Excuse me, sir, you knew the end of my continent was nigh and did not town cry. That is outrageous. Rhiannon's dragon is stunned to learn that Rhiannon is aware of the venom and that Violet is as well. So that kind of tells us that a lot of the dragons aren't discussing the venom, and they aren't discussing whose riders know what and whose dragons are telling riders things. So we're not really sure who's saying what to who at this point. Again, you never know what anyone knows in this book, and it's very confusing. Violet essentially goes on to tell them that the Empyrean, which is the Dragon Council, is split. Some of the dragons want to act, and some of them don't, which is why they haven't been telling their riders about it. Riddick asks Rhiannon how much time they have before the venom reach the borders of Navarre, and Violet says, some say a year, some say less, a lot less. I turn to Rhi. You need to get your family to leave. The farther from the border, the better. She lifts her brows. You want me to tell my parents to leave the business they worked their entire lives for and uproot my sister and her family without telling them why? You have to try, I whisper. I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you. Guilt threatens to swallow me whole. And the truth of it is that you still don't know everything. There are things I can't tell you. At least not until you're all capable of shielding Dane out. And I know that sounds like a bunch of bullshit, because I've basically been lying to you for the last few months, and you have every right to be angry at me or to hate me or to feel however you want to feel. Of course. A self-depreciating laugh slips free, because it's exactly why I've been so pissed at Xaden. And after that big little monologue from Violet, Rhiannon literally turns around and says, I'm not pissed at you. And Violet has this quite rare moment of self-reflection where she compares how she reacted when Xaden told her this to how her entire squad is reacting to the news. And she sits there and she thinks, yeah, I might possibly have overreacted there. That being said, though, they didn't find out their dead brother wasn't dead at all. So the team essentially start piecing together that the propaganda that they came across in the battle briefing was actually true, and that Navarre, big government of Navarre, is essentially hiding this massive secret. Riddick is baffled. He goes, they can't keep a lie this big. It's impossible. The four then make a little pact to stick together, and I quite like it. It's very cute. It's giving found family. And they then try and come up with a plan of action. And Violet's like, no, gang. Don't get ahead of yourself, babes. This is dangerous. It's very dangerous. You cannot be involved. Even though I've just told you everything, but you cannot be involved. You can't expect us to twiddle our thumbs while Ryerson and his marked ones run around with the fate of the continent in their hands. Sawyer rubs the bridge of his nose. And Rhiannon's like, yeah, babe, he is right. We are in this. We are absolutely in this. So they decide that they are going to help her research those pesky little wards. And then out of nowhere, out of left field, Riddick, comedic relief character Riddick, bisexual icon Riddick, drops that all of the first 6 riders kept personal journals. Because of course they bloody did. What convenient timing for us to be finding out this lore. And if you're wondering why Riddick, of all bloody people, knows this, back in Fourth Wing, when the gang were competing in the squad games and they were sneaking into General Solingale's office to steal something of importance, turns out, bloody Riddick was rooting through a ledger in her office that said that there was a secret vault in the archives containing the first 6 riders' personal journals. And he just kept that information to himself all this time. This is a whole book later, sir. He's just been storing that information away for a rainy day, I guess. Or a convenient opportunity in the plot whereby it would become important. Anyway, they go to Yesenia. They're like, babes, there is in fact a secret vault in the archives. You need to get us in there because there's diaries from the first 6 in there, babes. And Yesenia's like, oh, give me a minute to breathe, please. I have no idea what you're talking about. She knows absolutely nothing about any vault because of course that would be too easy. And she hits us with the line, right, because the scribes have kept the biggest secret in Navarre's history safe by granting access to the second years. Sassy moment from her, I love that. Also, it's worth noting, there does start to be a bit of a flirtation between Sawyer and Yesenia at this point. Sawyer starts to learn sign language from this point on, exclusively so he can flirt with Yesenia. Love that for him. I really, really do. Yesenia continues to give the group books so that they can research wards. It's now a team effort. It's very cute. Meanwhile, Violet becomes concerned that Indana still hasn't woken from her dreamless sleep. Taryn tells her not to worry about it. I fear we might need to worry about that a little bit, but we'll get to that. Okay, we're just going to start powering through the plot here. We have more land navigation training. Jack Barlow starts being suspiciously nice to everyone. And then we have the threshing for the first years. The fun part. Alric ends up bonding with a blue clubtail. It's worth noting that the only characters in this entire book who are bonded to blue dragons, which by the way are the second most powerful type of dragon underneath black dragons, are Prince Cam, aka Arik Greycastle, and Zayden Ryerson. Sloane ends up bonding with a red daggertail, which means that both of our cadets have made it out of the threshing alive. Wonderful. It's pretty unsurprising that Sloane bonded with a red dragon because up until this point, almost all of the rebel kids that we've encountered have actually bonded with red dragons. What is shocking is when you realise that Dane Atos is also bonded to a red dragon. Huh? Other than Dane, the only other non-rebel character who's bonded to a red dragon is Professor De Vera, who is one of the professors that's really nice to Violet. I wonder if that's connected. Whilst we are talking about dragons, I do think it's important to note, we do not know what colour Bodhi's dragon is. I find this a little bit suspicious. Why do I know Professor De Vera's dragon colour and not cousin to one of our protagonists, Bodhi? Rebecca, what are you doing? What do you mean, Rebecca? If it's orange, I swear, Rebecca, if that's an orange dragon, 2 to 3 weeks passed with no Zayden. None. Turns out big government are keeping them apart, only allowing their dragons to go and see each other. That is upsetting. I find that personally egregious. After the threshing, which again still sounds like a yeast infection, Yesenia lets the gang know that she has found the vault. But unfortunately for us, Violet has a shift on watch, whatever that is. She allegedly has to like go and guard the roof of a building, because that's what second years do instead of chore duty. I'm not entirely sure. She goes to relieve Aya from her shift on watch. If you remember, Aya was one of the marked ones who was with her at Resson. But in a shocking twist, 4 assassins show up. Hate to say it, but you're probably not doing a great job on watch if you didn't even see them coming. They say that they're here to deliver a message, and Violet goes, let me guess, secrets die with the people who keep them? You can just tell when Rebecca wrote that, she was like, oh, this is gonna eat. At this point, the assassins look a little bit confused that she knows that that is what they were sent to say. Now, if it were me, and I was an assassin paid to deliver a message, and when I got there, said person already knew said message, I'd be thinking to myself, perhaps I am not the first person sent to deliver this message, which would make me realise that she had murdered the person who came before, and perhaps my life is in danger. None of those assassins seem to clock that though, so you can definitely tell they don't teach critical thinking skills at Basgaeth. Bear in mind, it is 4 against 2 here, and whilst they are good fighters, they are a lot smaller than the 4 men that came to kill them. Taryn at this point tells her to kill them all. Very good advice, Taryn. Not sure what else you thought she was going to do. Violet then kills the first guy by throwing a dagger through his throat and then one through his heart, which is very metal. And she says that their message wasn't very original. Sorry, every now and then Violet is just cool. Like, that was cool. You're just going to have to get over it. That was cool. The fight turns deadly when they start to lose, and Aya is stabbed through the chest. Violet is disturbed by this. She starts panicking. The attackers get closer. He grabs her. He tells her it's nothing personal, it's just money. And then he holds her over the edge of the building. Taryn at this point is like, I'm coming. I'm on my way. Don't die. Violet realizes that, in fact, she is going to die. This chain of events is going to kill all 4 of them. The attacker then lets go of her, dropping her over the edge. She slams her hands down. She's gripping the edge of the building and she's trying to find a foothold. She's trying to find some way to pull herself up and she can't. She's gonna die. And the attacker tells her, just let go. And then he's stabbed through the chest. And out of all of the characters on this board, who do you reckon has saved Woman of the Hour, Violet Sorrengail? If you guessed MTV Music Video Award for Song of the Summer winner, Jack Harlow, you would be absolutely correct. He hoists Violet back onto the building. She scrambles back. She's staring. She's visibly and audibly confused. She's like, why on earth would you save me? And he's like, babe, I didn't actually know it was you when I saved you. I was just being a nice guy because I am now newly reformed, resurrected good guy Jack Harlow. He says that she gave him a second chance at life, and since staring down Malik, he now is a new person and he's grateful to her. So by saving her life, they're now even. Right. That's not giving cult vibes at all. Violet at this point in her head is like, I think Jack might be bad at maths because I killed him and then he saved me, which means I now owe him twice instead of being even. But to be honest, they don't really seem like they teach maths at Baskath, so I don't really think that's Jack's fault. At this point, we realise that Aya's death means that half of all of the riders who were with them at Ressin are now dearly departed. Afterwards, Riddick comes to find her. They have a little chat. They're like, what do you mean Jack bloody Barlow saved you? That's crazy. Riddick tells her that Yesenia has in fact located the vault, but bad news, it's warded. And the only people who can get through the wards are people in King Towery's bloodline. My. Wherever does one find a member of King Towery's bloodline lying about? We didn't say, because of course we knew Prince Auric had to come into this at some point. Welcome in, stage left, Auric Greycastle. But at this point, Xaden comes back. We're all happy until we realise that actually he's very mad. His eyes boring a hole through my soul, and a muscle in his jaw ticks once, twice. Who exactly knows? Rhiannon, Sawyer, Riddick, and Quinn. Quinn too? His eyes flare. I hold up a finger. That was all Imogen. For fuck's sake. To be honest, I think this is incredibly valid. This man left her alone for 2-3 weeks, and she told half the bloody school, it sounds like. So it turns out Imogen has told a rider called Quinn. I haven't really mentioned Quinn much in this book, but they are a character. They do exist. And I think they've got a thing with Imogen. I think that's why. I'm not really sure what's going on. Quinn also has a signet to Astral Project, which was useful during the squad games, I think. Hi, honey. Are you okay? Do you need cuddles? Oh. Sorry, my cat needs some attention. And he very rightly warns her that they will be killed if they are caught, and that their plan has so many holes, it's almost a joke. If you're certain this is the only way... If you're certain this is the only way, then I'm in. There's no chance I'm letting you do this on your own. And they start kissing. She's thinking about being in love with him. Xaden then walks to the door of her room and yanks the door open. Riddick and Sawyer slam into the wards and fall to the hallway floor. It's soundproof when the door is closed, assholes. And what the fuck is he already doing here? I'm including this because it is a rare, silly moment. I love the fact that Riddick and Sawyer are just eavesdropping. That's funny to me. At this point, Riddick, Sawyer, Bodhi, Rhiannon, Imogen, Quinn, and Auric are all in the hallway. It's like a big bloody rebel party. It's going well. Now at this point, Auric is leaning back against the wall, his arms are crossed, and he is glaring at Xaden. Remember, their dads basically went to war. And he goes, figured you'd come for me sooner or later. That's right, ladies, he is cool. Yes, he is. Essentially, Auric is in the hallway, but he doesn't really know what's going on. He's just been summoned by the gang. And then Violet has to then explain to him that they need him to break into his own family's vault. She's like, we need your help, babe, but if I explain why we need you and you say no, If we tell you why and you decline, you won't be walking away. Xaden finishes when I can. Which is a bit of a savage choice. Like, you did already kill this man's brother. Like, let his bloodline rest. Can you imagine it from Aric's point of view here? Your friends have told you that they need your help. They've gathered you into what looks like a weird little rebel group, but they've told you they can't tell you why they need your help or what it's for. But if they tell you, you literally have to say yes or they will kill you. Like, poor man. You know what's happening out there. And you came here for a reason, right? Help us do something about it. This whole altercation does not go super smoothly, despite Violet's assumption that Arik would like readily agree to it because she got the impression for some reason that this man was like a fighter for the truth, which is kind of true, but it turns out the reason for the holdup is Xaden. And Arik then goes on to accuse Xaden of killing his brother. Now, if you were Xaden in this position and you needed Arik's help, how would you respond to that comment? It probably wouldn't be by saying that Arik's brother, was a murderous prick who deserved to die. This man is winning no awards for Diplomat of the Year. Apparently Cam at least appreciated that Xaden was honest about it. Anyway, once he learns that the plan is essentially to steal something from his dad, he is so game. He is so in. So he's like, fine, I still actually hate my dad more than I hate you, Xaden Ryerson. So I'm not really sure why we wasted 2 pages talking about this if he already knew from the get-go that he hated his dad more than Xaden. So I'm just a bit like, what was the point, Rebecca? This is why this book is so long. The group heads down to the archives and Yesenia then tells them that they have 1 hour to get in and out before the wards of the archive kill them. Yeah, because of course they will. We hit our first floor at this point because Yesenia tells them that only 4 people can enter. And they have a group of 8. You would have thought they would have discussed this prior to bringing 8 people down. That's a little bit suspicious, for starters. Unfortunately, we find out why there are 8 of them, and it's because the plan largely involves each one of these people's signets, and splitting up is not a good idea in movies, historically. So we're not a big fan of splitting up. Xaden then suggests Arik, Imogen, Violet, and himself, because of course he does. And you may be wondering at this point why Imogen would be there, and she's there because her signet for memory wiping would come massively in handy if they're caught. Now, looking at this list, I don't really understand how Violet is useful to this scenario. Like, her lightning is doing nothing. Let's be honest, she can't even control it. She will kill them if they're inside, or set fire to the books. I guess she's just chosen to go along because she can read. Confused, feel like anyone could have done her role. They proceed into the sub-levels. It's dark and there are guards, so Xaden has to solve that problem. They can sense the wards, they feel like a threat. And Violet gives Arik a reminder of what he's looking for before he goes through the wards. He's looking for 2 of the journals of the original 6, Warwick and Lyra. But instead of listening, Arik then pulls her through the wards. Why the would you do that? Xaden snaps. Xaden wants to be pulled through into the library too, because he's got separation anxiety, I guess. But Arik does not do what Mr. Zaddy wants. This causes tension. It's very moody, it's very angsty, it's hot. We discover that there are a lot of cool books in the Royal Vault, and Violet reveals some lore that the generals of Navarre's armies could actually be from any quadrant, infantry, scribes, or healers until about 200 years ago. Now, all of the generals are riders. You know that no rider has ever been named king, right? That's not entirely true. As they work, Violet asks Arik if his older brother, the one who is in line to be king, Halden, knows about the venom. And Arik admits that he does. At that point, Violet is a bit like, and? Is in like, is your brother gonna do anything? And Arik's only response is that I entered the Riders quadrant, didn't I? It's not very reassuring. I'm not being filled with hope. Arik then pieces together that they're trying to learn about wards in order to protect a rebel outpost. Nicely deduced, Arik. Can see that you, at least, had some common sense classes at whatever Royal Institute you went to prior to this. Time starts running low. They can't find the generals. They're panicking. At the very last second, they find them. Naturally. But now they need to run out of there because otherwise the archives are going to kill them. They make it out at the very last second, of course. But Arik's hands get injured from grabbing the journals through an extra set of quite vicious wards. Rhiannon takes him to the infirmary to see if Daya, who is a healer, can help heal Arik's wounds, since they don't want to attract any attention by going to Mender Nolan. Daya is a character that apparently owes Violet a favour, but I literally cannot for the life of me remember why that is. So do with that what you will. Now, the one really smart thing that the group did do is that they gave themselves an alibi for the time that they were at the vaults. Quinn, one of the marked ones, bestie of Imogen, has a signet that allows her to astral project and change her features through projection, which, by the way, is an incredibly cool signet that I feel like does not get enough airtime in this series. She can just astral project. She would have done bits in in the witch community. Anyway, she projected being Violet and Rhiannon on a walk. Incredibly good. You see how easy it is to be a criminal mastermind when Violet is not steering the helm of the ship? I'm telling you all of this because Quinn at this point drops some dragon lore. And honestly, I will take any dragon lore I can get in these books. Are you ready? So apparently, Quinn has such a strong signet because Kruth was my great aunt's dragon. I'm so sorry. Because Kruth was my great aunt's dragon, but she's not a direct descendant. So I don't have to worry about going mad like those whose dragons bond in the direct familial line. Dragons aren't supposed to even get close to family lines for that exact reason. Random lore. I wonder if this will become important later. In summary, dragons are not allowed to bond with riders who are directly related to one of their previous riders because it messes something up with the magic and most of the riders go mad. However, if a dragon bonds with someone who was in your family's direct line like a long time ago or who was distantly related to you, it tends to make your signet more powerful because your connection to that dragon was pre-established slightly through bloodlines years prior, I think. Anyway, remember this, it will in fact be important later. Afterwards, they look through the journals and discover that Warwick's has the information that they need. By the way that they chose the journals was by basically looking at the first 6 and seeing who amongst them was smartest. I'm pretty sure they were like, who here was the confident magic wielder and stuff. Okay, they were probably the ones that came up with wards. Violet then says that Xaden should take Warwick's journal to Brennan to translate, because then the journals are split up. They can go through both journals faster if they're split, and Warwick's journal, which she's pretty certain contains what they need to know about wards, is off of Bascath grounds. It's in the hands of the Revolution and can't be confiscated by big government if they get caught. Xaden is like, good idea, babes. I'm gonna leave early to avoid being searched. And he does so. He gets on Segale, he flies into the night. Violet is feeling very positive about this. This is a rare W for the crew. We're very happy for them because at this point we needed it. Dare I say that Violet is even feeling hopeful about their prospects for the future at this point. She's on a walk, she's just said goodbye to Xaden, when Nolan approaches her with some lemonade. Random, okay, sure. He apologizes to her for Major Varish being such a rat. And Violet's like, yeah, it's been tough. Thank you, Nolan. Thank you, Mender Nolan. We like you, Mender Nolan. He asks where Xaden is, and Violet is like, listen, baby, went home early. We don't always get along. She's lying. She's good at that. She spots Jack nearby. My stomach dips as Jack Barlow walks across the courtyard, Carolyn Ashton at his side with some other second years from First Wing. It completely flips when he gives me a nod, which I awkwardly return. Seeing Jack Barlow, never a good omen. I take another sip of the lemonade, then glance down at the contents. The kitchen must have changed up the recipe because it has a funny yet familiar aftertaste. I meant what I said, Nolan says quietly, glancing at the cream satchel I carry. Cream, not black. What Violet is realizing here is that the satchel she's carrying, the one that contains Lyra's diary, is cream. Now, cream is the color of the scribes, is not the color of the riders. My head blurs, my vision swimming momentarily as I swing my head to look at him. Tern! But Tern isn't there. Every connection I have is fuzzy. No. Oh, gods, no. But I've trusted Nolan with my life for years. And then Nolan says this. I never like to see you hurt, but I can't protect you from the consequences of your own actions when you risk the safety of every civilian in the kingdom. And then, like he always does, Major Bloody Varish appears. At this point, Violet needs to invest in a restraining order because this man does not leave her alone. Bootsteps sound all around me and the world spins, but it's Varish's face I see hovering over mine.
Why, Cadet Sorringale, what have you gotten yourself into?
I don't remember what Varish's voice is like, but we're just going to go with that. Unfortunately for Violet, before she has time to file a restraining order against Major Varish for being a Class A weirdo, she blacks out. Violet reawakens. She's in a prison cell. We've all been there, babe. She can hear voices, 2 men and a woman. She's tied up. She can't reach Tern or Xaden or her knives. So at this point, she is literally just a girl. Nolan then asks why she stole Lyra's journal, which he then produces. What? Whoa. That's right. They searched Violet's person and found the stolen journal. He says that they tripped the wards and it sent an alarm to Professor Markham, which, like, the fact that none of them thought that a ward might notify someone of someone breaking in is crazy. absolutely crazy to me. But then again, they are a revolution ran by people younger than me, so maybe I should cut them a little bit of slack. I still get my mum to make my dentist appointments, so I maybe should not be judging. They want to know how Violet broke into the vault. They want to know who she broke into the vault with, and then they want to know why.
Answer my questions and we'll let you go sleep that headache off before class tomorrow. Lie, even once, and it's going to get messy.
So, it's already Sunday. Another cadet walks into the room, and her name is Nora. And Nora is a truth sayer. Now, this signet has actually been mentioned before, and it was mentioned in one of the extra pieces of information that we get at the start of the chapters. And that piece of information said, the only signet more terrifying than an intrinsic is a truth sayer, and yet we let them live. Basically, Nora is a human lie detector.
Let's start with how you breached a royal ward.
It would be impossible for me to breach a royal ward, seeming as I am not a royal. At which point Nora says that she's telling the truth. From their questions, Violet works out that they haven't actually been able to get into the vault, which means they have no idea what else is missing, meaning they don't know what she actually took, and so they have no way of proving that this journal that she has is the original and not some kind of copy. Very sneaky. And in doing that, she doubles down, saying that they have no proof she's actually done anything wrong. Violet is very clever at this point and gives only selective truths that allow her to get past Nora's lie detection. But she then tells them that she's done answering your questions. If you want to put me on trial, then call a quorum of wing leaders and do so according to the rules put forth in the codex. Yes, girl boss. Tell them. Tell them! Varys then orders Nora to go and order a complete formation so they can check the hands of every single cadet in the quadrant, which is actually quite smart because they know that the wards will have messed up people's hands. But Violet hopefully realizes that this complete formation will flag to her little group that she isn't there, meaning that she's been captured. Now, much like Violet on her saddle, I'm gonna need you guys to strap in because our girl is about to be tortured. Why, you ask? Because Violet, repeat after me, will never know peace. At this point, she starts replaying words that Xaden has said to her in her head. Violence. Remember, it's only the body that's fragile. You are unbreakable. Very funny thing to say right as Major Varys snaps her fingers. This is quite intense, and it did make me realize how much I am just not surviving in the world of Fourth Wing. I'm not being funny. I'm not. Someone snaps all of your fingers. They're just snapping all of your fingers. Can you imagine how much that must hurt? All of them. Just, ugh. Absolutely not. You know what, Violet? You gained my respect today, soldier. You gained my respect. And yes, whilst I may have been making jokes throughout the entirety of this recap at Miss Violence's expense, okay, this was metal as fuck. Good for you, Violet. Could never be me, but good for you. Anyway, they beat the shit out of this woman and she passes out. She wakes up a little bit later and she imagines Liam, rest in peace, talking to her and telling her to stay strong. Sleep if you can. You're not really here. You're a hallucination, maybe. Or maybe Malik sent me as a kindness. Malik doesn't do kindness, nor does he allow souls to wander about. I'm not wandering, Violet. I'm exactly where I need to be. You're staying strong. I'm so proud of you. Liam! Rebecca, bring him back right now. Why did we get Jack Barlow back? Rebecca, when I catch you, Rebecca. Oh, when I catch you, Rebecca. Now, this scene has sparked a lot of fan theories online, with many people believing that Violet was not, in fact, seeing a desperate, pain-induced hallucination of Liam. Rest in peace. They believe she has a second signet for necromancy or seeing ghosts. I'm not sure how much I believe this theory because, to be honest, I think there's a lot more evidence for different theories revolving around Violet's second signet. But it is fun. It's a fun little quirky idea. Moving on, Violet's been tortured for 2 days by this point. Many of her bones are broken. In fact, most of her bones are broken. Varys talks about how if Xaden breaks the codex by coming to rescue Violet and abandoning his post, he'll get to really strap Xaden to a chair. Violet realizes at this point that she is just bait to trap Xaden. But I'm not being funny. If that was just the sole case, did they really need to torture her? Like, couldn't they have just kept her locked in a cell? Because he would have come, like, whether or not they were torturing her or not. You know what I mean? So that, to me, is further evidence that this man is just unhinged. Ghost Liam, rest in peace, tells Violet that Xaden is going to rip this place apart brick by brick. And that, I think, is all the girls really want from their man at the end of the day. Tearing a educational institution apart. Varish starts putting together that Violet is really trying hard to ward somewhere, and he's guessing that that place is the same place she went after the war games when she came back healed. At this point, Varish reveals that his signet is actually seeing people's weaknesses. Which, to be honest, that is so boring. But he admits that he couldn't originally see any weaknesses for Violet because she's learned how to shield incredibly well for a second year. But now she's weakened, he can see them. And anyone want to take a guess what Violet's weaknesses are? Violet's weakness is the people she loves. Which is like a bit boring, but like not surprising. Anyway, threatening to trap Xaden does tempt Violet to start to talk, but Liam, rest in peace, is like, babe, you better hold the line. Violet then brings up Major Varish's dragon Solus and says that Taryn is going to hunt him for this. It's giving my dragon is bigger than your dragon realness. Yes, Violet Sorringale did just turn this into a dragon measuring contest. Does Solus enjoy hiding? You're hunting Xaden, but Taryn is hunting Solus. You're the weaker on both counts. I might die in this chamber, but I promise you will. Unfortunately, Violet's cold one-liner was not enough to save her because she does then get tortured some more. She gets mended, the bones are broken again. Ghost Liam, rest in peace, stays with her the whole time. At this point, Nora, the truthsayer, suggests bringing in Jack because he's been, quote, waiting for retribution. But Varish seems to think that he'll just kill her, and Varish says that they can't trust Jack at all because he's too unpredictable, which I think is interesting. Then Dane is brought in. Upon hearing Dane's voice, Violet starts spiraling. Dane, oh, I'm so f***ed. We all are. That's what Violet says the minute she hears Dane's voice. Violet? To which Violet says, please help me. Yes, Violet. Play him, girl. Play him like a fiddle. Dane is incredulous that they have been torturing Violet for 5 days. Varish says that it's because she's conspiring to bring down the wards by stealing a journal of one of the first 6 that talks about how the wards are made. And Dane just eats it up like the good little lapdog he is. He starts fuming at Violet for hiding things from him and conspiring against Navarre. Like, just when he started to be a slightly decent human being, he's back on the Dane L train. Outside, we hear that there's a call for all of leadership, including Major Varish, to report elsewhere because of a problem at the border. We also learn that Xaden has indeed abandoned his post and is clearly trying to find Violet. The leadership start trying to gather up all of the marked ones. Varish, however, doesn't leave because he's very intent on getting Dane to use his signet on Violet, which he does. Ghost Liam, rest in peace, tells Violet that she needs to jumble up her memories to try and waste Dane's time and make it harder for him to find what he's looking for in her head. She is basically buying herself as much time as possible. And as Dane leans in to steal her memories, Violet decides that what she's gonna do, instead of jumbling her memories, is focus on trying to show Dane Liam's death and the fact that it was caused by venom, which would be a smart idea if it weren't for the fact that it fails. Yeah, Dane actually sees that she's been smuggling weapons out of Basquiat. Yeah. Yeah, he does. First thing he does with that information is tell Major Varish and rat on the fact that they've been making a lot of shipments to the enemies of Navarre, aka the Griffin Flyers. Uh-oh. And just when you think it couldn't get worse, Dane is furious that Violet lied to him about it all, and he grabs a dagger off the table and goes to stab Violet with it. And at this point, we're freaking out. We're thinking, oh my God, is Dane really going to kill his alleged childhood BFF, Violet Sorringale? I can hardly look. But then I did look, and instead of stabbing Violet, he turns and stabs Major Varish instead. But before we have time to process what's going on, a blade then kills Nora as well. No one knows what's going on, especially not Violet, who sums up the general mood as, what the fuck is happening? Violet looks towards the door, and what does she see? The wrath of Dun in the form of gold-flecked onyx eyes. That's right. Xaden's here. Zaddy to the rescue. He has killed Nora. And he does so, by the way, by slitting her throat. It's no small measure. It's quite aggressive. Yeah. As you'd expect from the enraged Zaddy that we've come to know and love. Everyone say, bye, Nora. Naturally, Garrick is there too. BFF Garrick. He's pretty much always just there in these books. I'm not 100% sure what he's doing a lot of the time. He doesn't seem to talk a lot to anyone but Xaden. But he is there and we love him. Violet tells them that Dane actually saved her. She does this so that Xaden doesn't kill him. He's on a bit of a warpath, you see. There's nowhere in existence that you could go that I wouldn't find you. Remember? I'm not gonna lie, guys. If a man does not tell me this at some point in my life, what was the point? You know, what's it all for? Xaden has quite literally left a barricade of bodies in the stairwell of this chamber. Xaden then tells Violet that the rest of her squad is under guard after trying to mount a rescue mission for her, which is so Team Violet. I love them. I love them. Thank you, Rebecca Yarros, for finally giving us some slightly more fleshed out side characters. I can get behind this. Then find out that the reason that all leadership was called away is because Xaden killed a bunch of Wyvern and then dropped their bodies at the border. So big government is trying to get rid of those bodies as fast as possible so it doesn't out the entire secret that they've been trying to keep for hundreds of years. He really is just that guy. His plan was essentially just to cause as much chaos as physically possible. Varish wakes up, because of course he does. The evil people in this book never seem to die. He wakes up, he calls Dane a traitor, yada, yada, yada. But we're fine with it because now it gives an opportunity for Xaden to try and kill him. But Violet stops him. She says that she wants to be the one to murder Major Varish. Good for you, Violet. She said girls can do it too. Women in men's fields. Committing murder. But in like a really weird turn of events, Xaden and Violet decide to push the blade in that kills Varish together. Like it's a really weird couples bonding activity. Just girly things. When you and your man commit murder together. This feels like brain rot at this point. Xaden wants to get Violet out of Basquiat now because everything's gone to hell. Violet is like, no babe, we can't because we'll expose the revolution before it's even ready. We can't be doing that. And Xaden says, I will happily watch Arisha burn to the ground again if it means you live. I'm sorry if you expect me to do the noble thing. I warned you. I'm not sweet or soft or kind, and you fell anyway. This is what you get, Violet. Me. The good, the bad, the unforgivable. All of it. I am yours. He tells her that he loves her, always has, always will kind of vibes. My heart only beats as long as yours does. You get the vibes. It's all very cute. It's all very cute. We've been waiting hundreds of pages for this. Hundreds of pages. But to be honest, I just want to get out of the torture prison cell. Like, my girl has just been tortured and traumatized in this room. She's seen the ghost of Liam past. It'll be funny. Major Varish has just bled out on the floor. Like, let's be honest, is this really the time or the place? Obviously, Violet says she loves him too. The group then finally head out when they are stopped by who? General Lilith bloody Sorengale, who puts a knife to Garrick's throat. Will this group ever catch a break? Is what I would say if it weren't for the fact that General Lilith Sorengale drops the knife and gives Violet the antidote to the dragon bomb breaking elixir that she's been given. Gasps all round, gasps all round. Has General Lilith Sorengale turned to the revolution? She asks Xaden, who did you kill? To which Xaden replies, everyone. And she just nods. She's like, mm-hmm. Violet's mom then asks to talk to Violet. It seems she knows she's about to get the hell out of Basquiat and potentially never come back. Xaden then calls Lilith a fucking monster. To which Violet is like, she's my mother. Two things can be true at once, I fear. Anyway, Violet confronts General Lilith about knowing about the venin. And General Lilith is like, yeah, I did know. Why do you think I pushed you into the Riders Quadrant? And everyone sat there thinking, hold on a bloody minute. What do you mean, babe? Lilith says that she forced Violet into the Riders Quadrant to get her away from head scribe Markham, who is committed to keeping up the lies about the venin. And she says that Markham wanted Violet to be his protege so that she could continue weaving lies. I put you in the Riders Quadrant to give you a shot at surviving. Sorry, General Lilith, I'm going to need you to replay that one. Sorry, you put your physically disabled daughter in the most deadly quadrant of the school where there are dragons who famously hate physical weakness. Because you wanted her to survive? Babe, that is quite literally a joke. She also says that she was the one who called in the favour with Xaden and asked him to protect her first year there. Which, as I'm sure you can imagine, I have some thoughts about. Do we think that we could possibly have communicated any of this a bit better? Surely General Lilith could have just pulled Violet aside one of these days and said, hey babe, I don't trust the head scribe that you're buddy with, and I think you would be safer in the Riders Quadrant. I think you'd have a better shot there, and I will help you, my dearly beloved child. Surely she could have done that instead of like leaving it till the month before Violet was supposed to join a quadrant, being like, oh babe, by the way, I know you've trained your whole life to be a scribe, but I've got some news. And then just leaving her. Are you insane? And B, my second thought, is this woman, General Lilith Sorengale, not one of the most powerful people in Navarre? If she actually did want this secret with the venin exposed, and she actually wanted to do something about it, I just feel like she could have perhaps done something more than manipulating the last year of her daughter's life on nothing more than a hope and a whim. You know what I mean? I do feel like this whole conversation is kind of harping on the quote from earlier in the book, which is that in a world full of dragon riders and dark wielders, it's the scribes who hold all the power. I do think this is Miss Becky being like, oh, remember that thing I said? Yeah, even the general can't do anything about it because of the scribes. But to be honest, I just don't really buy that because like famously scribes are not very good in combat. You could just stab them. Like, sorry, none of these people seem to have any issue stabbing people. Stab a scribe. What are they going to do? Yell at you in a dead language? If Professor Markham is a problem, General Lilith. Lilith also says that she's disappointed that Violet and Xaden are in love. But like, to be honest, do you not read? You task this man, this sexy, tall, brooding, shadow-wielding, grumpy man to protect your dainty, small, beautiful, fragile, but fiercely determined, intelligent daughter. What did you think was going to happen there? Anyway, this revelation Violet doesn't really enjoy because she realizes that Xaden then never had a chance to be away from her. He was always forced to be near her, regardless of whether or not it's what he wanted. He's never had a choice when it came to me. But the main thing she's realized is that General Lilith got that favor from Xaden by being the one to bargain with him to allow the marked ones into school. So she realizes that what Dane said when they were sparring at the beginning of the book about General Lilith being the one to have scarred Xaden's back was true. Which, I'm not being funny, I feel like she could have worked that out sooner because Dane is not ever really intentionally malicious. He's just accidentally annoying. And upon this revelation, Violet is absolutely fuming. She absolutely hates her mother. She's like, how could you do that? Now, I know most people complain about their mother-in-law. Don't think you've got anything on Xaden Ryerson and big General Lilith Sorringale. However, General Lilith decides to help the gang escape. Very nice. Thank you, General Lilith. Also, side note, Dane has now joined our little squad and he is now firmly on Team Revolution. It's like the one thing in this book that was actually quite easy. Okay, the next part is a bit like an episode of Prison Break. Dane, Garrick, Xaden, and Violet are about to escape after gathering up all the marked ones in order to, like, free them. But Violet realizes with Markham gone and most of the other senior leadership at the border dealing with the bodies of the Wyvern Xaden dropped, now is pretty much the only chance that the rebels will get to speak to the riders without senior leadership intervening. This means that it's her only chance to try and expose this lie to the entire school. She's a bloody genius. Dane is like, yeah, babe, okay, good idea. I'll set it up. So Dane gathers all the students in the courtyard. They're there, they're waiting. They're like, what is going on? Tarn then says that the Empyrean, yes, the Dragon Council that does have the titular role in this series and yet very rarely shows up, has decided that it will be up to the dragon and their rider whether or not they want to leave Basgath and go and fight for the revolution. Which again, gonna be honest with you, could we not have done this at the beginning? Anyway, Dane has gathered all of the students. They're in the courtyard. The dragons are on the roofs of Basgath. Violet then asks Tern to share his memory of what happened at Ressen with the Venin with the other dragons so that the dragons can decide which side they want to pick. The Empyrean has decided that it is then up to the individual dragon if they want to share that memory with their rider. This causes a little bit of a scene because what this means is that essentially, out of all of the hundreds of kids in Basgath, about 50% of them are being shown a memory with the Venin and all the scary stuff. The other 50% are sat there going, what are we all looking at? This is how I know I'd not be surviving as a dragon rider. I would feel so mugged off by my dragon if I looked around and realised that everyone else was being shown the truth and my dragon was just like, nah. At this point, Xaden gives an absolutely phenomenal pep talk to the freshly concerned riders who've just discovered that Venin are real, or the 50% of them whose dragons actually care about them. The rest of them are just absolutely twiddling their thumbs. They have no clue what's going on. Xaden's pep talk is essentially, it's up to you guys. If you come with us, you might die. But if you stay, you definitely will die. So yeah, it's up to you. Could you imagine being one of the riders whose dragon didn't show them the memory and then this man, scary Xaden Ryerson, says that? I would be in shambles. I would genuinely be like, can someone please tell me what's going on? I'm panicked. I'm losing my mind. Now, unfortunately, at this point, there's a few professors left in the school and they rock up. And some of them, they are not chuffed. It's not good. It is not good. Now, Professor Carr, who is the professor who teaches all the students wielding, is not happy to see what the rebels have done. He's not enjoying it. And it turns out he is a fire wielder, and his solution to seeing that the secret is out is just to start murdering children. He's like, how do we stop our riders from thinking we are a tyrannical government who lied to them? Murder them. Yes. What have you done? Carr shouts, running for us, his wispy hair flying in all directions as he lifts his hands. You'll end us all. Over who? People you've never met. I won't allow it. Booty! Xaden orders as Carr reaches the third wing. Fire erupts from Carr's hands, streaming towards the day, and my stomach drops. Time seems to slow as Bodhi steps forward and twists his hand like he's turning a dial. The fire dies, extinguishing like it was never there and leaving Carr staring at his hands. You taught us well, Professor, Bodhi says, holding his hands in place. Maybe a little too well. Damn. He can counter signets, Xaden tells me. Well, that's terrifying. So what we learn from this is that Professor Carr, man with an orange dragon, it is worth noting, is an idiot and a maniac. We also find out that Bodhi's signet is to counter others' signets. How interesting. I'm sure that that's not going to be important for the plot later on. At this point, a couple of other professors reach them. They're about ready to beef with their professors, which is fair enough. It's been a long time coming. They have actually been murdering you lot for a while. It's about time you kill one of them. But then Professor Devera says, we won't stop you, Devera says to Xaden, then lifts to where her own dragon perches beside the parapet. In fact, some of us have been waiting to join you. Really? Bodhi grins. Who do you think left the news about Zolia all over Battle Brief? She nods. A smile lifts my mouth. She's exactly who I've always thought she is. So that answers the question as to who put the propaganda pamphlets in Battle Brief. It was Professor Devera. She was also the professor, if you remember, that was trying to teach the kids about the cost of unification. She's a good gal. So I think it's very sweet that Professor Devera is coming along for the ride. And she's got a red dragon. Surely that's not significant? They all take flight, and in the end, about 200 riders and their dragons leave Basgaeth for Orisha to join the revolution. Tern, carrying Violet and Adarna, land at Ryerson House, shortly followed by Xaden and Sigil. As they land at Ryerson House, Brennan comes running out and he's like, Violet! And he is pissed. What the did you get her into this time? Brennan shouts at Xaden. He got me out, I promise. Oh, then why is it she's half dead every time you bring her to me? The look Brennan levels on Xaden makes me reconsider which one of them might be more violent. Oh gods, Violet. What did they do to you? I'm all right, I say once more. I step forward and Brennan hugs me, carefully. I could probably use some mending. He tilts his head as the sound of the wind approaches a dull roar, and I follow his line of sight as the massive riot approaches the town, en route to the valley. What have you two done? Ask your sister, Xaden responds. Brennan looks at me, his eyes wide with shock and a touch of fear. I try to force a smile, but it only splits my lip yet again. You did say that you needed more riders. And thus, a revolution has begun. Now, I am not feeling good at this point because I've realized this book has a part 1 and a part 2, which meant that there was still an entire second part, the length of its own book, to still read. Now, those of you looking at the time on this video are going to be like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? I know you're upset. You thought that you could watch these 4 hours and be clued in. But much like Iron Flame itself, I am about to take up even more of your time. I will hopefully be posting part 2 of this recap before Onyx Storm comes out. But if I don't manage to get around to it, please don't shout at me. I am, much like Violet, chronically ill, and I have spent the better part of the last month in and out of hospitals and doctors receiving treatments. They'll be mad at me, I'm so weak and fragile and dainty. If you haven't already, please do give this video a thumbs up, maybe leave a comment, maybe even subscribe and turn notifications on. It really does encourage me to keep making these videos. They take up such astronomical amounts of time, and the main thing driving me to keep producing them is that you guys seem to really enjoy them. So if you enjoyed it, let me know. If you didn't, I don't want to hear it, okay? Because I'm actually very sensitive to criticism. And I want to give a massive thank you to Milanote for sponsoring part of this video, because without Milanote, this whole video would have taken so much longer to organize and put together. So no matter what your next creative project is, use Milanote. Click the link in the description down below. Anyway, see you lot in part 2.
I love you, but liar. I love you, but I told you I was gonna keep secrets. I want you so bad, but liar. I also want you, but we're not gonna do the do until you love me again. Okay. I love you. I don't
That's it. That is essentially. You can log off the recap now. That's basically all you needed to remember for this book.